All right, Steph, you ready to listen and learn? I probably share it to you. I gotta share my screen, or else you won't be able to hear what I'm talking about, what I'm listening to.
Case number 25-5067 et al. JGG et al. Versus Donald J. Trump in his official capacity as President of the United States et al. Mr. Ensign for the appellants, Mr. Gallant for the appellees.
Mr. Ensign, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good
May it please the court, Drew Ensign, Deputy Assistant Attorney General for the United States. The district court's order represents an unprecedented and enormous intrusion upon the powers of the executive branch. It enjoins the president's exercise of his war and foreign affairs powers under the Alien Enemies Act and does so in a manner that purports to direct operations outside the United States borders and in a manner that could intrude upon sensitive diplomatic negotiations. The basis of that order was explicit second guessing of the president's determinations that the statutory preconditions of the AEA were satisfied for a foreign terrorist organization, Tren de Aragua, or TDA. Even though both the Supreme Court and this court have explicitly held that such challenges are not within the power of the federal courts to hear. The district court's order is therefore appealable, much as a TRO directing the president to redeploy a carrier group from the South China Sea to the Persian Gulf, or to halt.
Hang on.
Oh shit.
I mean, one of the claims pressed here, which the Supreme Court has expressly said, and we have said, courts can entertain, so put aside interpretive questions about whether there's an incursion or invasion, is whether these individuals qualify under the terms of the proclamation, whether they're members of Tren de Aragua.
That is the question.
I assume, as below, the government does not dispute that that is something courts can adjudicate, correct?
Your Honor, it's certainly something that courts have adjudicated in individual habeas
When?
claims.
That's a separate thing, but courts
Right.
can do that. And so asserting a power to do that is not ordering ships to relocate in foreign waters, right? That is straight up judicial process that's allowed
Yep.
by the Supreme Court and circuit precedent. I understand you have your argument then about habeas, right? But that's a that's a procedural point. Your points about him overstepping seem to be forgetting that there is this claim, and in fact, this morning, he's limited the TROs
Limiting.
to the likelihood of success to that.
What happened? Don't be having server problems. Oh no. Stupid. How did I find it? Ugh. It took me so long to find it. These are just briefings. No, I want to hear it again. Boo! I hate when I can't find it. How did I find it before? Listen to the oral arguments from today? None? Fuckers. Because that wasn't on YouTube, so I know it's not going to be on my YouTube history. Yeah, fucking stupid. It's 2022. Yeah, I don't want to read stuff. I want to just listen to it like I just had it. Boo! Oh my lordy. I don't even know how I found it. Actually, hold on. Let me go to this page. How do I get to my history? This one? Yes, I found it.
Case number
Aha, I found it
25-5067
again.
et al. JGG et al. Versus Donald J. Trump
gotta listen
in
to
his
the beginning
official
again.
capacity as
Boo.
President of the United States et al. Mr. Ensign for the appellants, Mr. Gallant for the appellees.
Stupid.
Mr. Ensign, good
Not gonna
afternoon.
reshare to Steph.
Good afternoon. May it please the court, Drew Ensign, Deputy Assistant Attorney General for the United States. The district court's order represents an unprecedented and enormous intrusion upon the powers of the executive branch.
I'm sorry, we gotta
It
listen. to
enjoins the
beginning
president's
again.
exercise
That
of his
doesn't work.
war and
Works
foreign
again.
affairs powers under the Alien Enemies Act and does so in a manner that purports to direct operations outside the United States borders and in a manner that could intrude upon sensitive diplomatic negotiations. The basis of that order was explicit second guessing of the president's determinations that the statutory preconditions of the AEA were satisfied for a foreign terrorist organization, Tren de Aragua, or TDA. Even though both the Supreme Court and this court have explicitly held that such challenges are not within the power of the federal courts to hear. The district court
Oh my God. They just don't want me to hear it, apparently. The infamous they. Who's they? This page cannot be shown because the authenticity of the received data could not be verified. What?
Case number
I mean, one of the claims pressed here,
Jesus.
which the Supreme Court has expressly said, and we have said, courts can
They
entertain,
just don't
put
want me to
aside
learn.
interpretive questions about whether there's an incursion or invasion, is whether these individuals qualify under the terms of the proclamation, whether they're members of Tren de Aragua.
Yep, due process.
I assume, as below, the government does not dispute that that is something courts can adjudicate, correct?
Your Honor, it's
Courts
certainly
can
something that
adjudicate.
courts have adjudicated in individual habeas claims.
That's a separate thing, but courts can do that. And so
They can.
asserting a power to do that is not ordering ships to relocate in foreign waters, right? That is straight up judicial process that's allowed by the Supreme Court and circuit
Mhm.
precedent. I understand you have your argument then about habeas, right? But that's a separate, that's a procedural point. Your points about him overstepping seem to be forgetting that there is this claim, and in fact, this morning, he's limited the TROs to the likelihood of success to that prong. And so we don't need to go any further than that, correct?
No, I don't believe so, Your Honor. Because the government has taken appeals of the TRO, the district court didn't have jurisdiction to change the basis of the TRO. And so
Oh my God. Getting
Case
kinda
number
sick of this.
25
though both the Supreme Court and this court have in individual habeas claims.
That's a separate thing, but courts can do that.
Ridiculous.
And so asserting a
fuck is
power to do that is not ordering ships to relocate in foreign waters, right? That is straight up judicial process that's allowed by the Supreme Court and circuit precedent. I understand you have your argument then about habeas, right? But that's a separate, that's a procedural point. Your points about him overstepping seem to be forgetting that there is this claim, and in fact, this morning, he's limited the TROs to the likelihood of success to that prong. And so we don't need to go any further than that, correct?
No, I don't believe so, Your Honor. Because the government has taken appeals of the TRO, the district court didn't have jurisdiction to change the basis of the TRO. And so
They did.
That was one of the bases all along.
I disagree, Your Honor. The
I
the
disagree.
bases of that order were set forth on page 41 of the transcript from the Saturday hearing, and they were expressly limited to just those second guessing of the president's determinations that the statutory preconditions of the AEA had been satisfied.
If we read the record differently, if we read it to include these claims, having been pressed from the beginning and including at the hearing, they've been saying from their complaint that their clients, at least the ones that we have, the named plaintiffs and some of the other ones, are not members of Tren de Aragua and had no chance to demonstrate that when they were rushed onto airplanes and flown to El Salvador, or at risk of being rushed onto airplanes and flown out of the country. And so if we read the record that way, then
Try
we
now,
don't have
Steph, try
to
now.
get into these other questions, correct?
No, I don't believe so, Your Honor. I mean,
No, we don't have to?
Can you hear me now?
I do.
Hey. And yes, I'm at work.
Steph,
Case
they
number
don't want me to
25.
listen.
I noticed.
It's kind of pissing me off.
I bet it
They
is.
keep saying we can't do it, and I'm like, yes, you can. I can hear you, just for like a minute. Then you stop, and it's kind of just the worst. I already
Well,
know,
what you
I
like-
know what happened. Like I read that it happened, so they
Yeah.
can't kick the immigrants out no more. It was a
Yeah.
It was. Did you read it, Steph?
No, not yet.
Oh, well, then how do you say yeah when you don't even know yet, Steph?
Well, I don't know.
I don't know. I'm telling you that they did this hearing today, and then they did a vote, and it was 2-1 where they said that the judge's it's called a TRO, a temporary restraining order, is valid, so it's gonna probably go to Supreme Court. So it's just one of those. They're making Trump have to work for anything he wants to do, so it's good.
Well, that's good then.
So yeah, this guy's gonna try to fucking make the argument that we don't have to do due process because of this law, and the lady's gonna be like, no, everybody gets due process, sir. It's basically what I've been arguing with people all the time, just on a
Yeah.
actual lawyer based term, so I get to hear like real people make some arguments instead of fucking just dumbos online that don't know what the fuck they're
Yep.
talking about.
I listened to your stream last night.
I was arguing with people, right? It was me and
Well,
Snow.
kind of. Kind of. You were pretty much just listening to them.
Yeah, well, Snow usually is good at what he does. I just kind of chime in and help him out, or like back up his claim, because usually it's one thing when you're by yourself, like, nah, dog, I got your back. When people say stupid shit,
Yeah.
and then I usually text him and talk to him, like I'll DM and shit and be like, hey, you should mention this or talk about this.
Yeah.
So it's just one of those. You're not always meant to be the star, Steph. Be cool.
I know that well.
I just want to be okay. And then I got my car, whatever it's called, from the damage. Then it's gonna be like $3,700, and this bitch's insurance people weren't gonna pay. So I told her, I was like, well, either I'm suing you or the insurance company. So you got to make a choice. Either you fucking cuss out your insurance company, tell them they better pay it, or else I'm suing you. So
There you
Figure it
go.
like, I don't know why I'm paying for shit where nobody was in the car. You backed into my car. So
Right?
I'm not paying no fucking $3,700. Somebody is, not name
No,
me.
you shouldn't have to.
Correct. So we'll see. My girlfriend works with a chick today, so like, you better tell this bitch that I'm suing somebody. It could be her or the insurance company. I'd rather be the insurance company, but because she already admitted
Yeah.
to it and all this stuff. So it's like, bitch, they already know you did it. So why you like? I don't get it. I just hate this stupid shit. It's just dumb stuff.
Yeah.
And then I got kind of big news. I'm not working
What?
tomorrow.
Well, I know that.
Okay, I can't remember if you did know that. So I'm not working tomorrow.
Well,
I couldn't
you
remember.
told Stephen and I on Monday or Sunday.
It was
Sunday,
yeah.
Saturday, whatever day it
Yeah,
was.
it was probably Sunday. And then I might be going to fucking Italy in July.
Really?
Maybe me and Brianna started looking at because everyone kept talking about cruises and stuff. So now I want to go to cruise too.
Yeah.
So then we were talking about going to Italy
Nice.
instead of the Bahamas and being the no mamas.
Like everyone does.
Mm-hmm. Basically.
Yeah. So I take it Taylor's back then?
Yep, she was back the other day
Well, that's good.
on Monday. Monday was her first day back.
I suppose.
Because I talked to Becky and Papa Bear for like 2 hours, and they're telling me all about these cruises and all about this stuff. I'm like, man, I'm sick of people telling me how cool this is. Now I kind of want to do
Right.
it. Now I just kind of want to do it.
Yep.
So here I am. You know how much a flight costs to go to fucking Barcelona?
No.
It's like $1,300 round trip. Fucking crazy.
That is crazy.
No, it's almost as much as going on the fucking cruise.
Yeah. It ain't cheap.
No shit, but it used to be cheaper. Just kidding. I'm trying.
Well,
Steph.
everything used to be cheaper,
Correct. That's how time works. Too bad more people don't understand.
right?
Uh-huh.
Exactly.
Well, I'm gonna go back to listen. You can listen with me. We can listen to Dumbies. We'll see if it works for
Okay.
like 2 minutes or 3 minutes.
From the beginning.
Mhm.
And including in the
Okay.
hearing. It's insane from their complaint that their clients, at least the ones that we have, the named plaintiffs and some of the other ones, are not members of Tren de Aragua and had no chance to demonstrate that when they were rushed onto airplanes and flown to El Salvador, or at risk of being rushed onto airplanes and flown out of the country. And so if we read the record that way, then we don't have to
We don't have to.
get into these other questions, correct?
That would be
No, I
nice.
don't believe so, Your Honor. I mean,
No, we don't have to, or, no, I'm wrong.
I'm like the judge, Steph. I'm laughing at him too. Like, what the fuck you mean? Like, I just told you what the law is. You're like, no, I disagree. Like, what? How do you disagree? It's the rules. It's really simple. That's kind of funny.
One is that the district court's order goes well beyond merely preserving the status quo. It purports, as the district court explained, to order the president to conduct operations outside U.S. borders in a particular.
I can't even hear it.
No?
No,
Case number
What if
20.
it means anything, it froze again.
So
I saw
both-
It's
that.
not, saying from their complaint bureau, obviously it doesn't extend to
Right.
people who are being deported
I
on
just don't
grounds
get it.
independent of
This is
the
the only page I
proclamation.
can find it on, which is, it's the government. It's media.cadc.uscourts.gov recording. So, I mean, this is like the
Yup.
government fucking website. So, like, they should have the goods. Are they just saying because I'm a fucking poor heathen, I don't deserve to know this knowledge? Because I don't work for the government or nothing cool? Bullshit.
Maybe. But that is-
Boo! I boo them. Like I said, I can read it, but it's like fucking like 100 pages, and I don't want to do all that. I can find the transcripts easier than the video. The video is very hard to find for some reason.
Yep.
So when I say complying, that there are no planes now en route out of the country with people covered by the TRO, correct?
that's my understanding, yes,
No
sir.
planes on the ground anywhere in the world with people covered by the TRO that would have to come back.
And Your Honor, let me
Are you gonna run into
first
me, Dave?
clarify.
That's actually right.
I believe
I don't
so, Your
want your
Honor, though, let me
trash can.
clarify one thing about that, which is that the district court's order only applies to those that would be removed under the Alien Enemies Act.
Correct.
It does not apply to those that may separately have final orders of
Correct.
removal under the
Yes,
INA.
that's right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. I was trying to say that up front. That was, if there are other grounds for
Yeah.
moving them out of
There
the
is
country,
other
that's,
grounds.
he was quite clear, was clear again this morning, but it's been clear from the beginning, that's never been enjoined under the temporary restraining
Because you
orders.
always get some.
That's
goddamn
correct,
due
Your Honor.
process.
Right, so we're not talking about those. You might have planes with people going other places because
Yeah.
they've got ordinary orders of deportation.
I think that's right, and I apologize, Your Honor, I think we're agreeing, and
Okay,
I
I know.
Thank you.
My OCD.
Me not being clear enough, so
You
clearly
You
me
need to hang in the right spot or
not
someone's
being
risen.
clear. So now to clarify again, my question
To
is,
clarify.
the concern about ordering planes back and forth is moot at this point. That's over and done. There's nothing we could do to address that. Nothing we could do to remedy that, even if we were to agree that that shouldn't have happened. That's a question, but it's just moot at this point.
Mhm.
I don't believe so, Your Honor. I think the district court understands the government to be under a continuing obligation, having not turned the planes around to find some other way to return the people. I don't think the district court has interpreted its TRO as no longer being operative. And so I think that continuing aspect of it
He's trying to argue stuff that because the planes are out of the country, that the TRO doesn't apply anymore because they're not on United States soil. But it's like they would have been if he didn't kick them out without the due process. That's the whole point. It's so funny, so crazy.
Big Stigs.
Mhm.
aspect of it supports appellate jurisdiction here.
That is crazy.
Requiring the return of people who
Return
are
people.
no longer in U.S. custody?
Your Honor, the government does not believe that the oral pronouncements as opposed to the written.
All right, like
Case
six
number
numbers.
Though both the
Right? That, the name,
to order those that would be removed under the Alien Enemies Act.
correct.
It does not apply to those that may separately have final orders of removal under the
Yes,
INA.
absolutely. That's right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. I was trying to say that up front. That was, if there are other grounds for
Yeah.
moving them out of the country, that's he was quite clear, it was clear again this morning, but it's been clear from the beginning, that's never been enjoined under the temporary restraining orders.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Right, so we're not talking about those. So you might have planes with people going other places because
Yeah.
they've got ordinary orders of deportation.
I think that's right. And I apologize, Your Honor. I think we're agreeing. And
Okay,
I
no,
Mhm.
I was clearly me not being clear enough. So clearly me not being clear. So now to clarify again, my question is, the concern about ordering planes back and forth is moot at this point. That's over and done. There's nothing we could do to address that. Nothing we could do to remedy that, even if we were to agree that that shouldn't have happened. That's a question, but it's just moot at this point.
I don't believe so, Your Honor. I think the district court understands the government to be under a continuing obligation, having not turned the planes around to find some other way to return the people. I don't think the district court has interpreted its TRO as no longer being operative. And so I think that continuing aspect of it supports appellate jurisdiction here.
Oh, does it?
You read it as requiring the return.
Oh, you fucking assholes. Oh, man. It's going to take me 8 hours to get through this.
Case number
I'm just gonna keep
25.
doing this.
So both
To relocate. At least, obviously, it does. Again, my question is, the concern about ordering planes back and forth is moot at this point. That's over and done. There's nothing we
Yeah,
could
we've already
do.
done
option is no longer available, but the district court has not said that the second option is not, is not still in force.
And I mean, much of this, I think, has to do with the compliance issues that are, I think, separate and go forward regardless of what happens with TROs. And so, as of right now, your concern is that if the TROs,
Mm-hmm.
and well, for your sake, say even the written TRO, so the written version of the second TRO is in place, what language in that requires the retrieval of people from U.S. custody?
Your Honor, I think,
Sorry, let me clarify again, that are no longer in U.S. custody?
Yep.
Your Honor, it's not that, it would not be the written order. I believe it's on page 43 of the Saturday transcript.
Mhm.
It was an oral directive, but more broadly too, this is a nationwide TRO that
Mhm.
that enjoins the president from using any of his AEA authority to remove people during this
Why does he have
period.
the authority? We're not in war with nobody. That's the whole point.
That is
But
something,
that's different, that's not ordering ships around in the water. That
It-
is, and that's not ordering planes to go
That's
anywhere.
not-
All that the TRO, the nationwide TRO says is folks that are detained,
Oh, there it is. We're whopping like
Case
7
So
minutes into
both-
it.
right,
from the
the hearing.
The
No, we
o-
don't have to, or?
clarify,
That fact,
option is no longer available, but that enjoins the president from using any of his AEA authority to remove people
8
during
minute
this
mark.
period.
Okay.
That is
but
something,
that's different. That's not ordering ships around in the water. That
It-
is, and that's not ordering planes to go
Mhm.
anywhere. All that the TRO, the nationwide TRO says is folks that are detained, and folks can still be detained under the AEA. They just cannot be
Taken away
removed
no
from
due
the country.
process.
until, at this point, until, I guess you get a preliminary injunction decision from
Exactly.
the court, which looks to be
Who would've
forthcoming
thought?
soon.
I agree that the district court looks like it may be acting on a preliminary injunction soon, but I think the intrusion upon the war powers and foreign policy powers of the president is utterly unprecedented. And in a way,
Well, this is an unprecedented action
Mhm.
as well. So of course,
Of
there's no
course.
precedent for it because no president has ever used this
Without being an
statute
actual
this way,
war.
which isn't to say one way or the other what it can be done, but simply to say we are in
World War II was the last
unprecedented
time.
territory. But I'm just trying to really clarify here. If you agree that, and I believe you agreed in district court, I think you agreed here, but tell me if I'm mishearing, that these folks have a right under the AEA, under precedent, to challenge their status as
Mhm.
individuals subject to, that fall within the terms of the proclamation here. That is, I think most relevantly, whether they are members of Nicaragua, although maybe they do not.
Oh, the page you are trying to view cannot be shown because authenticity of the received data could not be verified. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Silly. So
Case number
I just want to get to the 9.
So both
Again, my question
for two ways of the statute.
That's
is
crazy.
this statute this way, which isn't to say one way or the other what it can be done, but simply to say we are in unprecedented
So
territory. But I'm just trying to really
frustrating.
clarify here. If you agree that, and I believe you agreed in district court, I think you agreed here, but tell me if I'm mishearing.
You are.
That these folks have a right under the AEA, under precedent, to challenge their status as
Mhm.
individuals subject to, they fall within the terms of the proclamation here. That is, I think most relevantly,
Mhm.
whether they are members of Tren de Aragua, although maybe they deny Venezuelan citizen status too, I don't know. But the big one that seems to be in the papers is, they said, we're not even members of this. In fact, some of us are fleeing from Tren de Aragua. Is it your position that temporary restraining order that simply prevents removal until there's procedure and opportunity in
Mhm.
place,
You need opportunity
to address-
defend your case.
whether they even fall under the proclamation? Are you arguing that that is an unwarranted intrusion on the president's powers?
Yes, Your Honor. I
Yes.
think whenever a district court enjoins the
Don't
president,
believe- just like dummies online. Yes, I don't think they should have rights to fucking do anything. They should have no fucking due process. They're not Americans, even though it's not what it says in the Constitution.
from exercising his war and foreign policy powers on bases that are manifest error,
It's not a
that
foreign
is
war
absolutely the
policy.
sort of irreparable harm.
So, but the injunction doesn't have to be against.
Oh man, this is
Case
so
num-
stupid. Having to do this over and fucking over again. Why?
Now en route or no,
In a way,
a temporary restraining order
Stupid
that
as
simply
flying
prevents removal until there's procedure and opportunity in place to address whether they even fall under the proclamation. Are you arguing that that is an unwarranted intrusion on the president's powers?
Mhm.
yes, Your Honor. I think whenever a district court enjoins the president from exercising his war and foreign policy powers on bases that are manifest error, that is absolutely the sort of irreparable harm.
So, but the injunction doesn't have to be against the president. I mean, the president said, I only want people who are members of Tren de Aragua
How do you
removed.
know?
And so if his lower level executive officials are removing people who are not, or who we don't know
Exactly. We just
are
don't
members
know.
of Tren de Aragua, the problem is not with the president's proclamation, it's with its implementation by lower level executive officials. And that's against whom the TRO runs. So there's nothing there about enjoining his war or national security powers. That is all about lower level folks who are not implementing the terms of the proclamation because they're not making sure these folks are members of the gang before they remove them.
Your Honor, I disagree with that for at least two
Of course you
reasons.
do.
First of all, that's simply not the basis of the TRO that was appealed. If you, again, on page 41 of the Saturday transcript, you'll see the basis that the district court gave for its second TRO. And that basis was explicitly not on having anything to do with individualized determinations that people were members of TDA. It had to do with second guessing the president's determinations that there had been an invasion or predatory incursion or threatened or attempted of the same, and that
Page, I'll make sure I've got that. 46, is that what I heard?
41 of the Saturday hearing. Let me,
That's March 21st, right?
yes, Your Honor, let me get to that specific language.
Okay.
So what the district court said in explaining why it was issuing a TRO was, I think they, plaintiffs, have certainly presented a serious question that the president's proclamation is not legal.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm
Case
about to be-
number
I'm about to be done doing this because I can't even fucking do it. They won't let me. It's quite a fucking annoying. Might just read just regular ass news.
Statutory that
U.S. custody?
War powers.
There's got to be a better version than this. Even though this is from the government fucking page, so I don't know why. Just don't get why.
In fact, some of
I
us
can't just listen to it.
or we
Without
don't
being trying to be
know
like this.
are members of Nicaragua. The problem
So sick.
is not with the president's proclamation, it's with its implementation by lower level executive officials. And that's against whom the TRO runs. So there's nothing there about enjoining his war or national security powers. That is all about lower level folks who are not implementing the terms of the proclamation because they're not making sure these folks are members of the gang before they
Mhm.
remove them.
Your Honor, I disagree with that for at least two reasons.
What's the two
First of all, that's simply not the basis of the TRO that was appealed. If you, again, on page 41 of the Saturday transcript, you'll see the basis that the district court gave for its second TRO. And that basis was explicitly not on having anything to do with individualized determinations that people were members of TDA. It had to do with second guessing the president's determinations that there had been an invasion or predatory incursion or threatened or attempted of the same, and that
Yeah, they could be. They don't have to be
46, is
mutually
that what I
exclusive.
41 of the
You could be worried about the due process, and you could be worried about the fucking drugs and the cartels and shit. Of course you can. Like, I just don't get why. And then nobody should have that much power, especially when you're not in a wartime. Like, we're not at war with Venezuela. If we were, there'd be troops and shit, but they're not. So obviously, we're not truly at war with them.
March 21st, right?
Yes, Your Honor. Let me get to that specific language.
Okay.
So what the district court said in explaining why it was issuing a TRO was, I think they, plaintiffs, have certainly presented a serious question that the president's proclamation is not legal under the AEA or a,
I just want to make sure I'm on the same page as you. I'm looking at the afternoon transcript.
this would be the,
Oh, you know, I think I'm in the wrong transcript. That's my problem.
and I'm,
I think the
well,
transcript has line numbers, so if you could tell us the line number you're
Line
starting
numbers.
with. I think I have it, but just so we're all on the same page.
yes, Your Honor, it's page 41, beginning at line 12.
Sorry, that's my fault.
That's my fault. My bad.
I'm sorry, let me pull that as well.
Totally my fault.
So what the district court said was, I think they, plaintiffs, have certainly presented a serious question that the president's proclamation is not legal under the AEA, or a different way of saying it.
Oh man. So stupid. What does this mean? Connect methods are actually secure. How do I secure the network or whatever the fuck? I don't even. That's so stupid. So dumb. I guess I'll just read. I won't read that right now, though. But after the court hearings, Mike Johnson suggested eliminating federal courts after Trump's ruling was blocked. The Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson suggested on Tuesday that Congress might move to dismantle certain federal courts following at least 15 nationwide injunctions imposed by the judges against executive orders issued by President Trump. We do have the authority over the federal courts, as you know. We can eliminate the entire district courts, Johnson told reporters. We have the power of the funding over the courts and all these other things. But desperate times call for desperate measures, and Congress is going to act. I bet. Oh, let me finish my move. All right. Johnson's remarks were met with widespread criticism. This is outrageous, Democratic Representative Jamie Raskins of Maryland told Talking Points memo. The proper response to disagreement with particular court ruling is not to abolish the courts. That's obviously a naked assault on a judicial independence. Of course, again, people forget they're they're 1/3 of the government. Like people forget they're equal to the president. So you got to stop thinking they're more powerful, or he's more powerful than anybody. It is outrageous to even think of defunding the courts, said Chuck Schumer. The courts are the bulwark against Trump, and the Republicans can't stand it. Johnson's floating the idea of eliminating federal courts is an alarming escalation of the far right's attack on judiciary. This is not ordinary times, American Bar Association William Bay said in February. The rules of law itself are at stake. That's, sadly, this is what we've been trying to warn everybody, and fucking people just think we're fucking being hyperbolic or fucking over whatever. Like, no. These people just don't care about laws. Rule of law does not matter anymore like it used to. It's kind of sad. Can I make a move? I can. Well, hold it. I'm going to hold it. All right. And my turn. The Trump administration has attempted to bypass, circumvent, and even dismantle the judiciary in various ways since taking the White House. For instance, in response to federal judge restraining or enjoining many of Trump's executive orders, the administration has increasingly turned to the Supreme Court with emergency appeals to overturn unfavorable rulings. Emergency applications typically request swift judicial intervention, claiming urgency to prevent significant harm or injustice. The Trump administration now has filed 6 emergency applications at the Supreme Court, challenging rulings by 6 different federal district judges spread across 5 different federal district courts. Steve Vladeck, author of The Shadow Docket, How the Supreme Court Uses Stealth Rulings to Amass Power and Undermine the Republic. It's maybe not the judges who are rogue. It's probably the administration, right? Who would have thought? The Trump administration has also notably ignored judicial rulings, a move that legal scholars warn could push the country into a constitutional crisis. Who would have called that? So I guess it's just funny. All the shit we try to warn you about, you guys don't want to listen. Fucking stupid ass people. I can't believe it sometimes. Just can't believe how dumb people are when it comes to this shit. Because they're not stupid in general, just with the politic game. They dumb. Let me finish my moves. Because when I move, you move. It's hard to see how this constitutional crisis doesn't worsen in the coming months, journalist Sarah Abransky voiced on The Truth About. The courts are going to continue to issue rulings against the Trump administration's flagrant disregard of the Constitution, and the administration is going to continue to find ways to ignore these rules. Just like fucking Andrew Jackson. I try to warn people about that too. The courts that gave their ruling, now let's see them enforce it. That's going to be their fucking mantra here. Moreover, Trump and his allies have stepped up attacks on judges, law firms, and individual lawyers. Trump has personally targeted at least a few major law firms that represent advocacy groups challenging his policies and supporting his political opponents. Oh no, they don't like me. They don't like me. They don't do what I want. They just won't do what I want. He also signed directives to rescind public service loan forgiveness benefits for employees at progressive nonprofit challenging his order and ordered AG Pam Bondi to seek sanctions against attorneys and law firms involved in what he deemed frivolous, unreasonable, and vexatious litigation against the United States. This action by the President of the United States is a chilling and unprecedented attack on the foundations of liberty and democracy. Good lawyers, regardless of ideology or party, will remain undeterred in the honorable pursuit of professionalism. We will continue to stand up for the people and the rule of law. Cecilia Wang, a national legal director of the American, or just ACLU, just easier to say it that way. ACL. You. Who are you? You. Who are you? You. I know y'all like that song. I just made that shit up. Meow, meow. What are you doing there, kitty? Meow. What, baby? What? You just want all the love right now? Trump also called for Republican lawmakers to consider legislation to limit the scope of the federal injunctions in order to stop restricted judicial authority. Stop nationwide injunctions now before it's too late. If Justice Roberts and the United States Supreme Court did not fix this toxic and unprecedented situation immediately, our country is in very serious trouble, he wrote on Truth Social. Because, of course, everything's got to be the biggest and the worst, and we're the worst, and this and this. Never just middle of the road. It has to be such hyperbolic shit. And they call us hyperbolic for saying that he fucking is going to go against everything the fucking Constitution says. Who would have thought? Funny. Meanwhile, House Republicans have launched impeachment efforts against the federal judges who have ruled against the Trump administration. This effort is backed by Elon Musk, who has called for the judges' removal and donation to lawmakers supporting impeachment proceedings, according to the New York Times, right? The richest man in the world is trying to fucking get this guy fired. People don't see a problem. Funny. Two. Threatening judges with impeachment and retribution for upholding their oaths to the office and doing their jobs under the Constitution is an act of outlaw tyranny, not constitutional government, said Raskins. The ABA has issued multiple statements criticizing these attacks on judicial independence and the rule of law. Government actions evidence a clear and discerning pattern. If the court issues a decision his administration does not agree with, the judges is the target. If a lawyer represents parties in a dispute with the administration, or the lawyer represents parties that the administration doesn't like, they are a target. These actions highlight escalating governmental efforts to interfere with fair and impartial courts, the right to counsel and due process, and the freedom of speech in the association of our country. I know. Fuck, man. These people just don't understand how fucking stupid they are. Alright, let me make my move. When I move, you move. We'll go this way. We gotta team up to try to beat up Red, because Red's fucking killing us all in this game. Ugh. Can't believe I can't find I mean, I guess I did find the fucking hearing, but I can't listen to it because it stops every goddamn minute. Every fucking minute it has to stop.
Not nice.
It is not. It is not. Information Defense Secretary Pete Hicks said this closed on the signal chat on top. Trump national security officials were highly classified at the time he wrote them, especially because the operation had not even started yet. According to the United States defense official familiar with the operation and another source who was briefed. Ooh, they kept lying stuff saying it's not classified, but even their own defense people are saying, yeah, it was. My bad. They just want to say, my bad.
Bye-bye.
You know, sometimes it's all you can do. Sometimes it's all you can do. The updates Hicks was giving in a signal chat were the kind of real-time play-by-play that the commander would give was given to the president is a highly classified setting as the operation unfolded. These are operational plans. What? I'm gonna hang out with Luciano for a little bit. You can't go. Just kidding. He's like, what? Either way, I guess I don't even have to read this whole article. Basically, they were lying for the last 2 days when they kept saying, "Oh, they weren't." All the shit we were talking about yesterday, Steph, and the whole argument about this weren't classified. The guy's lying. The guy's lying. Oh,
Yeah.
when me and Dude said the journalist is probably telling the truth, it looks like me and Dude were right. Huh, who would have thought?
What's that?
Funny. Funny how that works. I gotta make my moves. Gotta make my move.
Yeah, 50 days of school left.
Yeah. Like
Yep.
school days?
Yep.
What about not school days? Just kidding. Let's
Yep.
see, what are we in March? We got April, May, so you got 60. You probably got like 75, 80 days left. Give or take.
So for the rest of the year, not including weekends,
That's what I just
we
said.
only have 2 days off.
Well, I don't care about that. I'm saying that you got about 70 to 80 days left until you're done with school.
Yeah, too many.
Too many.
Yep.
Too many.
I'm ready to
Steph,
be
you're-
done now.
Steph, you're acting like you're a fucking student. Just kidding.
I know. These are horrible.
Yeah? Ooh, Trump is going to reduce tariffs on China if they agree to a TikTok deal, where I'm guessing that America gets some of the TikTok money. That'd be my guess. You might give a little reduction in tariffs if the government approves of a TikTok deal as administration broker. Sorry, I heard a call for fair reciprocal, blah, blah. It doesn't give me anything cool to read.
We'll see how late I'm here tonight.
10 o'clock. No, it's good. Maybe.
I'm not supposed to be 9:30,
I don't know.
but my one group hasn't came in yet. They late.
Steph, it's always funny because people say they want states' rights, but then the president can do something that states don't want to do, and they're cool with it. It's like, oh, what happened to the states' right issue? I thought that was your big reason. Oh, it's not. Ugh, it's funny how that works. Funny how that works.
I wonder what time Teddy actually went to bed this morning.
4 in the morning. What time does he get up at? 4? So he probably would have been at 2.
I think he gets up at 4:30 or 5.
Hmm.
But I text him at 3:30. No, 3 o'clock. Go to bed. And he said, "Trying."
Trying. I'm
And
working
when I
on
left,
it.
and when I left for work, he was still awake.
Makes sense.
So it'll be a hit or miss night if he's awake when I get home or not.
He's gonna be zonked out. Doo-doo-doo.
Sunday night when I got home, they were all zonked out.
Ooh. I was listening to this when I was waiting for my car to get looked at, but I couldn't hear much. But United States Supreme Court upholds Biden's ghost gun crackdown. Let's read. United States courts have upheld the major gun control policy enacted by the Biden administration to regulate so-called ghost guns, largely untraceable firearms that can be assembled at home using kits, probably 3D printers. The rules require manufacturers to include serial numbers on the kit and to perform background checks on those who purchase them. The advocacy group have called ghost guns the fastest growing gun safety problem in America. The number of such guns recovered from crime scenes has risen by more than 1,000% since 2017. The 7-2 ruling on Wednesday marks a change in the Supreme Court, which has conservative supermajority that is largely skeptical of gun regulations. Even after death, Biden's doing good. No, I was kidding. He's not dead. I know. It was a joke. It was a joke. He's joking and I'm choking. All right. Let's see here. I got to finish my move. The Biden administration established rules in 22 to tighten across access to weapons kits, and law enforcement agencies warned that they were becoming increasingly popular on the market. They were being used to commit violent crimes. The gun rights group challenged the rule, arguing the government had overstepped its bounds in regulating the kits. At issue was whether a 1968 law that requires gun manufacturers and dealers to run background checks, keep sale records, and include serial numbers on firearms should be applied to ghost guns. Because, why wouldn't you just want to have, less fucking untraceable guns? What a fucking dumb people. Lawyers for Biden's administration argued that gun kits should be regulated on the same way as other firearms because they are allowed anyone with basic tools and access to internet video tutorials to assemble a functioning firearm quickly and easily. What was that, Steph?
Nothing. Probably the volleyball kids that are so loud.
Probably. Let's see. Ghost guns are so called because they are potentially untraceable. They can be assembled at home either from scratch or through weapon parts kits, and they are not marked with serial numbers. They returned to the spotlight in December 24 when United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was killed with one. Investigators said the black pistol allegedly recovered from Luigi Mangino, the suspect arrested in connection with the killing, appeared to be having a ghost gun. It is unclear whether the Trump administration will approach the issue of gun violence in the United States. In February, Donald Trump signed an order asking the AG to review Biden-era gun legislation. Ooh, maybe he even agrees with him. That'd be weird. I bet he'll never say it out loud. Because if he hasn't changed it yet, there's probably a reason why. Because he actually thinks it's a good idea. But he's like, I can't give Biden any props because that's not what I do. It's just not how I roll.
It's not how I roll. Did you ever get it figured out to play Risk with EK the other night?
Fuck no. Fuck no.
Fuck no.
I said fuck you very, very much. Do. No, hold on. Russia says sanctions must be lifted before Ukraine maritime ceasefire can start. I bet they would. Russia has said some Western sanctions must be lifted before it begins maritime ceasefires. Within hours of the United States announcing the two sides agreed to halt strikes in the Black Sea in separate deals, the Kremlin said it would only take place once sanctions on a number of Russian banks were lifted. Because they're poor, Steph. They need mo money. That's why. They have no money. The demands include revoking sanctions on the state agricultural bank Razalkov Bank and restore the firm's access to the SWIFT international payment system. Overnight, Moscow launched a drone strike on the port city of Mykolaiv, Ukrainian officials said, with President Vladimir Zelensky saying the strikes were a clear signal Russia did not want peace. Because they are big fat phonies. I try to tell people, they're like, no, they're good. They're good. We love them. Okay. Why we trust Russia? Nobody knows. Because we're told to. They're good. After Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the EU and its allies suspended access to SWIFT for a number of Russian financial institutions. The aim was for Russian companies to lose access to normal, smooth, and instant transaction provided by SWIFT, disrupting payments for its valuable energy and agricultural exports. Reversing the decision would need EU approval, a step that would appear uncertain in light of the recent European statement of support for Kyiv. The European Commissioner spokesperson said the withdrawal of all Russian forces from Ukraine would be one of the main conditions to lift or amend any sanction. That's how you're supposed to do it. Bitch, you don't get your money back until you get the fuck out of there. Get the fuck out. That's what they tell us, Steph. They said, get the fuck out of here. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? You think you can get your shit? Pfft, silly boy. Let's see where I leave off. On Tuesday, President Trump said that Russia could be trying to delay ending the war. I think that Russia wants to see an end to it, but it could be they're dragging their feet. I've done it over the years, he said in his interview with Newsmax. The maritime ceasefire was announced by the United States after 3 days of peace talks in Saudi Arabia. However, Kyiv and Moscow later released conflicting statements of the details. So funny. He's trying to say that I made a peace deal. Everyone that's involved in the actual war are like, not really, homie. We're still fucking fighting. Sorry. Zelensky said he believed the deal did not require sanction relief to come into force and would take immediately effect. He called the Kremlin statement an attempt to manipulate the deals. Hold on, I got to make my moves.
If you go to Holiday tomorrow and say lucky you could get 15 cents off per gallon of gas.
Oh, yeah?
That's what I just got a text message from.
Well, guess what? I don't think I passed
What?
by any fucking holiday stuff.
Well, that sucks.
I passed by not PDQ.
No. You go by Anoka gas stop or BP now.
Yeah, that one and the Shell gas station.
Yep.
On holiday.
Well, technically you do pass a Holiday on 10, but you can't get there from going home.
Going home?
Yeah. On Ramsey Boulevard where it's all construction right now.
Oh, yeah. Hate me tonight. Hate me tomorrow. Do 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 do. Hmm. What other cool? We'll stay strong. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Sudan army accuses of killing hundreds in airstrike at Darfur market. Huh. People dying and it's not American made? We're not involved? It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. How Trump blew up the world order and left Europeans scrambled. Who would have thought? All right, I got to make my moves. Moves. With the booze. Who's? What the fuck you gonna do? Cool. I got a horsey neigh.
Hey,
Oh, the Pope made it back home. Oh, wow. He didn't die.
he didn't die?
No. South Korea admits to mass exporting children for adoption. Oh, I guess that's probably good unless they take stealing them. South Korea government's committed numerous human rights. Oh, they probably did steal. Okay. South Korean government committed numerous human rights violations over decades in a controversial program that sent at least 170,000 children and babies abroad for adoption. A landmark inquiry was found. It is said the government lack of oversight enabled the mass exportation of children by private agencies that were driven for profit and found fraud, falsifiable records, and coercion. Damn, that's not good stuff. That's not
It doesn't
good
sound.
stuff. They were selling kids. Like,
That's not good.
I mean, I hate my kids too, and I joke about it. You just don't do it.
Every parent hates their kids at one point or another.
No, it's every point, but go on.
Well, when I raised my nephews, I hated them.
Of course, little fuckers. They think they're so smart.
Yes, they do.
Since the 1950s, South Korea has sent more children abroad for adoption than any other country, with most sent to Western countries. South Korea has since moved to tighten its adoption process, but some adoptees and their biological parents say they are still haunted by what they went through. The BBC spokesman to the one woman who claimed her adopted parents took better care of the dogs than they did of me. Jesus. Steph, what's happening?
I don't know. People are just mean.
Dude, I don't even know. It's fucking crazy, honestly. Yeah? Hi, Mama Cat. It's a shameful part of our history, said Park Sun Young, the spokeschairwoman. Let's see here. For 30 years, there was roughly 367 adoptees that have all filed petitions alleging fraudulent practices in their adoption process. Fuck, man. Yeah, that's what I said, Mama Cat. I'm sorry I didn't mean to give away your babies, too. They wouldn't let me keep all of you. They wouldn't let me keep all of you. Go on, Mama Cat. Go on, Mama Cat. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Let's look at news for today. That's past hour. Trump to impose 25% tariff on all automobiles brought into the United States. See, Steph, thank God I bought my car when I did, because my car would have cost an extra like $8,000.
Well, good thing you got it when you did then.
I know. And he also is going to do auto parts too.
Really?
Yeah, so you don't understand. Most people don't. So let's say like Ford makes a car, right? Like the whole
Yeah.
car. Well,
Yeah.
sometimes the parts are assembled in Canada, then they come in a box, or come from a different part of the world and it comes in a box already kind of pre-assembled, and they put it together like a jigsaw puzzle. Well,
Yeah.
all those parts now are going to be tariffed. It's not good.
Oh, doesn't sound good.
Costs muy money. Do 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 do. Mm-hmm. After the markets closed today at 3 o'clock, General Motors fell 7%, Ford's falling off 5%, and Stellantis is falling 4%. So tomorrow's going to be a horrible day for the stock market stuff. I can't wait to watch that happen.
Boo.
It's going to be everybody getting raped. Right? Half of the vehicles sold in the United States in 2023 were imported. Jeez. Yeah, Ford Broncos, Ford Mavericks, Chryslers, Buick, all these cars have parts made from other. They're American companies, but they have parts made from other places. So, nix sehr gut. Do 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 do. Are you eating?
Yeah, I'm eating cookies.
Oh, I was right. I was just guessing. Yeah, like the minimum cars are gonna go up. They estimate it's gonna be $4,000, and some models can go up $12,000 extra. Fuck, man.
That's crazy.
And like it's like as people think, oh, it's Chevy, it's made. No, it's not, you retard. It's fucking the parts are not made here. That's the whole point. Fucking dummies. I can't stand these dum dums sometimes. So fucking silly. Fuck, man. Rubio calls journalists being added to the call a big mistake. Yeah, it's probably illegal actually too. We don't talk about that. Sending private people fucking military planes probably not the best thing to do. Terrorists. Trump administration Doge program is no longer publishing details of canceled U.S. aid as legal reasons on its website. The change is related to ongoing litigation, a White House administration official told CBS. It is not clear which litigation challenging the dismantling of the USAID caused Doge to remove information about canceling contracts from its wall of receipts site. The officials did not respond when asked about more information. Probably because people found out that they're fucking lying about all their shit, honestly. That's probably what happened. USAID contracts alone totaling $12.4 billion in alleged savings, though multiple experts in federal contracting have said that the method Doge is using to calculate the savings is flawed. Go figure. Doge is using the total potential value of a contract, which is often far higher than the actual amount of an agency ends up spending, to estimate savings. Yep. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Boo, I just lost. No.
Ooh.
Who got the money? Do 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 do.
Doo-doo.
Hello, you hear me?
Oh, I hear you loud and clear, my brother. How's it going?
That's too bad. What's up with you guys?
Doing all right. I'm getting kind of pissed because I found the video where I could listen to the whole thing, but it always cuts out like after like 1-2 minutes.
Oh, what is it? Was it for?
Oh, they had the big hearing today. So the District Court of Appeals in D.C. over the whole. You know what the TSO is, the temporary restraining order, TRO.
What is it? Is this in reference to the fucking thing?
The
What is it?
Venezuelan people that we sent over.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
and how the judge told them they can't do it no more. So then Trump expedited a fucking appeals court, and it was today, and it got shot down in the sense of the 2 out of 3 judges said no, it's illegal. You're doing this shit with no process. And I was listening to it. I only listened like 10 minutes of it because I would listen for like a minute and a half. Then it'd be like, you're on an unregistered thing. I'm like, no, it's right here. I can see you. I just want to listen to you.
The fuck?
I can't
Some
find it on
bullshit.
YouTube yet. It's just on the government website.
Yeah. So what's he gonna do now, huh?
Well, they're gonna fight at the Supreme Court. That's the whole thing. So it's one of those. They're just pushing it. He's got to hope the Supreme Court takes the side of right and
Right.
goes, no, you can't do this
And
shit.
everything. Yeah. We'll see
It's
what
all about
happens.
due process. Like I said, if they're actual gang members and shit, yeah, kick them out. But you can't kick people out with no due process. And I can't believe we live in a world where people want to live in a world with no due process. It baffles me. And then I was reading, so since the judges are all shutting down Trump shit, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, he's talking about fucking like abolishing all the federal courts now and stuff. It's like, what the fuck? Do you guys not hear yourselves? Like the judge says something you don't like, now you're like, we just gotta get rid of all the
Yep.
courts. Just let us do it. Like, what the God, man, I can't believe people.
It's insanity. Like so much for caring about the Constitution, right? Fucking
True. Like I said
hypocrites.
yesterday, me and Dee were arguing with these people all day about that shit. People, like I don't care about I don't care what you feel or think, bro. Like this is the law. Like the law says this. Whatever you think or whatever, cool. Like that's fine. That doesn't matter. Like I just care about the law at this moment. The law says you can't be doing this with no fucking due process.
Like I don't know if it's like intentional fascism or if it's just like they're just doing
I don't
this
think
shit
it is for most people.
as
Some
it
people
goes.
it is. I think they're just caught up in
Like-
the fucking blue people are bad no matter
Just
what.
ideologues to the
Yep.
man. Yeah, exactly.
Like
Yeah,
I said, no matter what, like I said, like they're always wrong or whatever. Like, come on now, every time.
exactly. No objectivity. So
That's definitely a big part of it. And then fucking, ugh. And then I was reading earlier, Trump announced 25% tariffs on all cars imported now, and that includes car
saw
parts. That's
that,
what I'm
yeah.
saying. So like as people are talking about, like like Chevy's an American car, but they get all their parts from around the world. So like all those parts are going to be fucking tariffed. Therefore, it's still going to go up a fuck ton of money. And I was reading, cars are about to go up at a minimum probably $4,000 per car, and then it could be up to $12,000 per car. Like that's so fucking nuts.
wow. Jesus Christ.
It's just fucking nuts, man. And again, people act like it's not going to affect me. Like, well, I hope your car doesn't break down the next like year or two because you're going to be getting butt fucked in your price.
Yeah, dude.
That's the thing. People always think it's not going to happen to me, but then it does. It's like, no, it'll catch you. too.
Exactly, dude. Yep. Exactly.
That's why I posted that the other day. Well, maybe it's like a week or two ago. The whole fucking, they came for the Jews. I didn't do nothing. They came for the Muslims.
Yep.
Like that's it, bro. Like you're supposed to stand up, in the
Dude,
beginning. You're not supposed.
That's
to,
why we need absolute tolerance because
Yeah, just
if,
empathy.
if you don't
empathy, like you
value
gotta have empathy.
tolerance or yeah, like then it extends to everybody. Like
Yeah.
it also the next different person fucking gets hit, and then the next different person, the next,
Well, the whole thing is like that's saying like eventually it's gonna happen to you. Like people always say it's not gonna happen to me. It's going to happen to you.
Yes.
You might not be first in line. You might not even be fifth in line. But guess what? Down the road,
Yeah.
like when these bad things happen like this, it's gonna catch you.
I wrote something up like pretty much just along the same lines last night too. So
Yeah, man.
it's
Like I said, a lot of it.
That's the
I
way it
don't know,
works.
dude, what happened? Like we have no empathy for anybody no more. Like that's a big thing. Like we're
Yeah.
so it's getting worse. So like it was bad already, but like we're just all about me.
Yep,
Like-
exactly.
Like my money's good,
Exactly.
like cool, but like guess what? There's like 300 million people in this country. Like if you became a zillionaire and everyone else is fucking poor, you're cool with that? Like come on, no, you shouldn't be. Like realistically, like that should not be the world you want to live in, where I am the
Dude,
best
we've
and
like-
everyone else sucks.
We've
Just-
like become jammed to our like direction we're supposed to progress to, and like circling back into the past, basically. That's
yeah.
my view of it.
Which technically, that's what is conservatism is in a nutshell. You're trying to go back to the old days are always better.
It's like a fucking toilet that won't flush.
I was watching this guy go over to like Trump rallies, his interview people, because he's like, you guys' hat says "Make America Great Again." Like, when was America great? Like because the thing is, anytime you say it, they're like,
Like,
oh,
what
so like when women couldn't vote, oh, okay, like that time period. Oh, when black people didn't have rights, oh, that point. Like, what point are you gonna say? Like, like even right now,
I
like
think it's like the whole American exceptionalism thing, but it's like it's always ignorance of the problems of that era,
True.
Like
Well,
It's
yeah.
always
If you're a white male in the 50s, you had it really good. You know, like, or whatever, you know, like, of course, you had it really good. It sucks now that black people and women or whatever else have just as much rights as you. Like, probably does hurt your feelings, you know, but
Mhm.
like,
That
no,
was great.
they deserve us. They deserve a seat
Dude,
at the
it's the
table
fucking
too.
losers.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Because yeah, like
Just say, like, why wouldn't they? Why don't they deserve a seat at the table when we're arguing about fucking policies in America, whatever? Like, they're
Yep.
almost half the population. Actually, I think they're actually over half the population. I think women specifically. It's like, fuck, man.
Yep. Democracy is democracy.
Well, that's why Mitch posted it last night or whatever, the paradox of tolerance. I mean, that it is a true thing, though. Like,
Yep. It's at the center of all this shit, you know?
it's the same thing with the one with freedom, the paradox of freedom, whatever, like rights or whatever the fuck. Like, if I give everyone all unlimited rights, well, guess what? I can choose not to give people rights, or I can vote for it that way. You know, long term.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yep.
It's fucking. It's sad. Like I said, I just can't believe it. Honestly, there's a lot of things I just can't.
Dude,
Like I said
We're
yesterday.
in like
My car permitted, I know.
like, I was just gonna say, we're in like a fucking weird like bottleneck, basically. That's how I see it.
Yeah. So like yesterday, we're arguing with these people, me and this one dude in the Republican area, and we're just talking, you know, like about going over this trials, this cases and stuff, and just talking about due process, and all these people just can't understand. And they'll be like, "Oh, you trust the journalists over fucking all the like Pete Hegseth and all these people?" Like, yeah, because he was the only one that didn't leak them. He could have leaked them the whole time, and now today he finally did. He got sick of being called a fucking liar because Trump and all these people were like, "Oh, he didn't get nothing. It was all fucking." He's like, "All right, bitch. Here's what I know." And he released all of his fucking his text messages, or not all of them, but a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, it's like anything, dude. How often someone calls you a liar over and over and over, dude? Eventually, you're gonna be like, you know what? Fuck you, dude. I know everything about you. And that's basically what it was.
Yep.
Well, because they're all
Nice.
like, it wasn't classified. Like, what would you call an airstrike that happens in 30 minutes? And I'm sending you those plans. That's literally what it was. They were sending this group chat. It was 31 minutes before we took off, and 2 hours before the actual attacks happened. They were talking about it. And one dude was in Russia, the Witzkoff, whatever. He was in Russia. So it's like, dude, what if one of those people would have hacked something because it was open fucking source network or whatever? You know, like, you guys are retarded and acting like it's not a big
Mhm.
deal.
They can't take accountability for anything. Anything.
No, it's always the whataboutism. They'll come down to Hillary. It's always,
Yep.
well, Hillary
Yep.
did that. Like, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. I
It-
want to see all the fucking. It's all always
no.
distraction, always deflection. Yeah.
It's always whataboutism. That's
Is Hillary in fucking office right now? Is she causing problems right now
right.
with her
That-
fucking incompetence?
in-
No.
That was like in 2014. Like, it's been over a decade, and we still fucking like you know, like it's been so long since that happened, and we're still fucking like, that's the reason. Like, what? It's same thing as when fucking what's his name, when Trump and all them talk shit
Excuses.
about Obama. It's like, you know, Obama was 2016, right? That was fucking a long time ago. Like, his shit is
Excuses,
already
man.
came and passed. We're on to you and Biden's. Like, you can compare you two. Don't be comparing fucking George Bush or what, you know, like, we don't give a fuck. That was forever ago now.
Mhm. Right. Exact. Dude. So dumb. People are so dumb.
And again, the
They
difference between like even Hillary, when she did all her dumb shit, whatever, she sat in hearings for 11 hours taking all the questions. So like, we literally know everything about that case. Like, she sat there forever. Nobody takes account. Nobody sits in front of the fucking people for 10, 12 hours just getting bulleted by fucking questions over and over and over. This is crazy.
Hmm.
Accountability. None.
Yep. Always excuses.
Ugh.
That's dude. When you're fucking using power for your own advantages to get advantages,
Mhm.
like
I know it's not
That's
hard.
that's
I know
how it
it's fucking
goes. They don't speak the truth. You have to lie. You have to bullshit your way.
Yep. That's the thing. People are being lied to openly now, and nobody cares.
Mhm.
Like, all these things used to
Mhm.
be secretly done. He can just do it openly, and nobody cares. That's what's so baffling to me. It's like, Like, you know how you guys always bitch about corruption and shit? Well, he's doing it like every day on the news. Like, it's not even hidden anymore. And you guys just don't give a fuck, and it's so baffling.
Yeah, the way they sent what's his face to fucking Greenland and
You know?
dude, the way that Jesse Waters was talking to that fucking Canadian guy. I don't know who the Canadian guy was.
Yeah.
Like, shouldn't you want to be a part of America? Like, dude, I want to fucking punch that motherfucker in
Dude,
the
of course.
face.
Dude, the thing is, again, it comes down to the American stuff. Why does everybody? Why do we think that everybody wants to be us? Like, no, these people have their own
We ain't
culture and
shit
shit.
now.
Well, especially now, but I'm just
Yeah,
saying in general,
exactly.
like
Yeah.
Italians probably like their Italian fucking culture, or like Greek people probably like Greek shit because you know what? That's their culture. Like they don't want to be an American.
Yeah. It would feel fucking weird. Like, oh yeah, let's just eat fucking hot dogs and
Mhm.
whatever, watch baseball
Hamburger,
or whatever
yeah.
the fuck.
Burgers and baseball. Yep.
We're done with all this fancy shit. We're gonna start drinking fucking, I don't know, some piss beer instead of
Yep.
fancy wine.
I was reading this study or whatever for the first time in like forever. More American students are leaving the country and going to Europe for school now than staying in America for our schooling.
Yeah, wow. Yeah.
Because they
Of
offer
course.
cheaper schooling. Because again, we don't
Hmm.
do like free schooling and shit like that. So other countries do shit like that. So like, all right, we're gonna take advantage of it.
Yep. Well, somebody was talking about how foreign students come here, get their education, and then they leave now, as opposed to like
Stay.
what
Yeah.
it apparently used to be. Yeah. So like it's going both fucking directions.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, when your country is not doing good, people want to stay. It's like anything else, Especially if you came here for if you came here for school, that means you're probably rich in your country, and then
Yeah.
like there's so
That's
much
true.
to it.
The fall of reason.
It's just, it is.
Well, it's just these problems are just coming to a head. I feel like is like the biggest thing. It's I feel like there's a bottleneck. And
maybe I
We're
kind of
trying to-
feel
we're
like
trying to
this,
get through this
these
shit.
arguments have been made forever. Like these are like workers' rights. This is the same shit we've been talking for hundreds of years. Like low wages. That's like all these things are nothing new. It's just different terminology, different technology. We're gonna call it. But like I said, the difference to me is that it's open now. Like all the shit that we hated is open for everyone to see, and nobody criticizes, or half the country doesn't criticize. It's like, what do you mean? Like you can watch a guy fucking bully the court system, bully these people, and all this shit, and then you get mad when we call you fucking scum. Okay. Whenever someone tries to throw something stupid that Democrats say about, what about when they said that? I'm like, do you remember when you guys said hammer time to Paul Pelosi? The guy got fucking beat by a hammer almost to death. And you guys called it hammer time and all this dumb shit. Like, act like you guys fucking haven't been fucking name calling and fucking doing all your dumb, sleazy shit for like 10 years. Can't stand that shit. It's like, no, don't get mad for calling you fucking names when you fucking can say the most heinous shit in the world. Like I said,
Yep,
you guys can say
absolutely.
dogs and cats are getting eaten by Haitians. Like, that's pretty fucking bad, right? Like, that's a bad thing. Like, honestly, just about any person. If you said somebody was, your white neighbor, if you were like, hey, my neighbor Jim over there, I watched him eating dog, dude, they would be pissed because nobody wants to be called that or known as, just
Absolutely.
the fuck,
yeah.
dude. And again, they can say this openly, and nobody cares. Trump can make fun of a
madness.
retarded fucking news anchor guy, not care. He can call war people suckers and losers and shit. He can fucking do all this dumb shit that should crush anybody, but he can. And it baffles me how he gets away with it.
Because they admire his fucking gumption, his fucking
Part of it.
confidence. I feel like that's like such a big part of it. Like confidence is just everything. I feel like confidence is just
It is a big
personal
part.
power.
It is, because like the difference between a guy getting a girl or not usually is like there's a lot of things where it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, because it's true though. Like even being like a good salesman or whatever. Like the reason why someone buys your product versus someone else's product, probably because you're a good salesman. You can fucking it's all confidence. You can fucking portray that you're fucking dominant, even though you're probably not. But
Right, exactly. The ability to lie. Basically.
kind of. The thing is, are you lying to yourself or are you lying to other people? Because at some point, I feel like they kind of blend, and you honestly kind of like lose yourself.
Yeah.
Like at one point,
sure.
you're not. It's not a. You seen Better Call Saul yet or no? The
What
TV
did I
show?
watch? Like fucking 4 seasons or some
All
shit.
right.
I
Well,
haven't
it's kind of
finished
like
it yet.
that, where
I'll watch
like he becomes the Saul persona. Like he's Jimmy the whole like he's really Jimmy, but he pretends to be Saul for long enough where at one point it's like, you know what? I'm not Jimmy no more. I'm fucking Saul all the time. You know, like full fledged. You know.
Oh yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
saying like with the confidence or being
Okay.
like that kind of person, like you know, it might start off as a fake thing, like a fake it till you make it in the beginning, but at some point it switches, and now you're kind of that person no matter what, you know, like. And I feel like a lot of this has happened to like that side. Like
Yeah,
if you ask a normal
sure.
Republican, like, would you be for this? They would say no, but right now they don't think that way because they switched over to the dark side, like not like full fledged now. There's no fucking. I can't go back to being a moderate Republican. I have to be fully on board with the crazy shit. I don't know. It's a lot.
There's because they're backing themselves into fascism, basically.
They
I think that's
are.
kind of what's happening.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah.
Like,
when
it's just
when you
to
agree that
protect
one
their
guy should
power.
have all the power, yeah, dude, that is fascism or whatever you want to call it. It's dictatorship, authority, whatever. Pick whatever word you want. But one
Yep.
person having all the power in any country, especially the biggest country in the world, is not good. Like I tell people,
Like,
read a history
We
book,
keep
man.
telling them this is fascism. This is fascism. No, it's not. And then they do a fascist thing. And they do another fascist thing. They do another fascist thing. And then eventually, there's gonna have to be a point where like, oh my god, we are fucking fascists. Like, or do they become full-on fledged, identified
I don't know.
fascists? Then I don't fucking know. I mean, look at fucking Elon with this fucking Nazi salute.
I
Like,
know. I would love to talk to
seems to
some
be on
like.
board.
I wonder. There's got to be some like interviews of like average fucking Germans in World War II. Like, what do you think? Like, what do you think of this whole situation when it was happening? Because like, you know, you're not the SS
Yeah.
people, you're not the crazy people, but like, you kind of condoned it by not standing up and do anything, right? Like, what made you complacent in this whole
Yes. Yeah.
takeover? You know, like.
There's got to be a good documentary out there for sure.
You would think, because like, that's such a fascinating question. Like I said, why does nobody stand up and say this is fucking wrong? Bullying your fucking allies, that should be a fucking line in the sand.
You
Like,
get called
hey man,
crazy. You get called crazy. You get called fucking this, that,
Oh,
or
I
the
know.
other. You know, like
Oh, I know
there's always a
now.
personal cost. Yeah.
well, that's how they keep people in line. So like that makes sense for like
Yeah.
your dictatorship. Like I said, it's like anything, dude. Like President Trump's not gonna personally make you do anything. But you know what it is? His fan base, his cult, his, you know, same as Hitler. Hitler didn't do shit per se himself. He had other people do it, and they were fucking full fledged cock sucking him off. You know, like, dude, like, that's what it. See, and I think like all the rich and powerful people that are switching sides now are just doing it for the money. Like I can see them like the Bezos and shit. The reason why they're pro Trump now compared to the first times is because they see money. They're like, oh, I can get rich. Like I said, to me, it's the average. The average fucking my neighbor that's right next door. I guarantee they're a Trump supporter. Why are you supporting Trump? You know, like, what makes you think that this guy is good for anything? The economy, the fucking world, anything. You know, pick a poison.
Yeah.
Like I said, dude, we're literally picking fights with our allies, dude. Like, who does that? Who's like, hey, we're friends, right? Yeah, I'm gonna fuck your day up. I don't know. It's just nuts.
Yep. Yeah. Just, I don't know, man. I feel like it's just change coming to a head. Like, and it's
Yeah,
just, it's a big fucking shit sandwich for these people
Like I
to
said,
swallow.
my saving grace is I hope that fucking the economy and everything just tanks. And then people like it sucked for
Like,
me personally. Like I get
Here's the
it,
thing,
but
though.
it's
Like,
these people need to feel the effects of what they fucking did. Like no,
look at how
you
many
caused
homes
this.
are unoccupied per like homeless person and shit. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, there
we
was
got
that.
more than enough shit than we fucking really need. It's just the cocksuckers that are fucking leeches that fucking, you know, own this shit and fucking milk people. And like, that's like where the fucking all the problems I feel like are fucking coming from at this point is just like
Oh, yeah, it's unchecked greed. It's
the
like anything
housing
else.
crisis is huge. Like, yeah, unchecked greed, exactly. And
I mean,
like,
that's
we
all, like I
can't
said,
have a
make money. I
society
don't
built
care.
on greed. We can't.
Yeah, like I tell people all the time, I don't care, make money. I don't. That's fine. Make money, be rich.
Of course.
But just fucking know that you should have
But,
to
like-
pay your fair share. It's all about being fair. It's fair if you make, like I said, if you make $100 million, I take away 50 of it. You know, you still have $50 million. You're fucking fine.
I feel like class envy is a big part of the problem, and
It
like
is.
the ability, like because money is the only thing that is our fucking
Yep.
money and property, and like the fact that determines who you fuck, like who you marry,
Yep.
like who
Oh,
you
for sure.
associate with, like what like how much you can travel, how much you have to work, like
Mhm.
because these people, these billionaires, they don't fucking work. They do like a few things here and
No,
there.
they do like
tell
random meetings. Like they might do like a meeting
Exactly.
for 2 hours today, and then not do nothing for 2 weeks, and then
yeah,
you know.
like they just pay everybody to manage their properties, and then somehow, oh, Elon did all the work to get what
I
he
know.
deserves. No, you fucking lying ass bootlicking.
He's so
pieces of
smart. He's so smart. I always say, yeah, he's so smart because he hired good ass fucking people to do it. He didn't do it. Like, I always say, like, where's the Elon? I would love for someone to show me one patent that has Elon Musk as like the person who did it. Because he does
Right,
not have one
exactly.
patent. He's never done shit. None of these patents say Elon Musk. They say, oh, his company and this guy did it. Or like, oh man,
Just grifting, man, grifting, and like grifting is like part of the problem. Like
It
grifting
is.
is in a sense confidence. Like you
no,
feel
you
like you're
because
grifting.
in order to lie like that, you have to have you have to have confidence. Like.
Yeah,
You have to trick everyone to think that you are the best. Like that is your persona. Like I'm the best and smartest. You know what? Again, fake it till you make it. I don't know.
yeah, yeah, and another thing is, I think women, in a sense, don't trust confidence too at this point. You know what I mean? Like,
Confidence in themselves or in men.
or like in men, like because they've been tricked by men who are confident.
Ooh,
and
I would
then they
I would
they turn out to be
disagree
completely-
because
Well, no, of course, they're attracted to confidence, of course, but like, there is a sense of like, what if this guy's bullshitting me? You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Like, I'm not, obviously that doesn't apply to every woman. I'm
no,
just
for
saying,
sure, I
like,
get that.
a lot of them for
They
sure
just
would
did a
be.
study recently, and so it was like white women that are educated don't vote Trump, but it's if you're a white woman that's uneducated, you still vote for Trump. So it kind of comes down to your education level too, as a woman.
Right.
Like if you're a smart, independent woman, you know that Trump is fucking horrible. Like that side's horrible for you. But like if you're a meek, retarded woman that listens to your man all the time, well, guess what? Your man's gonna fucking vote that way and tell you to do that. Like that's a
Yeah.
big part of it. Because yeah, what was it? I think the study said, I think it was 68% of white men that are uneducated voted for Trump. So like that was his biggest. It's always white men that are dumb. That's who votes Republican.
Yeah, because white men have always benefited from the system. Always
Correct.
fucking yeah.
Yeah, they've always been top dog. That's what I'm saying. I get why you're pissed about fucking giving black people or whoever fucking rights, but it's like they should have a seat at the table.
They don't want a black man to be better than them, and there's a lot of black men that are better than fucking white men. It's just
For
the way
sure.
it fucking goes.
Yeah.
And then there's the stupid racial tension and like, oh, I can't have this black man beating me. Like, who cares? Fucking fuck. It's so
Uh-huh.
people are so fucking dumb.
It
If you
is.
could just appreciate people's skills in themselves, like who cares? The dude's fucking white girls. Who gives a shit?
Well, yeah, who
I
gives a
don't
fuck?
fucking. It's so fucking dumb.
It's the whole fucking whatever his name is.
I don't know if it's a
MLK.
fucking dick size thing or
Well,
what.
it's supposed to be. What happened to the content of your character, not the color of your skin? Like, what happened
Right.
to that thought process? Like, that's what I'm saying. There's so many things that like we were taught growing up, and I feel like people just skip that day.
Never pay
Like,
attention. Like
they-
their dads or whatever fucking told them, nah, it's a bunch of bullshit. Fucking
Yeah, I can see that too.
Yep.
Like what? They told you about Harriet Tubman? Fuck that bitch.
she was nothing.
She was none.
It's a lie. They just want to take down white power, like they want to fucking replace white people. Like, dude, that shit is the
The
dumbest
great
fucking
replacement
shit.
theory and shit. Oh, I already know, dude. I
God.
listened to that shit all the time back in the day. It's just so stupid. It's like, really, huh? Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, the kind of says like, oh, I got reasons to feel guilty. There's reasons to fucking,
Mhm.
think I'm a fucking scumbag.
Dude, everyone thinks bad of themselves at one point or another. Like, that's just common. You know, like I always say, you're your biggest fan and critic. So
Well, like, I don't know. Like, we just start out, you know, seeing other races or whatever as different, and
Mhm.
like we overcome that. That's just how it works. Like,
you know, what overcoming that is just fucking hang out with people of that color. Like that's all it is.
oh, for,
Like
yeah,
if you don't
for
like
sure.
black people, I guarantee if you like hung out with them for like a year, like a group of 5 of them, and just hung out, you know, be friends, you would have no problems with black people ever again, or you know any nationality. You know, like you're only scared of stuff because you don't know it. It's the unknown. Once you know them and have like a whatever,
Yep.
you're fine.
It's just
not
like
really that
fucking
hard.
insular cortex.
Yeah. But also, it goes both ways too. So, like, if you only met one black person, they robbed you or beat you up, you're probably gonna hate them, and that's understandable. It's still not
Yeah.
right, but because they don't represent everybody. But it goes both ways too, in a sense. Like, either way, fucking life shouldn't be this hard, man.
Nope. This stuff, like, it's really not that complicated, but people just can't quite. It's this pill that people can't quite swallow.
I know, it's so sad. Like I said, things shouldn't be this hard, man. They shouldn't be.
Nope.
Like I said, I don't know. The golden rule, there's so many things. Like, didn't we just fucking learn these things? Like, these things should be common knowledge now.
The golden rule that goes back to like every religion ever, basically.
Yeah,
You
it
know,
goes
like,
back to every fucking. That's my whole point. It's like, dude, all these
Yeah.
things are exactly the same. Like, why the fuck are we still debating and arguing or whatever the fuck and not learning from the same shit we've been doing for thousands and thousands of years?
fear of condemnation. People are fear fucking being condemned.
Part of it, yeah, I can see that. I can see part of that. Like I
Like
said,
they're
I
gonna
think
be
it's, I think
fucking
it's more
dragged
fear of
down to the
unknown.
street and shot.
I think it's more fear of unknown. Once if you don't know something,
Yeah,
you're scared of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Like, definitely fear of new ideas being established that are untested. And then there's, you know, all the socialist propaganda, you know, anti-socialist propaganda that says like, oh, if you fucking institute socialism, everybody's gonna starve. But like capitalist, countries did a lot to prevent socialist countries from succeeding.
Mm-hmm.
So, but you know, I kind of think the revolution was sort of a bad idea in a sense, just because
What
like
revolution?
you're gonna have resistors. Oh, like like
Ours?
the Bolsheviks or whatever.
Oh, Bolsheviks. Okay. The
Yeah,
Russians.
Russians and like
Mm-hmm.
Chinese and shit. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Like I said, I always say in theory I get it with like communism, but like the problem is because people are shitty. People always want power, so there's always gonna be that person that goes, you
the
know
only way
what?
it works is with education. That's the only way. Is if people get educated enough.
Yeah.
It has to be. Everybody has to buy into it.
Mhm.
That's the only way.
That's what I was telling dude about fucking. We're talking to dude about fucking global warming because he doesn't believe it. I'm like, dude, you're fucking stupid. But even with you being stupid, just your own logic, bro. Like I can tell you're fucking dumb because we can show all this shit, dude. We can literally show you everything you want to know, and you won't trust it or believe it.
Oh yeah, that's exactly. And they just demand perfect proof for shit that they don't believe, but
And you know
they
what's
don't
funny?
have.
Oh, so
they don't.
now my new favorite thing to do is when I argue with these dumb retards online, is I just go because they're always like, "Oh, you got that from Newsweek or whatever the fuck article I get from, right?"
Right.
And after like the 10th time of them being like, always like, "Oh, you trust them?" I'm like, "All right, bitch, tell me who do you get your news from?" And that is the hardest question for them to ever answer. They can never answer who they get the news from. It's so funny. They run like little bitches the whole time. It's like, no, I'm sick of this. You keep saying that everybody I listen to or whatever is all fucking horrible. So you tell me, who do you fucking get your news from? And like I said, I've asked 2 different people yesterday, and not one of them answered it. Not one. Like I said, it's like they're kryptonite. They don't understand the concept. Like, oh, I'm talking shit about all your shit. I should have something to back up my claim, right? Oh, weird. So funny to me. But yeah, that's their kryptonite. If you ever want to fucking get someone pissed off and fucking not want to talk to you or answer you, just go, hey, who do you read for your news? Who's your number one? Who do you trust the most? Like I said,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
they
Yep,
cannot
'cause
answer
They
that.
know what you're gonna say. That's why, like because they fucking.
Well, because
Just
when they tell
gobble
me
up
whoever
their-
the fuck they
It's
look
always
at,
projection.
of course,
it's
'cause when
always
when
fucking
they
projection.
the one time Sarah or whatever showed me somebody like who she learned from, whatever, I found out he was a fucking phony, like to the max. I'm like, ever since then, nobody will ever fucking tell me
Oh,
who
that
the fuck
bitch.
they trust. Oh, I know.
I had to go no mercy on her.
I know. I
I
get
could.
it.
And then fucking dude, Eric pissed me off with that shit, man. Like, maybe he just didn't know who the fuck I don't. Even if he doesn't know who the fuck I was, talking to anybody like that is fucking shitty. Like, I get it. I fucking made a point. I fucking made him look kind of bad or whatever,
Yeah.
like an asshole. But because he was trying to make you look like the asshole. Like, bro,
No, because he
come
was
on now.
because he was because a dude texted him saying like, "Oh, why is he fucking? Why do you whatever to me?" I was like, "Well, because you fucking we were arguing about this the other day, and you kept saying it's no big deal, so I'm asking you now. And make sure you read the article." So I told dude, I was like, "Well, I want to make sure you actually read what the fuck I sent you, because I don't know if you will. So I'm gonna make sure of it."
Fucking people, man.
Well, again, so we were talking about fucking, like I said, DEI. Like, oh, we're gonna get rid of the Enola Gay and the fucking all this other stuff because what? Gonna get rid of Jackie
Says
Robinson.
The word,
and
has
all
the
this
word
other shit.
gay in it.
Yeah, exactly. That's literally the only reason why.
Oh my god, it's fucking. They're fucking retards, dude.
Of
Just
course.
yeah. Jackie Robinson, all this shit. Yeah, it's
Yeah, I'm
fucking
saying like, you think
insane to
Jackie
me.
Robinson doesn't deserve to fucking have his shit? Like the guy who fucking had to deal with racism for his whole life and overcame all this shit. Like, no, we shouldn't study his history and his time in the military and all this shit doesn't matter. Like, what the fuck, man? What do you hear yourself talk?
Dude, it's so bad.
It is, and it's only getting worse. I feel like.
Because they're just gonna keep getting more and more fucking fascists. And I wonder how many of them are actual fascists. That's what or if
don't
it's just
know.
accidental.
I think a lot of it is. Like I said, I'm guessing 20 to 25% maybe is legit. The rest, I think, is
Right.
fucking
Just
following
making
orders.
excuses.
Or like I said,
Yeah.
a lot of it I think is just I vote red no matter what. Like, okay, I mean that's cool to an extent, but this is not normal, right? Like this is not a normal red time or blue
Mhm.
time. You know, like it's literally dictatorship versus freedom. I don't know what to tell you. It's literally that's how simple it is.
Yep.
Like I said, this is
Uh,
the second time in history where we had a president openly say, "I'm not listening to the fucking courts." Like, the people act like this shit happens all the time. It doesn't happen. It's happened like one other time with the fucking kicking out the Indians. That was the last time that shit happened. Like, what's that, like 1830s or whatever. So I mean, like, if things are happening now for the first time since the 1800s, it's probably not a good precedent to set. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how much easier I can make it for you. It's literally what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Ugh.
Yeah, dude, talking to crazy people is it's a lot of work, man.
It
It's
is.
stressful
It can be.
because you have to deal with a lot of bullshit. You have to fucking
Yep.
like
Yeah, you got to debunk
make up some
fucking
bullshit.
20
You got to deal with the
things.
cognitive. Yeah, exactly, dude.
So I
It's
say,
it's
like-
so fucking
So
much.
I'm
It's
saying
like,
I gotta
dude,
debunk fucking 15-year claims by the time I actually read about 1 year claim. Like I'm reading about this one bullshit thing you're saying, so I'm reading into it so I can actually debunk you, and then you're like, what about these 4 other things? I'm like, bitch, can I fucking just go through the one? Like, I don't have time.
right.
to
Then by the time you debunk all of it, they go back to the same fucking like starting thing. It's
Yeah.
like Jesus Christ.
like I
Like,
said, now
are you the fucking dude from Memento? For fuck's sake.
you know, like I said, now I'm going on the attack of just being like, nope, you supply me with your evidence. Fuck that. I'm done. Because you guys don't even read my articles and stuff. So you tell me, how do you know what the fuck you know? Because nobody can answer that question. And I always tell them, like, that's a damning fucking example of you fucking showing how stupid you are.
Yep.
Like, goddamn. Oh yeah, with so the guy with the fucking global warming guy, he made a point was that he was like, NASA says that we have more green life on Earth than ever before because of CO2 and shit. I'm like, oh, so you trust NASA with this, but also NASA says that global warming's happening and shit. So how the fuck are you gonna pick and choose when you fucking choose to listen to goddamn NASA? Either you should listen to them all the time or never. Why are you picking and choosing? Like that's the problem. Like you can
You're so
literally-
afraid that you're just gonna like hold a fucking failure over these people for the rest of their lives. You know, if they
part of it.
just admit they're wrong one time, dude. It's so
Well, again,
bad.
I think a lot of it's culture. So I'm saying if you're born fucking thinking you know, we're the superior
Well,
race
yeah.
or whatever the
Yeah.
fuck you want to say. It's hard to break that, man.
Fear-
I mean, it really
fear of
is.
fucking fear of being guilted by your fucking tribe and fear of being
Yep.
shamed by
That's
the other
why.
tribe.
That's why. What's their names? The Mormons. That's why they never leave their church. They get apostates. Once you're apostate, you lose your friends, your family, and everybody. They literally just excommunicate you out of everything if you leave the religion. So for a lot of people, it's hard to do that. You know.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
Psychology as not being explicit to like the entirety of humanity is like a major fucking problem, basically. Like that's essentially what this all fucking comes down to is psychology being integrated into our psyches itself, you know.
hmm I mean,
Like
that's
itself,
coming up.
like
That's coming up
us
sooner than later.
actually understanding who we are and what we do as creatures, what makes it, yeah. That's pretty much what this all is, you know. That's what I call the rationalization of instinct is the integration of, you know, knowledge of our nature into our psyches, you know, in order to be wise. Because what is wisdom other than learning from experience and being like, oh, if I do this or if I think this or that, in this situation, it produces bad results. So, like, it's like just like long-term thinking, like prudence, to be prudent with
hmm
your decisions. Like that's all morality breaks down to me, is to be prudent through repeated experiences and wisdom. You know, like it's pretty simple. Oh, dude, I want you to watch. Like here's Seth's video on morality, on objective morality. You might like
is
it.
it?
It might push you over to it.
Where you?
I'll put it. Let me fucking, because I was talking to him a lot last night. And he does YouTube videos. He's friends with Patrick too. He's in the.
Yep.
Yeah, he's a smart guy though. Let's see the shit. Yeah, so his video's called "Morality is as Objective as Gravity." Let's put it in. Where's that? There's videos. Do they have a video channel?
Well, yeah, video
Let's put it in-
games. I'll say just put it in the fucking the chat on the side.
Let's put it in general.
All right, general too. That way everybody can see. Hold on.
Morality is as objective as gravity. Yes, hot take. All right, first of all,
Why is it-
most people are going
Oh,
to
wait,
struggle
no,
with
no.
this because they have differing perspectives.
He makes a pretty clear claim.
Hold on. Let me.
He's probably got
share-
other videos,
let
too.
Me share my shit with you. We can watch it together.
Sam Harris is also another that's been pushing for
Yeah,
objective morality.
I know he does. I'm gonna turn this up to
But yeah, he links it to basically like survival.
not subtitles. Playback speed 1.25.
But yeah, he makes a lot of really good points.
Morality is as objective as gravity. Yes, hot take. All right, first of all, most people are going to struggle with this because they have differing perspectives on what it means to be objective. Well, obviously, I have the correct perspective, so let me tell you. Objectivity is not the same thing as having an absolute rule, right? Most people, they think, oh, thou shalt not steal. That's objective morality. No, that's absolute morality. That's universal morality.
Yep.
That's not objective morality. Objectivity is relating to stance independence in an epistemic sense, right?
Hold on.
So-
So I mean, just
Stance
quickly before
independence.
I'm gonna make a prediction. I'm guessing he's gonna go into like what's it called, secular humanist, kind of like going, because like that's kind of like secular humanism is like thought process is, because it can always free flow. Like it might be good now, but like later on we can always change because we found out that this is not good, so we can adapt and stuff. I guess I don't know. Just making a somewhat prediction.
Oh, he doesn't say secular humanism, but I'd say I'm probably aligned with secular humanism.
Usually,
for sure.
I probably am too. I'm just saying, but that's kind of the thought process, is that it's free flowing. Like, yeah, this is good now, and if we find out we're stupid and things get, like this, we will change. Like it's not.
Yeah, I
it's-
think he does go into that. I think, well, at least in our conversations we went over earlier. Yeah, like short-term versus long-term thinking is such a fucking big
yeah,
element of it.
for sure.
Short-term games versus long-term games.
Again, that comes down to your
Yeah.
IQ. IQ people go long term. Stupid people go short term. So I mean, yeah, again, I always break it down to that one study with kids because it's true, because it is. If you can understand that today might suck, but my next 2 years is great, is better than having a good day in 2 shitty years, or like.
It's definitely a big deal. Yeah. Like, yep.
This is third-party verifiability, right? So this is something that is discoverable. It's multiple minds, multiple people can calculate and all land on the same calculation together. They're like, yeah, my calculation, your calculation, they all agree.
Stance
Like
independence.
all of these different perspectives, they all agree that there is a truth, there's a fact about the matter that transcends all of these individual minds, right? That's objectivity. Gravity is objective because everyone can calculate it and can land on the same answer. Morality is the same way. Morality is stance independently verifiable, just as gravity is. All right, so why is this confusing? Well, I think it's because both morality and gravity, they both have subjective components that are mixed in. So they actually operate in a transjective space where they are simultaneously subjective and objective. What? Gravity is subjective? Impossible. Of course it's subjective, because the applied gravity is relative to the context. It's relative to the situation. Each celestial body has its own gravitational force of different strengths. The Earth, it has an attractive force of 10 meters per second squared. The Moon has an attractive force of 1.6 meters per second squared. Jupiter has an attractive force of 25 meters per second squared. Thou shalt only attract by 10 meters per second squared. No, that's absurd. There are no absolute rules that every single
Technically,
planet
on
has
Earth
followed.
is right. I mean,
Yeah.
the thing is, he's right to an extent, but like, we always verify things on Earth because that's where we live. So, I mean, that would be like the counter argument for me in the sense of like, yeah, obviously, it's same
Well, it's
as
based
like,
on. Well,
it's
you
the
can,
same as
you
how
can
you
know the
weigh
math.
different. Yeah, I'm
You
saying
can,
same
weigh
as
the
way
mass.
different.
Yeah, you can know the mass though. Yeah, I mean that partially makes his claim though. Like it's partially objective and subjective,
Hmm.
depending on
Oh.
like the traits of the thing in question. That is being affected or
Yeah.
the participant.
Each planet has its own stance-dependent gravitational force. And when you try to calculate gravity, you have to include the subject. Which subjects are involved? Is Jupiter involved? Okay, let's include Jupiter's perspective. Is the Earth involved? Okay, let's include Earth's perspective. We have to add all of the bodies to the equation to get the objective gravity. So, just as gravity, the applied gravity is context-dependent, applied morality is also context-dependent. Thou shalt not lie. Morality is not based on these universal rules. Based on a certain context, we calculate don't lie. Based on a different context, we calculate you should lie. So this is the difference between applied morality and applied gravity, seeming somewhat subjective, but there are these meta rules that are governing the process, right? The applications are relative, context dependent, based on these different subjective perspectives involved, but we have to zoom out. When we zoom out both morality and gravity, we can see that there are objective patterns that are governing the movement of these bodies. The laws of physics objectively govern the movement of celestial bodies. And game theory, the mathematics of game theory, is how we objectively calculate and predict the movement of agentic bodies. Right? Agentic bodies and celestial bodies.
So you just mentioned game theory. You ever watch how our military and shit does war plans?
No.
It's pretty fucking cool. So they basically make a map of the whole world on like the floor. They give you like little blocks that represent like either ships, ships, planes, all that kind of shit, or logistics, like so food, water, all that kind of stuff, right? They give every enemy like I watched this one where they did with China. So like China took over Taiwan. They're like, all right, you represent China. What would be the first thing you do? He's like, I would cause a blockade around the fucking China. So I'd take all my ships, move them here, and they're like, all right, America, what would you do? He's like, well, I'm going to cut off their oil supply in fucking Middle East and shit. It's like, the guy's like, Jesus Christ, I didn't even think about that. And you think about, and like, they play all these games out to see like odds of them actually winning a war or not winning a war or doing things right or not right. Now it's better even now because now you can
Sounds
put
like
all
game theory to me. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying now you put all that shit in the computer and it'll literally tell you.
You know about the prisoner's dilemma, right?
Nope, maybe. I don't think so.
So that's a pretty widely known game theory like scenario. Like how does it go? So like two prisoners are posed against each other where Like it's better to look it up. It's a better explanation than
Alright.
I'm gonna give you.
Is
but,
it like where you should narc yourself out or not narc yourself out kind of situation?
Yeah. So
Okay.
like if you
So
It's like
hold
both
on.
basically-
Is it? I think I might know this. Is it one of those like,
Yeah.
all right, the guy, like you and your friend fucking get caught doing something. FBI guy or whoever fucking comes in and goes, hey man, either you guys are both getting 10 years or you get 1 year if you narc him out. And we gave the same deal to him, and he's gonna narc you out. Should he narc
Yep.
him out or not?
yeah,
Technically, the game
exactly.
says you should, no matter what. But I would say no. But
Well, the idea is like if they both say no, then they both get released, right?
yep,
But if either whoever happens
snitches.
to narc it, yeah, then I think they both get or
No, if
detained
one narcs,
either-
like I said, if I narc on dude, I get 1 year.
yeah,
But if we both narc each other out, we both get 10 years. Or if we both shut the fuck up, we get 0 time. The odds say you should narc out because most likely they're going to narc you out.
yeah.
Like, that is
Right.
like the math of it.
But if
Like,
there's altruism,
yep,
if
for sure. There's a lot of
faith
fucking
in
variables.
altruism, yeah.
But I'm
Yeah.
saying, like, yeah. It's similar to in like those game shows when they get to the very end, they go, hey, do you want to switch your case or switch your box or whatever? The answer is no. Mathematically, you should always keep the thing that you have. You should never switch. Even though most people think it's 50-50, but it's really not. Because, like, let's say you start off with 1 out of 30. Well, your box has been 1 out of 28, so far. So obviously, it's way less, You have like a 2% chance of getting it right. And you're right so far, so you might as well keep that.
Yeah. Yep.
I done watch math people talk about that shit too. Yeah, you should keep your motherfucking game or keep your prize.
Keep my name out your motherfucking mouth.
Oh no, somebody died on the way to the hospital from my house area. An inmate. Wow.
Oh wow.
Sherburne County Sheriff's
Wow.
Office investigating an inmate found dead in his cell.
Now how did he fucking die?
I don't know.
I think there's a lot of abuse in jails and shit that this doesn't get aired.
I know. The officials with Anoka County say one of the inmates was being attended to when he collapsed just before 12:30 in the morning. Life-saving measures were taken on the scene and he was pronounced dead. But they don't know why yet.
Oh, they don't know why.
Not yet. Well, it just came out like this morning, this article.
Well,
so I'm just
these
saying, like,
jails
it's not,
probably need to be investigated. Like, there's got to be oversight on this shit for the treatment of inmates.
Mhm.
I think.
For sure, yeah. I just looked up news for the last, 24 hours, and that was one of the. It said 10 hours ago. Anoka County inmate. I was like, what? Someone by my house fucking died? It's not too often that.
Apparently, they're making a new fucking jail.
Oh, in Andover, right? Or no,
Was it
Anoka.
Andover? I
No,
don't know.
Anoka. It's
Yeah,
Anoka.
I would think it's Anoka, but
I was talking to EK about that the other day because I went down a whole trail of fucking like what Anoka spends money on. Like I went through their whole budget. He's like, I think we're fucking us. I'm like, I don't know, bro. I guess I don't know. I have to look into it, and then I fucking did. All right, we'll get back to this.
They're both moving through space and time based on patterns. We zoom out and we can see the patterns and they're objective. Objection. If morality is so objective, why don't you just calculate it and show us the answers? Prove it. Or why else is there all this disagreement? Isn't all this moral disagreement evidence that we can't all just agree on a single calculation? Good objection, but this objection also applies to gravity. Because with the 3-body problem in gravity, we have the laws of physics start to become so complex that it's almost impossible to calculate the correct answer when there are only 3 celestial bodies interacting. That's the 3-body problem. So as we incorporate more and more celestial bodies to the equation, it becomes more and more difficult to calculate the correct answer. So does the difficulty of calculating gravity mean gravity is now subjective? No, of course not. Because despite the difficulty in calculating gravity, it still follows these objective rules and these meta rules and these meta patterns, right? These meta principles are objectively governing gravity at every step of the way, despite the complexity of the calculation. This means gravity is objective in principle implying if we were good enough at the calculation, we could prove it is objective, right? So morality is the same way, except moral agents, right? Agentic bodies are even more complex in their trajectories than gravitational bodies, right? So if gravity becomes infinitely complex with just 3 celestial bodies, imagine how complex morality is when we include thousands of social agents all working together.
I would say there's more than 3 things though. So like the 3 body part, wouldn't it be like all the planets? There's more than 3 technically.
Right, yeah. So it would get
Because like
more
we have the sun's
complicated.
gravity, which affects our gravity, which affects like the moon's gravity, which affects
It's like-
Jupiter's gravity. Because like also I was
Yeah.
watching this thing, Jupiter's like Jupiter's moons and shit, and the rings and stuff block out a lot of asteroids from hitting Earth because it has such strong gravity that when shit were to come hit us, it gets stuck in their shit a lot too.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a little deflector shield for us.
The point is like it always breaks down to the same principles, right? Like the same exact like properties that are just different and in their fucking amounts, right?
I guess. Like I said, I know that
Mass.
like gravity is a thing.
energy.
Obviously, like we can measure it, but like we know that every planet's different, or every probably even galaxy is probably different. Honestly, at that point,
Well, the whole thing that doesn't work because of the principle of universality. Essentially, like we can because we can calculate, like because our predictions and our equations hold like from a distance.
Yep.
Like that basically means that there are the same exact laws.
yeah.
across
But I'm talking
different
about like
galaxies.
so like obviously like I'm saying. So my point is like the sun has gravity on everything, right? So like its gravity's bubble is way huge, or net.
Yeah.
We're gonna call it versus like the Earth, and then which affects the moon and whatever. You know,
Yeah.
like, I don't know. It's complicated shit though.
Yeah, it comes down to a lot of like variables, but like as far as like the amount of like elements that have the same like properties like mass, but still like the same like the property list in like distance, mass, what else, momentum, I don't fucking know, that stuff all that's all that really relates to the organization of a system. But then there's so many participants acting upon every other participant in certain ways that it gets more complicated as far as the mathematics of it.
Mhm.
In these complicated networks. Of course, we struggle to calculate the correct answer. Of course, we have moral disagreement. But that does not mean that morality is immune to the meta patterns of game theory. I mean, just appreciate for a second how subjective gravity is at the zoomed in layer. Every celestial body, it has its own unique attributes. It has its own position in space-time, its own stance, even from a relativistic stance. Right? Literally, the word relativity, right, is involved in gravity. And they have their own degrees of power in force, and they have their own trajectories or goals. And so all of these things are individual attributes that are unique to each individual celestial body. And these individual attributes are relevant into its trajectory. Where is this celestial body going to go? Well, the moon is going to go one way and the Earth is going to go a different way. So does it mean gravity is subjective because everyone gets to go their own way? No, because there are patterns that are governing all of these subjectivities. So we just have to understand that when we're talking about the objectivity of gravity, we're not talking about an objective substance. We're talking about epistemically objective. There's predictability because we have the meta patterns. And the same thing exists with morality. There's no moral substance floating around in the universe. It's not ontological, it's epistemic. We have the game theory. We have the mathematics to calculate the trajectory of agents.
Oh, he didn't talk about the survival.
The laws of physics.
Huh?
Might have he didn't talk about the survival element because he sent me a bunch of voice notes.
Yeah.
But yeah, like there's like how do I put this? Because we evolved, obviously to be concerned about survival. Morality is essentially about survival because it leads to increased survivability, as a collective.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is him and Patrick.
Okay, Seth, you sent me a message. I'm going to read it directly. My political thought of the day. Pretty much, those inclined to vote for Trump have blind faith that everything negative about Trump is lies. So listing all the reasons to not vote for him is futile because they have faith that Trump is good and no amount of evidence.
You know what? He's probably right. I try to get. He's saying like you just can't reason with these people because sometimes like it doesn't matter how much facts and knowledge you actually send a fucking Trump.
There was
card.
a quote that I posted earlier today. You cannot reason a person out of something they were not reasoned into.
Oh, I know.
That's
why I
pretty
break
clever.
it down to. For me, it's always comes back to religion because once you can believe in unreasonable things, like the biggest question, like I said, if you believe in other unreasonable things, well, it kind of makes sense. You know, like
Yeah, absolutely.
you know.
Evidence can
It's
change
just
that because
consistent
there aren't
with
many
their
people
religion and their
who actually
tribe.
care about evidence and logic. You definitely see that. They mostly are just scared of foreigners, scared of economic collapse, scared of LGBT, deep state, control-hungry politicians. They're scared of microchips and vaccines, child-eating Democrats. That's a good quote there. Trump's brashness makes them feel safe behind a bully big enough to defend them. They will rationalize anything he does just so they can maintain the emotional comfort provided by his facade of safety.
Hot take of
Yes.
the day.
That's good.
This is a
To me, that's not even a hot take. That's like a normal take for me every day now. You know, like that's what's sad about it. It's not even a hot take anymore. It's like just normal. Every day I show somebody something they didn't know. They're like, no, where'd you get your facts from? And I show them a paper from a college. Oh, you trust colleges? That was my last argument. This bitch is like, give me somebody unbiased. I'm like, well, if you want to learn about history, who are you going to trust? The historians, right? They're from school, so you're not going to trust anybody, I tell you. So what the fuck? You show me where you get your knowledge from then, because everybody I'm going to show you, you're going to say is not valid, even though they are the most valid. That's what's fucked up always. Why do we hate professionals in every field? Like, that is a question that we need to figure out.
It just contradicts. It just contradicts them. That's it.
Was it
you know?
scared?
Like,
Are you scared or are you embarrassed that you don't know? Is that? I'm guessing it's one of those two.
right. It's like a combination. I think probably.
Because I'm
Never
just saying,
all
like,
these people.
like you know, like if the top biologist came here to my house and I try to tell him things that I knew, and I try to tell him that he's retarded and stupid because I'm smarter than him, I would just. That's just stupid. Like, that'd just be dumb to do. I can't, like, ugh. Crazy.
Because, dude, they just don't understand how nature works. They think it's all, like, sophistry. It's all made up to fucking justify a point of view, like, an evil point of view to fucking, like, exploit these people or coax them into some kind of harm. Like,
yeah.
Essentially, like global warming. Oh, they just want to fuck the recycling or the liberal companies or whatever just want to fucking make money off of recycling or electric vehicles or whatever the fuck, you know. It's always that shit. Like, never change. You can never change. Just, you know, like, because it's just to avoid change. It's to stay in a fucking state of comfort. It's always what it is. And
no, I can see that too being part of it because, like I said, how many people stay in shitty relationships or whatever, you know, because of comfort.
I think all of ideology is essentially just like fear of nature. Like, ever since we first built fucking walls or built structures, you know, started farming, like that's ideology. Like, that's institutional ideology. Like, and then ever since, and whoever was in charge of that made sure all that shit kept going to keep the people working toward this fucking group project. Like, there had to be some authority put in place. And those people have been making up bullshit, essentially, or using force the whole time, all the way since the beginning of civilization. Like, I mean, you could say that laws were bullshit because, you know, they cause like this thing or that thing caused problems, but, you know, good laws made things stay orderly. They fucking kept order in place. So it's like,
honestly, law and order is honestly like the biggest thing because if you have just true anarchy, it would just be chaos because then nobody's gonna stop people from stealing or whatever the fuck, you know. Because there's always gonna be, like I said, for most people it's probably fine, but it's always the 3-5% of people that fucking take your shit or burn or do whatever, you know. And also, you gotta get real technical. There's always like the sociopath person, like. No matter what you do, you just can't get to this person. Like, you can't make them have empathy or whatever, you know? So, like, they're just going to rape and pillage or whatever the fuck, you know? Like,
need consequences, yep.
You know, that's what I'm saying. Like,
laws aren't a problem. If you don't fucking break the law, they're not problems. But then the other thing
They
is
need
that
to
the
be
law
just laws. That's
looks
what I
at
always
people.
think.
The law looks at people through a veil of ignorance, like,
Mhm.
or they can't see the situation, that the deterministic factors that push somebody to commit a crime. You know, like a poor
Mhm.
person stealing or
Mhm.
whatever. So like that's where problems get, you know,
Yeah, it's like I said, to me,
introduced.
it's all about justice. Like, who cares? Like, we can have laws, that's cool, but if they're unjust laws, then who gives a fuck? It doesn't actually do anything. Like, it's all about the justice. Like, you need to have the right
Right.
amount of fucking crime for the or the punishment for the crime. Like, if you
So
jaywalk,
it's like,
like right now, like if you caught a Latino dude jaywalking and then you deport that guy, that's probably not justice. That's probably overdone, or like, like I'm just saying, like, it's same as like right now with like the war in Ukraine and shit. Like people always like, oh, people want peace, peace, peace. It's like people don't really want peace. They want justice. If justice isn't due, it wasn't done, and if we get peace with no justice, you're gonna go back to conflicting really soon. Because guess what? The other side's gonna be like, we didn't get a just cause, we didn't get rights, or what the fuck, It's a difference.
yep. Yeah, so I feel like laws start out benefiting the collective almost equally, like it keeps people fucking in place, because I feel like this is sort of how it starts. Like it starts with intelligence or rationality, beginning with power, and then it fucking inverts over time. Like that's what it seems to be. Like the power gets corrupted
Yeah.
when power was initially good intentioned, and it starts making laws to maintain its own power and to keep their advantages in place, to keep the poor away from them, to maintain their property, keep the poor slaving away, and what else? I don't know. That's pretty much
Yeah, a lot of it.
seems right to me, because we have to use reason to try to tell them like, no, you're using your power incorrectly. There's these problems that you're not acknowledging because you don't have the perspective. And then when we
Yep.
try to inform them of the perspective that this objection is coming from,
Oh, they don't understand.
they don't listen
don't
to
try
reason.
to, at least.
And then we have to use means other than reason. And then when we do that, they say we're insane or immoral or whatever, like, so there's no determinism. There's no responsibility ever ceding any particular point. Just hurts their power.
For sure.
And that's basically where I think we are.
Hot take, yes. Yeah, I definitely see the personality cults and what you're describing here. That whole element that he's very much like he's fulfilling lots of tribal niches, I guess,
Yeah.
and tribal desires, and
Yeah, I think there's a lot of I would call it like regression. Like there's like the paradigm of integral theory where it's like we like start at these like tribal mentalities and then our culture evolves into like the Enlightenment and postmodernism. And it's like I think that it's like when you're more afraid, you regress to that tribal element.
That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what I'm getting at.
For sure.
Like I said, I don't know any black people, therefore I'm scared of them, or I don't know any fucking gay people, therefore I'm scared of them, or whatever. It's the differences. Like, you don't look or act like me, therefore you must be bad, right? Because I know I'm good, right? I'm a good person, and if you're not like me, you're not good. Like, it's literally like, I think it's like simplest thinking like that. Like, that's a lot of the population.
Yeah, like your tribe. Like your tribe is good to you, but once you
Well, that's what I'm
find
saying.
somebody
Like,
who
if this
doesn't look
person
like
doesn't
the
look
tribe,
like, I'm saying, it even comes down to like, it's a compliment to yourself. Like, I'm saying, like, I know I'm a good person. Like, I know I'm a good person, right? I'm not a bad person. Therefore, people that look and think like me, they gotta be good people, right? Because I'm a good person, right? Like, it can't be anything else,
Definitely.
Like, even
Like,
though,
and it's also like family too. Like family looks like it's
Yep.
like it fucking extends out further. You
oh,
have
it
to
does. I'm saying,
extend
but that's
the
where it
fucking
starts from. Yeah, that's
circle of
the
trust.
grain.
Yeah,
But yeah, your family's
Yeah.
gonna look like you, and then most likely your neighbors are, because if you live in a black neighborhood, a white neighborhood, whatever, they're probably gonna look like you too. So you're gonna be like, oh, well, they look and act like me, so therefore, they're probably good people. I can trust them. I can do whatever. Versus, oh, that family over there, they don't look and act like me. They must be bad because I'm a good. Like, I'm just saying, like, that thought process, like, I'm a good person, and everybody that's like me is a good person. Like, no. and in general, everybody's flawed. Everyone has the good and bad. Like you might be a good person in general, but you also do bad things and whatever, you know, like we all fuck up. That's fine. I don't know.
And when you're less afraid, you kind of expand. Oh, like let's go do sciences, right? It's like if you're afraid that you're going to get like destroyed by an enemy, you don't got time for science. You don't got time for the Enlightenment. You don't got time for philosophy. You know what I mean? And so these more complex cultural mindsets require moving past like these tribal fears. And so I think there's kind of like the political landscape. They're trying to maximally motivate you to like rally and vote. And so they're maximizing fear, and it's a downward spiral to like regress to that tribal mindset to maximize your behavior.
Right. And they're creating that fear like in many different forms now, not just on television, but mainstream media and the internet.
Yep.
And that's unfortunate.
Did you?
I see it in a lot of the older generation, though. I think.
Oh, for sure.
I think a lot of the younger generation wants they want more nuance.
Yeah.
So I mean, how do you think this? Like,
Well,
I was saying before we went on, do you think that? Well, go ahead.
Yeah. I want to highlight the Trump's debate with Biden. Did you listen to the Trump's debate with Biden?
Oh yeah. Oh, it was terrible.
Oh, it was so horrible.
That was-
Like the
It's like
vibe.
watching.
What up? Nice, you
It's
finished
not
it.
perfect because it's kind of leaning down a little bit. It's not,
What? It looks hella good.
it still looks good, yeah.
I know, that's awesome. Heck yeah.
See, looks pretty good though. The wheels, I had to glue the wheels on because they kept falling off.
Really?
Yeah. Still ain't perfect though.
That's
See,
alright.
look, it has a spare wheel. You can see the engine in here.
I know, it's pretty dope.
You can get this off. It's just hard.
It's just hard to get
See,
off.
look at-
Yeah, it's pretty sick. You did a good job, hell yeah. He made a model car, model truck, a 1995. I told him like, oh, it's old as shit, huh?
That was actually fucking funny, dude. Like,
Well, because we're old now. Because like I
The
said,
cars,
back in the day
yeah.
when we were kids, they'd be like, oh, I got 50 models, and
Mustangs,
60
or
models,
some
and
shit. Yeah.
I know, because he's like, it's a 1995. I'm like, oh, it's like 30 years old. It's old as fuck, huh? You know, like.
Dude, it is fucking, dude. Like our childhood feels like a fucking instant ago too. Like that, goddamn. It's so weird. Time is just, it's like nothing.
Oh, I know.
It's something, but it's nothing.
The thing is, like I said, it made sense when this guy explained it. Like, if you're 4 years old, you know, because you only live 4 years old. If someone says you can get something in a year, it seems like forever because it's like 1/4 of your life. When you live 30 years, it's a year. You're like, well, it's 1/30. Oh, who gives a fuck? This is a year away. You know, like, our perception of time because we live longer means nothing to us compared to somebody who's young, where it means everything to them.
Yeah, exactly. Because yeah, like fucking 5 years is like a lifetime to them. Fucking
Yeah, if
5
I told my
years.
kids, like, if I told my one kid, like,
For a
she's
year,
10, yeah, if I told her, like, in 5 years, I'll give you $1,000, like, that would seem like forever, you know, like, you know,
Yeah.
versus me, I'm like,
Yep.
oh, I got stocks. If I make $1,000 in 5 years, that's cool, you know, like, that's cool, you know, like, that's gonna be like in tomorrow. It's gonna be like in a month, you know, we're just really 5 years, you know. And they've done studies with this. I watched this guy do like you go to the streets and just ask people, you know, have a conversation with them, and you tell them like, when you think it's a minute, stop the conversation. We're gonna see if you're right. And he did it with old and young people. Young people are always like at 38 seconds. They're like, oh, it's been a minute, and then old people will be like a minute and a half. They're like, oh, it's been a minute. Like, no, you're not even close. You know, like, and again, it's just our perception of time because, like I said, they're older, so time moves slower compared to them.
Right. Yep.
You know, like, it's different. It's just
Our
funny.
measure,
Because
yeah.
they've done studies,
feel.
little studies and shit on it. And it's kind of interesting.
That's cool. That is really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I know about that.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, and then it's like there's like the element where you're waiting for something to cook. It feels like forever. And,
Oh, yeah,
and
man.
If, when you're
Going
busy.
going on vacation takes forever, and then coming home takes nothing when you're driving or whatever. You know, like all that kind of shit. It's weird.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Because
like,
you got the excitement. You're like, oh, I want to get there. Takes forever. You're like, oh, I got to go home. Fuck. Now it's fast.
Yep. Exactly.
It is funny.
It's very,
Shut the
very
fuck up.
otherworldly, like very strange.
Like literally the vibe that I got from the entire debate, it was just like, you are destroying us. You are letting the foreigners in, and the foreigners are destroying us. Everything is destroying us. You are destroying. You're a risk. You're a threat. You're a. You know, it was just like
That's so
maximal
insane.
fear,
Yeah.
maximal like. It was
That's
crazy.
exactly what I get.
Yeah,
from
the
it.
rhetoric
Yeah.
was terrible, and he's still doing that like immediately after he got shot in the ear, and like gave that one speech about lowering the heat or whatever and bringing down the rhetoric. It's just right back at it.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, I mean,
Did you know a unit of volume is called a pino?
No.
Units
Pino.
of volume plus plus letter. Okay, there's an extra letter because it was bounce, galleon, peanut, and quartz. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And all of a sudden I got it right. I'm like, Jesus.
Hmm.
It says units of volume. I was confused. I was like, all right, I've never heard of this thing, so I was gonna see what the fuck up. All right.
But that.
I think he. I mean, it could be a lot worse. I mean, I don't let. Or sorry, not a lot worse. But it could be. I think about like that idea though, like how much worse could this be? And I do think that if Trump was, this is not meaning to compliment him in any way, but I think if he was set on world domination, or if he was set on like super hyper ultra nationalism or something, he's just like very nationalist. I think to the point of causing problems. And I think if he were more serious about it and he weren't such an egomaniac, he could be doing a lot more damage. I guess that's what I mean to say.
You know what? Patrick's kind of right. Trump is actually an ineffective leader, so he actually can't do the things he wants to do. It's kind of funny how bad he is. How bad he is at governing. Like, honestly,
Yeah.
part of it probably comes down to because he's never been in the government before his life, so he doesn't know how to actually like do things correctly. Like, you know, like, yeah, someone. If there was a smarter version of Trump, we'd be fucked. How about that? Like, you know, like
Right.
actually knew what the fuck they're doing. Oh my god, it would
Just
be really
not
bad.
not doing just random shit. Dude, he just goes to his one trick pony of like executive orders. Like, all right,
Yep, that and
short term fucking results. You know, fucking instant gratification. Here we go.
Yep. Well, again, that's why I was jokingly saying like Biden fucking is a negotiator because he got bipartisan shit all the time. Trump wishes he could be Biden. He's got the majority and he still can't even get legislation passed. Think about that. That's crazy.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Like,
what the fuck?
That's fucking nuts when you actually think about it. Like you have all the power and you still can't do it. The fuck, man! You are a horrible fucking negotiator.
Yep, dude is just pure attitude, pure fucking.
It is. I think it's
Bullshit.
like you said. It's confidence and that kind of stuff.
Yep.
I think that's the main driving
Well,
force.
when you've been privileged your whole fucking life and like you've never had anything held against you ever, like
Mhm.
yeah, you're gonna have confidence. Like if nothing
It
has
does
ever,
help.
yeah, like if
does fucking
you've just
help.
always had legitimacy of some sort
Mhm.
automatically because you're rich,
Yeah.
you're not gonna have to fight for anything ever.
Even if you do, it's not the same kind. It's their fighting is more like I'm backstabbing another rich kid to get the job. or
Yeah.
something, versus like I need food or whatever, you know.
Well, the idea is like he grew up thinking like, oh, I'm rich, I'm better than all these people.
Yeah.
You know, I don't have to fucking lift a finger or actually do any work to, you know, succeed at all. Like he
Yep.
grew up just thinking, I got it made. I'm the man. I'm better than you. Look at the shit you wear, you fucking poor. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
that's yeah. It's just that mindset, and then like that just continues all throughout life, and then suddenly he gets challenged on something, and what is he gonna do? He doesn't know shit. He doesn't have
I know.
his capacities to reason developed, so he's just gonna make up lies, and the lies work because they can't fucking prove him wrong. They can't.
Yeah,
You know,
he-
he has plausible
he's
deniability.
ignorant as fuck, dude. Like I said, yeah. If he was actually smart, dude, he could actually probably do like he probably could make America a fucking straight dictatorship right now if he was actually smart.
Yeah, sure.
Like that's the problem. Like we're lucky that it is Trump because it's a retard. If it was somebody like actually educated or somebody fucking really good at what they do, oh my god, this could be real. There was a chance this could be even way worse. It's already bad. Like it could have been so much worse.
Yeah, imagine it was like Hitler, who was actually like he not intelligent in the way of like knowing the right thing to do, but he had cunning. He had
Yeah. Oh yeah,
all
I mean,
that
Trump
shit.
has that too. But I'm saying, yeah, it's a little bit different. But like, I'm saying like more like lawyer wise or law wise. Like I said, if Trump actually knew how the laws worked and knew all the loopholes and all this kind of cool like shit like that, dude, he could fucking tear us down way worse than he is now. He's doing like the reason why everyone's always like, why is Supreme Court? Why is he getting so many things in the court system? Well, because he keeps trying to do all these things openly illegal as fuck, man. That's the reason why. Most people just didn't do that before. He does. Like, there's a difference. He's open about his fucking dumbness because he doesn't know the law. He doesn't know how the law works. Like, he pays lawyers, and the thing is, his lawyers usually suck too. That's what's funny about it, honestly.
Yep.
All right.
And I'm thankful for that. But he's still like he's definitely the most dangerous president we've ever had, hands down.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
just
for sure.
like also just childish and shameful that we have such a person in office. Or we've had him in office. I mean,
Yeah, that's pretty much how I feel. It's very sad that that so many people think that it's a good idea to vote for him, but I think it's just like there's a web, like we're living in two different realities, and
Yep.
we completely don't trust the other half of the.
I like this dude, at least politics wise, because he agrees. I think pretty much similar to him. Like that's what I try to preface. Like we live in two different realities, man. Like I said, I can show you facts and logic, and you'll just say they're not valid. It's like what? Can you supply me with
I
anything?
think dude, some of it is they don't even understand it because they don't have the concepts like beforehand to process.
Some of
this
it
shit,
maybe,
you know, to
dude.
actually.
But like I said, dude, if you ask me a question,
They don't have abstract thinking. They don't have abstract thinking.
I don't know, man. It's a lot, man. It's a lot of things that they have that they should have. I don't, man.
A reality where people exist. There's no nature beneath it. There's no, determinism. There's nothing that governs behavior. It's only good and evil. It's only right, good actors, bad actors.
Black and white.
That's it.
Yeah, black-white
Yeah,
fallacy,
like-
basically. Yep, I get that.
So what mediates between good and evil? How do we understand the differences between what makes somebody good and what makes somebody evil? It's psychology and like
Again, it comes
the way
on
that they
empathy.
respond to their
just
environments.
empathy,
and- yeah,
dude.
that too.
It's
Of
just
course,
literally
that's part of
most
it,
of it
but-
is just empathy. Like if you can
Empathy, it's-
feel what someone else feels or think the way they think for a second, your whole perception would change. And
Of course,
people-
but you know what? It takes being the fucking object of fucking harm. It takes being like experiencing those.
So I would say that it makes you actually it'll make you like 100% empathize or at least truly understand where someone's coming from. I wouldn't say you need it. Like I don't need to be shot in the arm in order to fucking empathize with somebody who's been shot in the arm or whatever.
Oh,
Like,
sure, of course, but you do need to imagine it. You do need to have the
yes,
capacity.
that's what I'm saying.
to-
Like you don't need to have it one for one. Like
They
I don't
don't
need to
imagine
have that happen. It would help though. Like if like I said, anytime I watch someone get their knee hurt playing sports, like it happened yesterday, I feel horrible for this person because I actually know what the fuck they're going through. Versus,
Mhm.
like you could have empathy for them, but not the same level. Because versus someone who, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, if I see someone get shot in the leg and I get shot in the leg, yeah, I'm gonna feel way more empathy towards that person than somebody who hasn't. But you should still
Right,
have
so
that.
There's a difference
that level.
between direct emotional empathy, which probably requires the experienced harm, right? So like some kid gets picked on,
Mhm.
like, and you know what it's like to be picked on. You're
Yep.
gonna empathize with the kid,
Yep.
as opposed
For sure.
to like, hey, nerd, fucking figure it out,
Mhm.
And then there's cognitive empathy, which is because there's an association with other pains,
Yep.
like so, it's like to be, I don't know, punched in the gut or whatever the fuck. So, like, to imagine somebody being punched in the face or shot in the arm, that's just like a movement away. That's like a
Yep.
particular of a general class of experience.
Yep.
So
Yep.
I think actually I think that's a pretty good point we made right there.
Mm-hmm. I think so too.
reality, and it's just like from their mindset, everyone on the other side is an evil monster that completely lies, that all the courts are corrupt.
Yeah.
It's just like they don't trust any of the courts, they don't trust any of the science, like everything is corrupt, and therefore only that which Trump says is truth, right?
right? Yeah, it has a very religious aspect to it, the whole cult of personality,
They definitely do.
or personality cult, and the cult of personality. But I mean, I think so. Before we lose a lot of the audience watching this, why don't we try to do an experiment like we were talking about before we went on here? Could we view what you said here in mirrored form on the left? Because and the reason that I think it's good to ask that question, and easy to ask that question, is because of complexity. Like these structures are now so lost in their complexity. Like they really are just kind of puppets or just enigmas and images of ideology, just crystallized ideology all the way
I don't know if I agree with Patrick in the sense like I get it seems like things are so big and stuff, but like we have so many people here in so many different situations. You need a lot of people to work in our government to fucking make it truly run. So
A lot of people. Wait. So what was his point? I was typing.
he was basically saying like the government, the bureaucracy, whatever you want to call it, got so big, like it's all just puppeteers and stuff. Like nobody truly knows. But I'm like, I would say like we need all that because we have so many people here and so many different situations and things where you need to have that many people in the government to help make the government
I've
run.
made that. I made that argument before, but I could see how it does lead to government, inefficiency, and then like
It can. No, I
like
mean,
basically
we should have
like
better auditing
the
and
parts
shit.
aren't the whole the different parts of the government aren't like acting in unison. Like there's no
Yep.
like
That
there's-
sucks because obviously it's
What
like
about
anything you
the-
want to have everything running the same, But
what's the right word? Like the fucking operating ethos or whatever doesn't like cascade up and down, like from the top down. It's like some people get to be rogue because there isn't enough oversight or something.
Yep.
Like so they just apply their own values.
But again, so that make my argument per se. You need more people to have the oversight. So like I would say like
Yeah.
the government's probably actually too
Yeah.
small. Like we probably need more people to actually regulate and do the things we really need to be done because that's probably going to be the most. It's like the whole immigration thing. I always argue like, why does nobody ever just say, why don't we just hire more judges and stop having 8-year processes and make it like a year or so? I bet you'd have more legal immigration if you actually made it feasible for somebody instead of
Dude,
waiting.
if our legal code wasn't so fucking complicated, we could actually, have more judges, I'm sure.
Oh, I don't even think.
Like,
I think the
more
judges is
lawyers.
just because people don't want to spend money. Because Republicans are like, why would I spend money on judges? We don't even like the judges. It's like, no, dude, you spend money on the judges so you don't fucking have fucking illegal immigrants coming over like we were talking about. Like there's a reason.
That's
like
true.
like I
Yeah.
said, they only think of it as the money. Like, oh, we're gonna spend $250 billion to hire 100 more judges. Well, yeah, but now you don't have to worry about the immigration problem. Like, isn't that what you've been bitching about? You don't want to have an immigration problem? Like, I thought that was the issue, but now it's not. All of a sudden, what the fuck happened? That kind of shit. It's like,
Gee,
no,
yeah.
you told me like when I talk to people a lot, I'm always like, what's your favorite thing Trump did? And then if I tell you that's stupid, and I can show you why it's stupid. Don't go to another argument because I asked you for your best one. I didn't ask for your second best one. I asked for your number one. Like this is the like don't like if I negate your best one, I'm guessing all the other ones are gonna fall too. Like come on now.
Yeah. They want to know what the fuck they're talking about, and then then it's the tribalism thing. Like there's so many different parts of this that's like
But
keeping
again,
it
like
in
I said,
place,
I
that
kind of
prevents
the older I've gotten
reason.
with this, I feel like the government needs to be bigger than smaller. Only because to make it more efficient and run the way it needs to be ran, that's probably the only way you can do it.
Well, I wouldn't argue against you. I don't really have any fucking sound. I mean, there's this issues.
There's
with
always
fucking
issues. No, there
everything.
is
That's the-
issues. Like obviously, a smaller government. The counter argument is obviously it should go to your local. Like your mayor should probably run your shit more than the president, which is true. But the thing is, the federal government supersedes state laws. So who gives a fuck? Like if the Fed says this is illegal or not illegal, and they want to fuck your day up, they can. Like you still have to follow their rules. I don't know.
Yeah. Dude, it's like every solution produces another problem. That's fucking life, man.
And that's why laws and shit are so complicated. Honestly, like you're saying, like
That's
why
why we have
why is
balanced powers,
immigration
you
so
know?
complicated? Well, because there's a fucking lot of loopholes or a lot of fucking what ifs, and then someone goes, "Oh yeah, what if that happens?" And they have to fucking write a stipulation or what,
Yep. Exactly. I mean, yeah, we got all these old ass laws and shit.
Yeah.
There's so much going on.
Again, I'm a proponent of a living document versus the fucking originalist doctrine. I don't give a fuck about the original people. Like you wrote a lot.
yeah,
you wrote
no
a lot in
doubt.
1600s for the 1600s, bro. Like, who cares? You don't have the same problems
Absolutely.
that we do. Whatever.
Like, things should be reviewed after like X amount of years.
Uh huh.
It
Yeah.
just like comes up like, oh, yep, okay, here we go. Like, and then it goes to I don't know who would review it. Like, so I don't know. You'd have some sort of judge or like
Some oversight,
lawyer or something.
committee, yeah.
And then they go through this shit and they say, okay, this makes sense. So let's send it to fucking Congress or whatever. I don't know. Maybe there would have to be two different bodies at the same time. I don't know.
I mean, that's technically what our legislation's supposed to do. They're supposed to argue and shit and the fucking debate all day and then go, hey, all right, this is the compromise. This is the best we can do. You know, like, in theory, that's what they're supposed to do. That's not what happens anymore, but... Like,
Yeah,
literally,
dude.
that's the point of, like, the Congress. You guys supposed to be the smartest. What up?
I gotta run to Luciano's place quick because he forgot something here, and we'll give it back to him.
Oh, you got, like, 15 minutes.
I know.
Okay.
Wait, 15? I thought I could skip like 10.
You need to be home in 15
Is that
minutes.
is that
Oh, okay.
wait?
Oh, my kid. He's like, his friend left something here. I was like, he's like, I gotta run to his house. I'm like, all right, well, you got 15 minutes, so.
Is he your son or is it her son? Or
Hers.
you know,
I mean, I've been with
same
him since
thing, or
he's
you know, or,
less
yeah,
than 2.
yeah. So he's your son, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, I've known him since 1 year, 8 months. I think it was exactly.
Okay. Damn. Yeah.
So yeah, his dad's a druggy piece of shit. Did you see my one argument where I got to flex my money on the dude because he fucking brought it up? It was funny as fuck to me.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't see that.
Oh, so this one dude. So one time, like a while ago, I was talking about the economy, how it's not so bad and stuff. And this guy's like, "Oh, it's fucking this horrible." I'm like, "Bro, well, I make like $50K a year bartending, dude, and I'm able to save money and do things. So like, if you can't, you make more money than me. That's a fucking problem, right? You know." So we're arguing about something stupid, and he tried to be like, "Oh, he's like, you fucking broke bitch. You're only pissed because you only make $50K." I'm like, well, okay. Like, this guy has way more than you and all this other shit, so fuck off. And I just fucking clowned him. Like, do you have a house? Oh, no. Like, don't you feel really stupid that you have all these cool... You make so much more money than me, and you fucking have nothing to show for it, you fucking piece of shit?
Because he just doesn't know how to fucking manage
No,
money.
part of it is probably that. But no, the other part was fucking... Because he told me the reason why he doesn't have money and stuff now is because he was a druggie for a long time. So I was like, oh, because you had to fucking be druggie. You had to be a piece of shit druggie and all this other shit. I just started clowning him. Like,
You
and he's
should like, dude, I buy weed. I buy this much weed every fucking month.
yeah, I
or,
buy weed, of
whatever.
course. I know. Yeah, but I'm talking about obviously.
I manage. Why don't you manage? Yeah, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, he was probably doing other drugs, which is whatever. I personally, I don't really care. But it's like, dude, if you're gonna if you're gonna try to throw shit at me, bro, well, now it becomes relevant. Like, okay, like I don't even know what we're talking about. We're talking about some. Oh, because we were talking about the GDP thing, where I'm like, you know, all those little orange blobs. I'm like, it's funny that all those orange blobs have all the money in the world, and he's like, oh, you fucking broke bitch. I'm like, dude, we're gonna really bring up money and shit, dude. Fuck the fuck off. Like, it's funny. You make more than me, and you have nothing to show for it, bro. That's a you fucking problem, not a me problem. It's not a government problem. Either. That was my whole point originally. It's like, dude, don't blame the economy or the government, bro. That's a you problem. If you make 70 to 100K and you can't fucking have things, well, I don't know what to fucking tell you, bro. That's on you.
Yeah, like he's way better off than most of the people. So
he should be. That's my
really
point. It's like,
yeah.
But again, how do you have nothing to show for it? And like I said, then don't bring up money. That was my whole point. It's like, I don't know why you're bringing this up, but okay, if you're gonna, I'm gonna fucking clown you now for the next 10 fucking messages.
Yeah, dude. This whole I fucking hate the whole notion that people think like certain jobs fucking demand like certain salaries or whatever, you know, like
to an extent. Like, obviously, if you're doing like a way hard job, you should probably get compensated more. So like, I get it to an extent. Like, honestly, like dude, the person that cleans like shit out, dude, he should probably get paid way more than they are. You know, like there's certain jobs that
whatever. So like some jobs just have a greater well-being attached to it. So
yeah,
and some don't. So like the ones that have less well-being attached to it should be more rewarding financially, is what I think.
Well, that's kind of what I'm getting at. I'm saying like the guy that cleans up garbage and shit every day, he should probably get paid more because he's doing something that's really nasty that nobody wants to do.
Nobody wants to do this shit. And then because we look at these people like they are trash.
Yeah.
They fucking they're the ones they're both getting paid jack shit and then they're being treated like trash. Like how is that fucking fair?
It's
like this guy could be a very intelligent person and then he's treated like trash.
Yep.
And then like that also it's like a constant feedback cycle where he's treated like trash. He's doing a trash job. Mm-hmm. He's working all these fucking hours. So like there's just so many fucking things that pitches into like the things like pinning this motherfucker down or any other motherfucker working shitty jobs.
Yep.
And then they have the nerve to act like, you know,
they're better.
They don't deserve anything, or like, and then fucking say they don't. Like, how dare you be angry? Pull yourself up by bootstraps.
Right.
You know, like, but you're being treated like shit. You're fucking working with shit, and your life is shit. So like, Where does it end? How does he pull himself up by his bootstraps? Like, and he's dealing with shit that you can't even fucking deal with.
Yeah, I know. I know.
This
It's
is
one of
the-
those
This is
like
the fucking problem. People can't put themselves in other people's fucking shoes. It's
No, for sure.
not fucking hard.
Well, again, I think it comes down to what you were saying earlier, where it's like people think that you are shit, and then you work in the shit. Like, oh, that person, they're just getting what they deserve, or whatever the fuck kind of thing, versus like, no, bro, this is like an essential job that everyone needs, and it's very important, like all these things.
So these motherfuckers, you wouldn't have get the comforts that you fucking are afforded if nobody was willing to work these fucking jobs.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, like, okay, so like, I don't know. I never worked a fast food job. I don't know if it's fucking easy or hard. But
I don't know either.
Act like
I work in a
yeah,
bar. It's
that's
different,
funny.
but yeah.
So I don't know how that job is or whether it deserves pay, but every one of these jobs just requires to be fucking worked. Like it's just is what it is. Like
For
so everybody
us as a society to
deserves
work, yeah.
a living by performing that fucking function. And it's like, so your job is more than you think, even too, because you're not just a fucking, like the whole thing is like bartenders talk, they're almost like in a way like a therapist or something. So you're like you're fulfilling functions even beyond your fucking.
Oh, I
like,
know.
Work
I tell people all the
functions
time,
and,
like, I should be charging $100 an hour, bitch. Like,
right, exactly.
Sometimes
so it's like
some,
you're not just pouring drinks. You're fucking,
No, yeah,
you're,
dude.
You're fucking. You're like fulfilling a fucking social function. Like
Definitely. So
flat
social
out.
being for sure.
Yeah, like that shit's important. Like they don't
It
put a
is.
fucking. They don't put fucking.
I mean,
dollar
even
signs
think
on
about
that
this.
shit.
Like the whole notion of going to the bar is all social. Like there's a reason why we do it. Like
Yeah.
like it's always cheaper to drink at home, but people don't drink at home. Oh, so obviously they do, but like the people that come to the bar, the reason why they come to the bar because they want to hang out with people. They want to have conversations. They don't want to fucking just sit alone and whatever, like.
It's like we're going over like philosophy and shit. Like, who is there to be like the philosopher or the like? I don't know. I guess sort of like the shaman of the tribe before. They had a shaman before, and
Yep.
his needs were taken care of because he took care of other people's needs.
Yep. Yep.
We're like priests and shit. Like we're
For sure.
essentially like secular priests. in
You
a
try to
sense.
be. I mean, that's the whole point. You try your best. Try your
So,
best to
like-
learn every day.
Yeah, it's fucked, dude.
It's fucked.
Because everything's just come down to what value are you producing for the capitalist? That's pretty much where it all comes down to.
Yeah. Like I said, it's all about
Especially 'cause
the
the capitalists
regulations. Like
control
you
the
can
government.
be capitalist. Like I said, I like capitalism. It's just you need to fucking. It's all about regulations and checking the unchecked greed. That's always a big thing. Like I said, when you have $1 billion plus, you should be fucking taxed accordingly because you can afford it.
Like the next step from here, sort of with capitalism, is like workplace democracy. Probably, I don't know, electing managers. I think that happens in some countries. And what else? I don't know. Like unionization. That's another fucking thing.
Unions,
that they
yeah.
snuffed out unions, and then we're just basically the whole notion of workers' rights went out the fucking window with unions going out the window. And then there's obviously ideology that goes against unions, and some unions are corrupt. So then
Yep.
they use
That's
that
always a
as
problem. Yep.
evidence for unions being bad. All unions are bad because this union did this or that.
It's always that
like,
way, isn't it? It's always the one
Yep.
is causing issues for everybody else. I don't know. I do not know.
way to the top. And so you can definitely see the mirroring form. So, I mean, but it's not exactly the same. It's just like which ideology and to what degree, I guess.
Yeah, I definitely think that the left also tries to employ fear as a motivational, mechanism. Like, I mean, Trump is like Hitler. Okay, that's fearful. Trump is going to take away your rights. He's going to destroy democracy. Trump is going to, the right wingers, they hate women because they want to take away abortion. They hate minorities. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of exaggeration that's kind of fear mongering. Like
I guess I would argue some of it is kind of fear mongering, but a lot of it has a hint of trueness to it. So, like, he's right, but like I was saying earlier when I was talking to Steph, it's like they used to give a shit for being hyperbolic and saying all this shit, but it's like we're kind of watching it happen live. So like, is it
Yeah.
really being hyperbolic if it actually happens? I don't fucking
Well,
know.
The thing is, the other side sees it as fear mongering, and then
course they do.
that just makes them buckle down as thinking that they're the side of reason. You know.
Of course. I mean, I get it to an extent, but I'm saying like the difference is again, this is where it comes down. We live in different worlds. One side literally doesn't listen to the judges or does nothing. Like it, it's not the same. Like, like all these things. Like how people always think the left is against guns and the right's not, but Trump did the bump stock ban and stuff. Like, dude, no, like they hurt you just as much, if not more. Like, or like the deficit. How do the Republicans get the right to say like we're good against the deficit when they're not? Like they literally suck against it. Like they cause more deficit than anybody else, but they got a claim to say always that we're good on the deficit, and people just trust them and believe them. Like why? Why is this a thing? I don't know. It confuses me.
Yeah. Yep. It's because they reduce spending and then they reduce taxes.
They don't reduce spending. That's the thing. They keep the spending exactly the same it is, and then they cut taxes. So I always tell people like, dude, if I make $500, this is my bills, but I cut my money in half, but I keep my $500 payments, what the fuck do you think's gonna happen to me? It's not really hard, right? Like, it just isn't.
See, they're trying to do too much for us to keep track. Like that's basically everything Steve Bannon like preaches is like we gotta storm him, like we gotta fucking
Steve.
Do this, that, and the other.
I know.
He's a fucking straight up piece of shit.
I agree.
But that's what they're doing. And now they fucking bombed Yemen or whatever. I haven't even gone over that. I haven't even fucking. He's like the fucking.
He tries to be Trump's fucking Himmler, not Himmler, whatever. The guy with the
Goebbels
speech.
or whatever.
Goebbels, yeah.
Yeah.
He's trying to be Goebbels, basically.
That's basically what he is.
He is basically. I'm saying, like in a nutshell.
I've seen his like show.
Because
my mom plenty of times.
I get it.
He's a fucking.
I watch the show just to fucking debunk people or like get their talking points so I know what the fuck they think and say. I don't watch a lot, but I mean I've watched enough of his stuff to know that he's a fucking full-fledged retard, and honestly, probably just evil to an extent.
Yeah, I see that it's hard to say because they think we're evil, so. But that pushes them to actual evil behavior.
Yeah, I mean I get it to an extent, but
that's why evil is such a problem. The concept of evil.
Like I said, I get it. Like I do get it, but it's like fuck, man. Like I said, my point is always we don't live in the same reality. These fuckers are not like us.
We don't understand determinism. We don't understand what pushes people to do things that are harmful to others. There's always determinism to it. And I would even say it's the same, like I try to explain rich people fucking deterministically too. And it's about, keeping up with the Joneses and, I gotta fucking maintain this image of, I'm the richest man on earth so I don't lose my fucking wife or whatever to, so I keep getting my dick sucked by X amount of women or whatever the fuck it is, whatever fucking advantage they got. And their confidence, obviously, there's this, it's fucking insane. And so because they're so caught up in their little fucking world, they can't see the life of other people that they never fucking, had to live. They never had to live the poor life. They never had to struggle. They never had to deal with the forces of, oppression or like how leadership and society views them. Like me, like I'm 35, I'm unemployed, I don't have a house. So it's like, I know the shitty side, so like I'm like all my thinking comes from being where I'm at, and I have to fucking have to be objective and integrate other people's perspectives to try to fucking come to a compromise, to not be fucking biased and fuck.
Yeah,
I should be getting paid for this shit, but I don't fucking have credentials. God damn it.
Well, I always tell you, start a YouTube channel. It just takes the right motherfucker to find you. That's always what it takes. Just the right one.
I just gotta,
Well, the thing is also,
100%.
B, it'll help you. Like you said, you always say you struggle with talking more than writing, so this will help you
Yeah.
fucking talk better. And B, it lets your ideas be actually out in the open, so like you can get kind of like peer reviewed, where it's like, all right, let's work. Like
I got
someone,
Substack, but yeah, I got Substack and Medium, but yeah.
Mhm.
No, I know. Yeah, I'm just I 100% agree with what you're saying. When my writing takes better shape and is more precise and has everything cut into clean categories with everything organized, then I'll probably be doing YouTube for sure.
I would just say, just
Then I'll have,
start,
like,
man. Just start, because it's like anything; it takes forever to build.
I guess. Yeah.
I got a
I'll
whopping
start with whatever.
21 subscribers now. Woof, in like 4 months. So it's a slow process,
bad.
my guy. Unless, again, it always comes down to if the right person saw you, I guess. You can boom. That's always what it takes, you know.
That's true. Yeah.
Like that's all it ever takes, honestly, is just, you know, if like Ben Shapiro saw my video and started commenting on it or whatever the fuck, you know, like, oh, boom, I would have like 8 billion more eyes on my shit, you know, like, oh wow, you know, like that's always a possibility. I mean, it's probably not gonna happen, but it has a chance, and you can't have a shot if you don't try.
Yep. Yeah, it does seem to be determinism for me, but not for thee. That's what I was saying yesterday with the right. Like, people are, people excuse the right by saying, oh, if you piss them off, if you do this, that, or any other, like if you push them into a corner or whatever, like they're just not gonna be open to your ideas. But it's always determinism for them, but never for us. Never. That's the funny thing is they are completely determinism blind. Like they don't know, like the reason that their attitude is the way it is because of our attitudes, that they just see it as reasonable. They don't see the reasonable element, of their response as deterministic in itself and dependent on, their ideology and all that.
That's the whole, like you said, pull your bootstraps shit.
Everything's
it's like oh,
everything's
you think
determinism.
it's just that
Everything.
easy, huh? Like I did it, so everybody could do it. It's like, no, bro, not everybody can do it. Like,
yeah, because people weren't born into the same fucking circumstances. People aren't just like empty shells.
There's so many variables. You didn't have the same teachers as me. You didn't have the same like there's that's the thing. And throughout a whole life, dude, there's so many fucking variables that change.
Yeah.
Like, that's why I hate when people try to have simple ass
ability,
answers to complex questions. Like, no, this shit is complex as fuck, bro. It's not that simple. Again, most people, like I said, most people's answers.
So when I say everybody's the same, it's like I don't mean it exactly that way, but like everybody has like the same like functions and needs and whatever that makes determinism possible, like the different deterministic outcomes possible, and then if you make those the situations that were inputted into like our similar functionalities and needs and whatever, then like that's what produces the different outcomes. So
yeah.
So like the process is different, but the hardware is basically the same.
Mostly, like I said, there's still different DNA and stuff. That's always my point. It's like, because there's always like like even when I read my DNA, it'll tell you some things like it was like an 80% chance you kind of do this or not. Doesn't mean 100%. There's always a chance that I don't. But like, I'm predisposed to having these certain stereotypes or not stereotype personality traits and physical traits and this trait. Like, and everyone
I just mean like we can generalize needs and functions to like the same categories.
That's
basically all I ever mean.
Yeah, on a general scale, yeah, we're mostly the same, but
yeah. And then you add in experience, you add in ideology, you add in different priorities.
Yeah, it changes everything.
Yep, experience, situation makes all the difference.
It definitely does. Like I said, I always just say culture because if your culture is different, we're gonna be probably different, like slightly, not necessarily like full-fledged different, but like we just didn't have the same experiences.
Yeah, the difference between ideology and culture is very like the line is very slim. It's kind of hard to find exactly.
I guess, yeah.
So like I don't know. I guess it comes down to like art and like customs and what else
Yeah.
for culture, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Damn, Gina, I just won back-to-back Risk games. Hell yeah. That doesn't happen a
Oh,
lot.
you playing Risk too?
I always play Risk. If I'm sitting just listen, if I'm not reading where I need to actually like pay attention to words and shit, if I'm just listening or talking, I usually play Risk.
That's funny. Yeah.
Earlier when I was with Steph, we were reading articles and shit, so I was actually like reading. I'm like, all right.
Mm-hmm.
What does this say? Minnesota Department of Health announces $226 million in federal cuts and layoffs of around 200 employees. So Minnesota healthcare just got worse today.
226 million, Jesus. And what is
I don't know. I looked it up the
what
other
does
day.
this
I
come
should
down
looked up
to?
our
Who
budget.
who fucking decided to cut this shit?
Trump. Well,
Health
this is
officials.
federal cuts.
Oh, it's federal. Oh, federal cuts. Okay.
Yeah, to our
jeez.
state.
Yep. Fucking. Yeah. Let's just. Why? Like, it's just so nuts. Just.
And what's more fucked up again? The state just learned about these cuts on Tuesday, and then it happened Wednesday. So again, if you're Trump, like, why the fuck are you making people be straight chaos? Like, why don't you give them like a couple weeks, or probably honestly like a month or two, to fucking adapt to fucking things happening? Why are you making it happen? Oh, we're gonna do it tomorrow. Tomorrow this is happening. Like, what? I have no time to plan. I have no time to fucking get ready, coordinate. You know, like.
Yeah. So like, no wonder why he would make enemies. And,
Yeah, it's like this
every
lady
other
says,
fucking-
super gut punch, shock, all this shit. Like, you know, like when your people in your medical field are saying that this is happening, that's not probably good, man.
Oh man.
That's
It's like
25%
everybody's
of
just
our.
gonna unite
It's
against this
25%
cocksucker
of our
eventually.
whole budget. So you literally just cut 1/4 of our healthcare budget in Minnesota.
Wow.
That's fucking crazy. The rest, yeah, 150 to 200 fucking layoffs. It's not good. Here I am trying to get fucking
Transportation.
What? You cut off?
People can end up fucking dying over this shit because they cut off like transportation to appointments.
Oh yeah, that too. Yep.
Yeah, so the medical appointments. So yeah,
Mhm.
like
Yeah, they cut $11 billion federally, so all these states are losing a lot of money for healthcare.
yeah, they just don't give a fuck about anybody.
It's just so funny, man. And then people will be like, "Oh, that's good. Is this wasteful spending?" Like, and again, it always comes down to, can you show me the waste? Like, if you could actually legitly show me waste, like I said, I always tell people, if all this is happening, then why the fuck hasn't they gone to the fucking Congress and showed them all exactly what the fuck they found and who did it and how, and we can arrest these people and do all this shit? There's a reason why they don't tell us who did stuff, because it's not illegal. These aren't fucking. They're just cutting people. It's not waste and fraud like they keep saying it is. Fucking stupid.
Yep, they're liars.
Yeah.
And the only reason why they don't fucking they're not transparent is because they're like, oh, the liberal media, the mainstream media will just fucking make up bullshit to make us look bad. Like, yeah, it's because you're doing fucking stupid fucking shit and you can't fucking take responsibility. You can't fucking process shit like a normal person.
Right. Fucking stupid. Fucking dumb. Alright, I'll go back to this one.
Kind of during the BLM time, that's kind of like the police, they're hunting minorities, kind of a sentiment is very,
They're hunting them down.
very fear mongering. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot of rhetoric on both sides of this. It's very unfortunate.
Look up.
Because Kamala to me sounds like she's just very much like the puppet example, or just kind of reading off a script of ideas. Or there's like a lack of character, I guess, or a lack of something to really relate to.
I always disagree because 2 days before the election, she was literally going around doors, knocking on doors, trying to get people's votes. I feel like she worked hard. She did her best. Like, she actually tried to win.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't. I mean, to me, it's just the whole. Like they always make fucking female politicians look bad, you know? Like they
I was
always
gonna say,
come
I
back to
think the
these
big thing is she's a
old-
female. I think that's a big reason that she
these
didn't get.
old fucking tropes about women that seek power, you know, like I don't know what all you can call it.
I always
you
say
know, they just-
it's the joke of the fucking anything that bleeds for 7 days doesn't die. I don't trust. Like it goes
Right,
back to that
yeah,
trope.
yeah.
Like we just can't trust women. They're gonna get their period. And they're gonna fucking do World War III and all those stupid fucking talking points I've heard from dumb people. It's like, oh yeah, because men running the world hasn't led to fucking wars and shit. Nope, never. Like what the fuck, man?
Yeah, it's fucking retarded.
It is stupid. I just don't like when
yeah,
people
I have
dog
no-
on her because I feel like
no
she did.
problem
Dude,
with
honestly,
that.
she ran a really good campaign. The thing is, she only had fucking 2 months of campaigning. Like she got thrusted in like in June or July, and November's the election. So I don't know.
Yep. I think women just get so much fucking bullshit thrown their way when they're running for any office.
Oh,
Like,
what was it?
I don't know. Like the whole thing. The whole thing was the claim that like I don't know. She slept her way up to the top.
They did
Okay,
say that.
even if she did, that is something that women have to fucking like. That's their fucking promotions are usually gate kept through fucking sexual favors and shit. You know, like it's like and that they refuse. You know, like they're not going to be considered or whatever. You know, like that happens. That's a thing that happens to women.
How about this? This is crazy. Someone said this, and I looked it up. It's true. How many black people do you think have been senators of the United States all time?
This says, is this just 14 all time?
Yeah, and technically,
Wow.
and 9 of them were elected. Technically, 5 of them were as somebody fucking died or something. Yeah, only 9 were technically elected.
Wow.
And people
We've had a
think,
lot
like,
in Congress, but yeah.
no, I don't even
But
think
that's
it's a lot in
different because
Congress.
that's district based.
Hold on. Oh man, black have been in the House.
House of Representatives.
Yeah, House of Representatives. Yeah, that's Congress. The other one. 152. But
Well,
again,
served
that's in
both
like
chambers.
150 years, or like
Yeah.
200 years.
Yeah.
They're currently 59 right now. How many? 59.
It's like 500 something?
I think no. I think it's like 3. How many
3.
representatives are there? Let's stay. I don't care what Minnesota.
Okay. Have a good night.
You had it out. 435.
435. Oh, no more than 435.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to have it on a
5
this kind of
delegates.
number. You have to have it on an odd number. So like the 270 number for elections. That's why you got to win 270 or whatever.
For tiebreaker, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, like they haven't been represented well, and people act like
No.
oh, they're taking all of our
absolutely
shit and stuff. It's like no, like you don't think that they should have more than 6 or 9 total. And honestly, this is all after Obama. I'm pretty sure.
What this all signals to me is there's a lot of behind closed door fucking racism.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of making excuses, you know, because it all comes down to personal insecurity. So we got to make fun of the other races. We got to make fun
Yeah.
of the fucking LGBT,
There's
and so on and so forth.
there was
Feel
only
confident.
4
To-
black people before Obama.
They bind based on bigotry, is what they bond based on bigotry.
For sure. Yeah, like I said, there's only been 4 black senators before Obama. That's crazy in all of American history.
Jesus.
And this one,
Oh.
hold
Yeah.
on. This one is only for 6 years, not days. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say 6 days. Like she was only fucking thing for 6 days. Shit. But yeah, 4 before Obama.
Obama only served half a term.
Did he?
Oh yeah, Cory Booker. Yeah, because
Oh yeah, because he ran for president. That is crazy when you think about it, though. He was only senator for 3 years and became president. That is kind of crazy. Tim Scott. We got 1 Republican. The These are all newer. Yeah, she just won. I'll say these are newer ones. This was 2021. Yeah, I remember him. Kamala. Yeah, man, don't you know she fucked that one dude? What's his name? Montel or whatever. Fuck one of those talk show hosts.
Montel.
And it made her whole political career. Like, oh yeah.
Montel.
It's like, where's Montel now? Where's Kamala now? Oh, okay. I feel like it's the other way around now. One's a little more important than the other. But, you know, what do I know?
Yeah.
And I don't know why. I mean, maybe I haven't watched enough of either of these people.
Yeah.
Probably, I would definitely watch more of Trump because it's just so crazy to see this.
True.
But and it's like try to break down the way he thinks and how he's like
The way he thinks.
the ways he doesn't think. I guess is what I mean.
I feel like I don't believe in reincarnation, but like the existence of Trump makes me feel like some Roman dictator like died and got reincarnated into Trump. He's got like this ancient mindset.
He does.
Yeah, and just like the egomania is just shameless, shameless and brazen, and it really fits that part of the industrial, hyper confident Elon Musk type people here that we have going on. Like it's the grind culture bros that are supporting this, and that paradigm doesn't only exist here. This is also supported in many other nations. I have a friend in Mexico who's a Trump supporter, actually.
Really? Mexico, that's amazing.
That is amazing.
We've had some good conversation.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's just I've seen the political polarization growing. Like I saw like 6 years ago, I started my philosophy channel in response to the growing political polarization because I saw it, years ago. I was like, we got to do something about this because like you can't just keep ramping up polarization every year. Like it's not a sustainable trajectory.
Yeah.
Like eventually shit's gonna hit the fan.
Well, yeah.
We're seeing evidence that it's just continuing to grow. There's very
What up?
Everything you say, the political polarization, like it continues to ramp if you don't stop it, and like
For sure.
now it's getting to where it is. It's gonna spill over. It's
Oh,
gonna fucking
dude, again,
something's gonna happen. These
if-
people.
It started with Trump, like I said. Once Trump started making fun of people openly, and nobody
Because they don't
cared.
have wisdom. They can't integrate
I know.
wisdom.
I agree, but I'm saying like the polarization started, like I said, to me when he started making fun of people and nobody cared. Like I
Yeah.
said, when you can fucking call John McCain a not war hero because he got captured and tortured, that's probably not good, right? Like you're gonna cause polarization, right? Like I said, when Nancy Pelosi's husband gets fucking beat with a goddamn fucking hammer, and you start going, "Oh, hammer time," and doing all these dumb shit, cats eating dog, all these retarded, all these things, and you wonder why things are getting polarized. Well, it makes total fucking sense. You guys are saying the most vile, horrible things about people all the time. It's just
What else was I gonna say? Fuck. Yeah, I completely agree. That is a big part of it. Or yeah.
well, then
was
again,
gonna
so
say?
like for me, it's like
Oh,
you're gonna
Like what
tell
happened to the media? It comes to the fucking media holding people responsible. Like really, like
it
come on,
definitely
like-
does partially, yeah.
Like the media, like they generate the opinion. Like they fucking, like they produce a certain take, and then the person watching technically tends to
Yep.
agree, or they have reasons to disagree. But more often than not, there's agreement because they just fucking absorb that opinion. So
Mhm.
like that's to me where it fucking comes down to is the fucking media. Like
A lot of it is.
Especially
I
since
wish media
Fox
would hold people
Fox News-
accountable.
was like they said that we're a fucking entertainment network or some shit, and then
Yep.
that's where all this
That's Fox
started
News,
to
yep.
fucking fall apart. Then once you have that precedent as an excuse for lies, then it applies to everybody. Then
Mhm.
it's open season for lying.
For sure. For fucking sure. That's why I say, like, it'd be nice if they just told you, like, here's the paper, read it, or we'll read it with you and we'll go over it together. Or, like, versus I'm gonna trust a pundit and what they say about it instead of me looking at it too. I just don't get it.
little evidence that it's reversing
Yeah.
its trajectory.
Yeah, I mean, we want to know how to correct this, and we want to try to approach this from a place of understanding and nuance, and try to really bring down this increase of polarization. One thing I worry about: have you heard of the term "the fourth turning"? Or this idea from Ray Dalio,
This
where it's like
is
the stages of
What's that? You know
I
what
got it.
fourth turning is?
I mean, I just need to look more into it. That's all.
Okay.
He told me about this before.
Okay, I've never heard of
I
it.
need to
So.
look into this. Strauss-Howe generational theory. Okay. Oh, it says a pseudoscientific theory which describes a theorized recurring generation cycle in American and Western history.
Reoccurring what?
A recurring generation cycle in American and Western history, but they call it pseudoscientific, like which is like, you know, I don't feel like that's. So it's like pseudoscience is a thing that's used as a way to discredit ideas. Like I think that's not good. That's like a sign of that's like a modernistic knee-jerk response to me. Just because something lacks sufficient evidence, it means it has no merit.
No, I think I think people should get better at using like the scientific terms. So instead of saying stuff like I have a hypothesis, instead of saying like or a theory, because I think if you say theory to smart people, they're like, you don't have a theory. This is not true. So I think that's why they talk shit. But if you're like, I have a thought. This is a hypothesis. I'm not sure if it's true or false, but I mean, I'm looking into it. I want to, eventually someday I want to fucking show this exactly true. Like that's my goal long term.
Yeah, for me, it's when I talk about shit, it's because I'm an imaginative person. I like to look for solutions, and then if I posit a possible solution or an idea, my expectation is somebody else can add to that, or like take that and fucking add that to their fucking process. But it's people think differently. People have much different processes. I have a abductive process. Most people have a deductive process. So they build from the ground up. I start from intuition. I look for plausible ideas. Like my brain basically generates plausible ideas, and then I look for support, through the rest of the accumulated knowledge to support that, basically. But yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah. Absolutely right.
But yeah, because like I said, even when I try to like tell people, I try to preface if I don't know something, like this is a guess. Like I'm not, like I think once you add the higher conviction level, then people are gonna start talking more shit about it. I think, kind of what I'm getting at. I guess I don't know.
No, I get it. I understand all the elements to it. I've
know you
fucking done a lot of thinking about it. Yeah.
Periods.
Not all the elements. I don't want to say I know every concept about anything.
Well, nobody does. No, but how about this? You've looked into a lot more than the fucking average Joe. Like Joe Blow down the road has done no research into probably any of these topics. So.
Yeah, exactly.
That, and a lot of times that ends in civil war catastrophe of some kind.
Yeah.
But a lot of people that I listen to also say it probably won't. Like a lot of it's overblown because we see so much in the media. The media overblows everything. No matter you can't escape it. Like even in the deep conversations in podcast form, they're focusing on the issues and they're pulling from the most extreme examples in the large majority of cases.
Yeah.
So that's good, right? And but it also creates like it's like a two-edged sword there. Like it creates misinformation, but it's a relief to know that there's so much misinformation. We're actually pretty chill. Because you look at people in reality, and I feel like we have to remind ourselves of this, but most people are pretty chill. They'll hold the door for you when you're going out the grocery store or whatever. They'll put their card back.
Yeah. But that's
where I go back to. I only think like 20-25% of these people are like true MAGA, like fuck 'em people, versus people that are probably just good. They just vote stupid because they're stupid, or they just haven't looked into it all the way, or whatever the fuck,
Or like people sold them on it, right? And they're like, I don't know, but because I can't say otherwise, I'm just gonna vote this way.
Yeah, like I said, that's what I try to preface to people. Like, I think it's a lot. I don't even think majority of them are fucking like they said evil. Fucking, they would come round up personally, go fucking round up Latinos and shit. But I do say, I do know quite a bit of people that would fucking do that though too. Like I know a lot of people. Full-fledged. I'm like, dude, you are the person that is the evil. Like, you are 100% down with it. You don't give a fuck.
There's no heart because I lose a little bit of money on my taxes because we pay for this.
The thing is, again, you don't even really lose that money because it'll come back to you. Like that's the whole thing. Like, if you get You get better items. Like if you don't gotta replace something because it's built good, you know, like you'll save money long term. Like there's so many.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like there's so many things. Like again, it comes down to the fucking think now versus later. If you think only now, yeah, it's gonna hurt your books. You know, your pocketbook or whatever. But if you think about it in the future, it's probably good, right? More
Yep.
innovation, more fucking all this kind of stuff. It's just
Dude, people are just very uneducated. Reality is just one big mysterious blur, and they just listen to whoever seems to know what they're talking about
yeah,
because
that's definitely
they
part of
are
it.
uncertain.
Yeah, I can definitely see that.
Yeah.
Like I said, that's why I try to stress people. Like, stop being spoon-fed fucking news. Like, why don't you take the time and fucking read some articles or whatever the fuck, you know? Like, dude, it's not that hard. If it takes you an hour, like I said, my goal today was to listen to that court case. It was like 2 hours long. Well, why can't most people, like, most people watch movies and shit for 2 hours. Like, what's stopping you from listening to something for 2 hours and fucking learning something? You know, like, it's not that hard. Doesn't even take that much time, not that much effort. Just listen. And listen
Yeah,
to actual like
absolutely.
professional fucking like this is a federal judge. This is a fucking one of the top government lawyers. Like, hey, you know, like let's listen to them. I don't need a pundit to come on 2 hours later and tell me, oh, this is bullshit, or this is the worst thing, or this is the best thing. Like, no, I can just do it myself. It's not fucking hard.
Yeah. Yep.
Like
Because
literally, it's not.
people don't have confidence. People don't. They're
I think that's just
they.
laziness.
Well, yeah, it's laziness too.
That
But
one.
then they probably don't have confidence that they'll retain it all, or
That's
so
some
on and
of
so
it.
forth. Like just like so many people have bad fucking beliefs about their own potential, like that hold them back. Like,
Yeah, I
oh,
can see
and
that some.
I think there's a lot of chaos in people's minds. Like they're, yeah, it's because I have experiences with this stuff too, and I had to overcome
Mhm.
it myself. I mean, we all overcome our own limiting beliefs,
Yep.
like where like we all sort through our fucking brain farts and shit, and figure out, oh, like this is what made me stupid. This is because I was thinking about this or whatever, or because I wasn't confident, or I was thinking I had to do this, but I didn't have to, or whatever. Like there's so many things that go into what makes us succeed or what makes our mind work the way it should.
Yeah. For sure. Self-doubt is a big thing for people.
For a lot of reasons. And when you have these, yeah, when you've got self-doubt to a certain level, like, and it affects your performance,
Mhm.
it's just a negative feedback loop.
For sure. Yep.
Confidence is everything, man.
It's a big part of it. Like I said, you could do a lot of things without having any knowledge or any care to do it, just off confidence. Self-esteem in general, I guess you want to break it down for real.
Yeah, so yeah, the whole, like, the amount of different, like, actual self categories in psychology is kind of confusing.
Mm-hmm.
There's so fucking many, and there's like so much overlap. Like
Yeah.
self-esteem would be like, so there's like self-worth, self-esteem. Those, I guess, would be like kind of the same thing,
Yeah.
right? But not really, because
Not 100%, yeah.
like if I like myself, like that's self-esteem, but that doesn't mean I have worth. It just
Mhm.
means
Mhm.
like I like myself. It doesn't mean like I have worth in other people's eyes, or like I think I have objective
Well, the whole,
worth,
I guess the whole argument is you don't care about them per se, in the sense you're looking at just yourself. Like
Yeah.
like even if you're a homeless person, you can always look at yourself in the mirror and be like, you know what, I didn't steal and I didn't fuck nobody over, so like I can have self-worth and self-confidence that I still make good choices even at my hardest times or whatever, or vice versa, like
Mm-hmm.
it's like
Yep.
anything. When you get pushed on things that you know are wrong, but yet you still do the right thing, that builds, I think, self-confidence and self-worth. Self-worth more than confidence, I guess. Because you might not have done it confidently, but you still did it, which shows your actual worth to, like, society or humanity as a whole. Like, dude, even in your worst times, you still fucking knew, like, don't kill people, don't fucking rob people, don't whatever, like, that's
Mhm.
hard. It's hard for a lot of people.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, to do it legit, to not like it's like integrity, sort of like you didn't compromise your integrity,
Yep.
I suppose.
Yeah, same thing, yep. And that's hard to do,
Yeah, dude.
like,
Confidence seems to just be like a combination of all these things, into one fucking
Mhm.
pot, and
Yep.
like the value you get is, everything together.
Yeah.
And then there's, you know, certain conditions under which certain categories don't fucking contribute. Dude, a theory of confidence would be pretty huge, I think. Like, and then like splitting up all these different self categories. I've made a lot of attempts at. Well, I mean, I've split them in different ways before, but I haven't done like a holistic analysis of it, like fucking a whole web of it. But it's a lot.
I bet. Yeah.
I mean, how do I put this? Like, I think we can bounce in and out of tribal mode. And like when you're at the grocery store, you're not in tribal mode. So it's like, oh, we're all the same. And then someone puts on a
Right.
Trump supporter hat and it's like, okay, you've activated my tribal mode.
He's right,
Yeah.
but also everybody has their own little like quirks in the sense of like, sadly, for like someone could see a black person get triggered on fucking thought, negative thought, whatever the fuck, like. So he's right to an extent, but I think we still are somewhat tribal, even when we're not trying to be. Like we do our best
Yeah.
not to be, like we don't want to be or whatever, but like that instinct I think is still in us, where it's like, oh man, if this person crosses me, I don't fucking like, I'll say something or whatever the fuck, It also comes down to a lot of variables too, like, did you wake up in a bad mood that day? Did you fucking whatever? Like there's a lot of things actually when you think about it.
Yep. The day you've been having, and
Yeah, I'm saying like if you're like just pissed off of the day, well, guess what? If somebody you don't like fucking like cross you at the grocery store, you might fucking be like, hey, jackass, what the fuck you doing? Like, and you shouldn't do it, but you're gonna, because today is a day, whatever the fuck, I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. And we fly flags. I mean, this is kind of getting into a bit of what we're going to talk about here, anyways. The idea of agency here. Like most people aren't thinking at the depth of nuance that we'd like them to be, and at the same time, that can give us a sense of like forgiveness and understanding. This is something that I kind of think of as deterministic empathy. So the whole idea of like determinism, causality, and the causal processions that lead a person to adhering to these tribal structures and social bonds and all that. As much of that as you can attribute to them, you can attribute agency or empathy and forgiveness to because of the lack of agency. So it's like you could even calculate that if you really wanted to, but because it's incalculable, you can have incalculable amounts of empathy to people because you never know the full extent of someone's. You never walk in someone's shoes completely.
Yeah. Free will is a really good. I mean, the no free will view of the world is really good for promoting compassion. It's kind of an interesting benefit of kind of a more accurate view of reality.
Really? You think that way too? If you believe in determinism, you have more empathy. I guess.
I would say, yeah, because you you recognize that more than the person's decisions and will
that one specific
went
action,
into,
I guess.
that goes into the behavior of the person. So you're not going to just knee-jerk say this person did an evil thing. You're going to look at the rest of the things that go into this person's perspective and what conditioned that behavior or response.
You see this meme? You'll like it.
A
guy calls himself Alpha. Me realizing there's no penetration there.
Oh yeah, dude, that's fucking great.
I thought you'd appreciate that one.
Oh,
no, look
yeah,
at this.
dude.
The federal judge denied Trump's transgender ban on military. So, haha.
That's good. Who was I was talking to my friend Lance earlier. He was talking about some people from the military, and they were talking about how many people they were gonna fucking lose because of the fucking anti-DEI bullshit with the military. Like he's talking about his friend that's a fighter pilot, and that they're gonna lose fucking female fighter pilots. Like, how does that make our military stronger if we're gonna lose people who are fucking trained to do this shit, which is not easy?
My thinking is, honestly, if anybody's willing to give their fucking life for the country, why the fuck are you telling them no?
Yes.
Like, this guy is,
Yeah.
guy, girl, whatever the fuck it is, you're literally saying, hey, man, I know we need people.
I'm sure they have what it takes. Dude, these people, here's the thing, is these people that train and, like, test these people make sure that they're fucking good enough because they know the stakes of not being good enough. It's like saying you don't trust these people who have more expertise in these areas than you do.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Why? It goes back to
Yeah.
why do we
I mean,
fear,
of
why do
course,
we
you
fear
talk about that all the
people-
time.
Why do we fear people that actually are educated on certain topics or any topic really? Like, if I'm in my expertise, then yeah, I'm not gonna let people talk shit. But like, once I'm outside of my expertise, I start talking shit. It's so weird. Like people, like you know nothing
Yeah,
about this. Why are you talking shit about somebody that you're not a professional or don't
It's
nothing
almost
about?
like a resentment, I think, like they know all these big words, but they're,
Yeah, some of
you
it
know,
definitely is. Like I said, does it come down to shame? Like I'm ashamed that I'm not as smart as you, at least on
I
this
think
topic
so.
or
I
whatever.
think
I think
so.
a lot of it comes down
And
to
like afraid of being shown like to be a complete fucking charlatan, a complete fucking,
that. Yep.
I don't know.
Well, personally, like the average Joe is not a charlatan because they're just regurgitating the news that the charlatans are saying. Like
Yeah.
there are charlatans.
But they are
just-
charlatans by extent, by extension, because they're
Yeah.
fucking, they're proliferating the same bullshit. They're, they're
Yep.
just different
get it.
nodes in the same fucking system.
Yep.
Like that's like what my mom is. She's like a fucking little mini Trump / fucking Bannon /
Yep.
every other retard.
Whatever Truth TV, whatever the fuck it's called, Patriot
Uh,
TV.
What is the one? True American News or some shit?
That's what it is.
I don't even fucking know what it is.
I know, but I know what you're talking
But
about.
what's Mike Lindell's fucking
Yep.
news network?
Fucking
Mike
propaganda,
Lindell's
propaganda
channel.
all day.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Lindell
I think
TV.
that's the best.
Yep. All right.
God, I fucking can't stand that guy.
I know. He's a scum of the earth.
Truly.
That's probably the best one. It's valuable to have a sense of like I'm willfully choosing to be kind to this person because just out of the kindness of my heart, like it doesn't have to be thought of as deterministic or thought of in that way. It kind of creates, at least like the idea of determinism can create the possibility of thinking too rationally about it. Yeah, and it's like you're inherently calculating it. But maybe I'm thinking too far on that. Does that make sense? What I was saying.
Are you trying to say that being determinism makes you calculate things, and calculate things gives you empathy?
Well, that's kind of what I'm saying is a problematic way that you could look at it, or that's another way that you could look at
I would
it
say
that makes deterministic empathy.
basically. There's cognitive empathy,
not a
like we were
perfect
talking about earlier, and then there's
Yep.
emotional empathy.
Yeah. Like I said, everybody should have should be able to at least feel for somebody on a mental level, at a minimum.
See, but then you gotta think about it. An ideology comes in and corrupts empathy. Like I don't want to feel bad for this person because they probably did something that got them in the position, so they deserve it.
Yeah, there's definitely some of that. Well, like I said, I think a lot of it is, well, I did it. Why can't they? It's like, you're not them. Like, you guys don't have the same situation, same everything, like.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's where I think the pull yourself from the bootstraps shit is like, well, I did it. I came from poor house. Like, yeah, you did, but you didn't have the same situations. Not 100%. You might have similar, like, I'm not saying it isn't, but like, it's like I always
See, it's
say,
funny how, yeah, like, there's like different sides to this, like everybody's the same thing, and there's the egocentric position. So like egocentrism is a concept, I don't know who came up with it. Might let me see. But egocentrism basically means that you believe everybody sees reality the same way as you.
Yep.
And that would come into play here. Let me see who came up with the idea. Yeah, so egocentrism refers to difficulty differentiating between self and other. More specifically, it is difficulty in accurately perceiving and understanding perspectives other than one's own. Egocentrism is found across the lifespan, in infancy, early childhood, adolescence, and adulthood. Although egocentric behaviors are less prominent in adulthood, the existence of some forms of egocentrism in adulthood indicates that overcoming egocentrism may be a lifelong development that never achieves completion.
Okay.
Adults appear to be less egocentric than children because they are faster to correct from an initially egocentric perspective than children, not because they are less likely to initially adopt an egocentric perspective. Yeah, that makes sense. Does it even say who came up with this idea? Oh, is it Jean Piaget or whatever. He was a developmental
Yeah.
psychologist.
I know the name.
It might be him. Yeah, that's where I initially learned of the idea. But egocentrism, totally, like, without a doubt, like that's like the negation of empathy, basically. In a sense, I mean, that's the thing is when you say empathy, it can mean different things.
Mm-hmm.
So, like the direct experience of somebody else's pain, like in pain with that. Well, I mean, then there's sympathy. So like feeling for somebody as opposed to with them, I suppose. I don't know.
Yep. Fucking crazy.
But yeah, egocentrism, that's basically at the heart of, I mean, you can say it's at the heart of narcissism, but yeah. It's more complicated than that.
Public, or the idea of arriving at
Sometimes
compassion
I'll
in
use the
other
word
person.
narcissist just to fucking shock people, to be like, dude, you're a fucking asshole. Like, just fucking recognize that there's a fucking problem. Like, you're, you know, like you fucking only care about your own perception to the point where you're gonna fucking be fucking absurd, you know? Like, but you know, narcissism is obviously pretty complicated and is pretty pathological. But if it's if you're fucking holding back other people, like through not being able to like integrate other people's perspectives or ideas, you know, like that's kind of narcissistic. That's kind of pathological for society. To me, like if you're not willing to reflect and change for other people's well-being and even in your own in the long term, then like that's pathological to me. It's like,
right,
like at all levels of the analysis, it seems like altruism and like the ability to empathize, like as much as you possibly can, is just the wisest fucking thing long term. It just is. Doesn't mean you're not going to be selfish. It just means, you know, like you have long term ability to, you know, you have the ability to project long term what's going to occur if you act these certain ways. So you reorder your fucking mind / brain so that, you know, when this situation occurs, I'm gonna not act this way because of X, Y, and Z. That will, you know, like if I do that, they're gonna do this. Therefore, if I don't do that, long term, everybody else is better off, including myself.
Right.
But yeah, long-winded. But
That's
yeah.
all right.
Because you can like break this down into Buddhism or any other forms of like non-presence or no self and all that. But I think it's kind of hard to take it in a non-positive way.
Yeah, I think probably one way to think of like this deterministic empathy, it's like you are the way you are because of the chain of causes before you, and you don't have control over that chain of cause that came before you. And so it's like the fact that you're different is kind of like an arbitrary thing of luck. It's like, oh, it's like this person had different circumstances and now they're different. And it's like, well, if I was in his shoes, I would also be like him. So maybe I should, you know, have more compassion for him because I could be that if I had his luck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people struggle with like this whole free will concept. A lot of people, I think it's an emotional thing. Like we want to feel special. We want to feel like we're in control. We don't like this idea that something else is in control. But I think Nietzsche, he had a very insightful quote about free will. Nietzsche, he said something to the effect in his book, not Beyond Good and Evil, it was Human, All Too Human. In Human, All Too Human, he said something to the effect of, humans are just ignorant of chains of causation, right? It's like humans, they think a thought and then they do a thing, and they're ignorant of what caused the thought. So it's like action was caused by thought, and then they're ignorant of what caused the thought, and they confuse ignorance with freedom. They're like, well, I don't know what's prior, therefore it's just free of everything prior to it. It's like, no, sorry, ignorance is not evidence that your decisions are free from chains of causation. We know from the laws of physics that everything is in flux due to chains of causation, right? The laws of physics cause chemistry, chemistry causes biology, biology causes neuroscience, neuroscience causes psychology, psychology causes your thoughts cause your decisions. All of that is connected in chains of causation. Your decisions are not free from the laws of physics. There's no logical argument for saying that I'm not Like my decisions, they're completely free from my genes. They're completely free from my culture, completely free from my environment, my parenting, completely free of epigenetics, completely free of the weather. Like, no. Like all of these factors are causally linked, and your decisions are an output of all these causes, right?
Yeah, and this is kind of where I like the idea of deliberate selection. So you kind of are doing more of a deliberation, or there is an instance of deliberation happening in the cognitive mind in the process of problem solving, navigating a problem space, and all that. That kind of like gives you a little bit more sense of gratification. And I mean, there are degrees to which you can attribute that to the global superorganism or the human superorganism, and degrees to which you want to think that you're kind of playing a larger role in that.
Yeah.
And how much value you want to take out of playing that larger role as well.
Right. I really like your terminology for like the deliberate will, I think is the way you call it sometimes.
Deliberate selection.
Deliberate selection.
So in relation to natural selection.
Yeah.
So now natural selection has come along to create these creatures that are now quite deliberately intervening on natural selection. The strongest example is genetic alteration of other organisms, which we've been doing for thousands of years, and or direct manipulation through technologies that we're doing now.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, I think people really get confused on the free will topic because I think there's like a blurring of the line between metaphysics and agency, and I think splitting those apart helps us with conceptual clarity. And that's why I really don't like the compatibilist approach, right? So like basically, in my opinion, the correct way to demarcate the debate, free will is a metaphysical neuroscience question. And then agency, that's a goal-oriented, functional-oriented, practical debate. So like in terms of what's practical, like how do I live my life? That's the domain of agency, right? We make actions, we pursue goals. So compatibilists, they're just conflating the two. They're saying, well, this agency is free will. Like, no, those are two different topics, right? If we split them apart, the debate becomes it becomes much more clear conceptually.
Yeah, I've listened to the compatibilists, Sean Carroll in particular, and it's very convincing. But when you really think wholly through the deterministic lens, it is that. But we have to also leave some room for the unknown because the strong example for that is the idea that we only see 0.003% of the light spectrum. And yeah, we have these, you can think of them as these feeble tools of technology, which I kind of think of as their own superorganism, the technology superorganism that kind of rides alongside the humans, and we kind of blend together and work together at times.
Yeah.
But that's, yeah.
I don't know. I'm very skeptical.
It's weird to think about.
I'm very skeptical that there are gaps in our knowledge that can provide for metaphysical free will. So like my opinion is like, humanity just needs to give up on metaphysical free will, focus on agency. That's where the money's at, right? And that's in my opinion, the deliberate selection. That we're talking about agency right there. You know what I mean?
And that's kind of like this. Like I have a visual I'm trying to illustrate here, where like you have the broad spectrum of the human organism or superorganism, and then you have these kind of instances that kind of spike up sometimes. Well, yeah, you can think of it as like a sharp instance, like when Donald Trump almost was assassinated, for instance. Like that's a huge, massive impact. Or when you have a breakthrough like Einstein's E equals mc squared, that's a huge instance. So this can be positive or negative in that way. But I mean, like I'm wary of thinking of that way because that leads me to thinking that it's all about having those major spikes or having that big impact on the world, and we know that usually doesn't work out for people, not very well.
Yeah, I mean, chains of causation are complex, but
pursuing the humble way.
I mean, if you're trying to get the best outcome, you need to have a knowledge of how chains of causation work. And like this whole like Nietzsche said, like this free will approach, it's like worshiping ignorance. It's like my decisions come out of nowhere; they're free. Like you're just like embracing ignorance. It's like why are you not curious about where your thoughts come from? Right? You should be curious, like because your thoughts are controlling your actions. If you want to change your actions to get better results, you need to go backwards and say, how do I change my thoughts? What comes before my thoughts? What causal? Can I change my environment to improve my thoughts, to improve my actions? Can I change my friends? Like if you understand causation, you can actually like enhance your life. But ignorance doesn't help you.
Right, and it's like there's so many benefits to thinking this way. I mean, I mean, this is again where I approach the whole infinite variables thing. We have to ask ourselves, like, what do we do with infinity of factors there? Ignorant. So I mean, the examples that I'm bumping up against are like concepts like love. That's always a good one. If we take a deterministic reductionist approach to love, that loses its meaning, and the whole meaning crisis arises, like John Verbicki talks about. One that I'm working on right now is the psychology problem that we seem to be having in Western psychology. I mean, and that's very controversial at the moment. This idea that all of our actions and all of our mental states and mental experiences are due to our past experiences and our past traumas or our past influences, that leads people to think that they can't will themselves out of that or take action and take agency towards healing themselves. And yeah, this is not new. This has been discussed by Ernest Becker.
Right.
Nietzsche also kind of touched on this in many ways as well. Rollo May, Otto Rank, even William James, the OG psychologist himself, was.
I usually don't like Pierce Morgan, but I got to give him props because of the whole war plan thing, that just happened, right? How the shit got leaked, right?
Yeah.
He put, if you don't consider this to be classified info about imminent war attack, it may be that you're too partisan to recognize the truth when it slaps you in the face. Like, oh man, he's like, if this would have happened on Biden's watch, Republicans would have gone berserk. Like, yes, thank you, fucking Pierce. Pierce Morgan is a right-wing Trump guy, but even he knows, like, yeah, this is fucked up. That's what I'm saying. I just want right-wingers to call out their shit when they fucking know it's fucked up.
If we're not calling everybody out, we cannot be a better nation. And what do we fucking all care about more than anything? Being a better fucking nation. Like, we cannot allow dipshits to be dipshits. Period. Like, no matter what color they're fucking wearing. What animal represents their fucking positions. I don't know.
I still can't believe. I mean, like I said, there's not many Republican people that are willing to call their own side out. So I always try to give them the most credit. I'm like, thank you. Like, you're showing that it's not just fucking the left wing retards. Like, no, you guys should know too. This is fucking horrible. Why we don't think these things are bad is beyond me.
Oh, Grimes, wait, is this real? Grimes, the estranged ex-wife of Elon Musk, reveals he likes being pegged. I mean, of course, I don't give a fuck what anybody likes, but
I don't care
that's
personally. Yeah,
that's embarrassing for him with them. That's hilarious.
For being your macho man guy, shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew a dominatrix chick. She used to tell me about all the lawyers and shit that would do all the, being the humiliation and all that kind of crazy stuff. She's like, yeah, they're dominant in real life, or like their whole life they want to be dominated in bed and shit. I'm like, yeah, kind of makes sense, So
That's funny.
It is funny, but yeah.
I don't know how it all works. I never fucking done any S&M bullshit. So
I mean,
a lot of people that have, obviously.
I've done some, but I mean, not like crazy amount or nothing,
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Very open about
I'm
it.
curious. That's life.
Right.
That's what happens. After a certain amount of time, people can't fucking just have vanilla sex or even like the next level up. It always
it's like
seems to fucking advance.
Yeah. It's like a lot of things. You evolve as a person, right? If you do it a couple times and you like it, you're gonna probably keep doing it, right? Slowly but surely, you're gonna add more and more and more. And then once that becomes boring, then you're gonna do something else. It's gonna be more and more and more. It's like anything else.
Yep, everything has its fucking time.
Where this is going.
Right.
Another strong example that not a strong example, but just another person who wrote extensively on this is John Dewey, and he caught a lot of slack for that as well. Thomas Izzad, he has a book called The Myth of Mental Illness, and that's got him in a lot of trouble because he went kind of like complete anti-psychology with it. So you can see how this gets dangerous too. Like we have to have a healthy blend.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think that you're making a really important distinction. And if you like in the psychology, I think the distinction you're making has an analog in the free will debate, which is the determinism versus fatalism distinction. And I think a lot of people conflate the two, right? So when people think about determinism, like sometimes people think determinism, it means we can't change, that we are fixed, that we are stuck, and that we are inevitably moving towards a fate that we cannot avoid. No, that's not determinism, that's fatalism. Fatalism is the idea we can't change our fate, right? Determinism is actually, it's compatible with change, it's compatible with evolution, it's compatible with improvement. And so a better perspective on determinism, I think, can remove that fatalist weakness from the paradigm.
Yeah, it's interesting you use the term fixed. That reminds me of something I learned in my lessons with cognitive behavioral therapy. There's a term called the fixed mindset.
Exactly.
And that's like the fact that term exists and has existed for about 85 years now, since Aaron Beck and Ellis were working on this kind of stuff. They use those terms, and it's because we bump up against that. We can fall into these modes, these fixed mindsets, where the mind. I mean, there are people that I talk with online who use phrases like, "In order to survive, you have to kill the mind." I mean, they're just like really and there are examples in the, not to like to rail on this movie, but I did a review recently of the Inside Out movie where they had like the emotions were essentially calling the shots, to put it very very vaguely, and um but there was a scene where like there were mind police
Oh.
that came in to try to like bring order to the situation, and they were trying to like get the mind police out of the picture. So I mean, I do worry about like it's kind of conscious. Like I think there's a movement that's consciously like we're committing to the deterministic reductionist approach. There's an alternative to the DSM-5 I just learned about called the RDOC, which is the I forget the name of it, but it's basically an even more neurological and neurophysiological approach to psychology than we've had before. Than like the diagnostic process. It's kind of like only allowing diagnostics through the lens of neuroscience and neurology.
Yeah. I mean, in
So
terms
that's a whole wormhole.
in terms of this growth mindset versus fixed mindset, like there's a really fascinating study about children and like how children are raised. Like if you tell the child you are smart, like you are naturally intelligent, like you have high IQ, what that does is it trains the child to have a fixed mindset. Like I do good in school because I am fixed at this IQ level, right? And that is actually counterproductive. It's better to tell the child you did good on your test because you worked hard or because you have potential. Like to use growth mindset language, it helps, it teaches the child that, you know, if I get a bad score, it's not because I'm fixed at a low IQ. It's because I can change my effort. The effort is variable. And so I just need to try harder and I can grow my score. And what they find is kids that are raised on a growth mindset are more resilient. They overcome challenges. They work harder. The ones that are raised on a fixed mindset, they become quitters and less successful and more like anxiety. And it's crazy what just a simple language difference can do.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so amazing to read about this too, because the exploration into this it's also very causal and deterministic, and also
Yeah.
very eye-opening.
Yeah.
And man, I mean, like Wittgenstein said, I say this quote all the time: "We are bewitched by language." Like I mean, he has a whole exposition on that concept
Yeah.
itself, the idea that we are swept away by the power of words and we just conform to them. And I mean, the strongest example I've thought of is this idea that just etymology, like the fact that we're surprised by the etymology of words. Like you take almost any word and you trace back the origin of it, and it's always like, oh, that's interesting. And the fact that it's interesting to you is because you just adopted the relative common association of that word, which is wholly deterministic through linguistics.
Yeah. I agree. Like,
Yeah.
it's fascinating to dig
So yeah,
into
change
the
that narrative.
etymology.
That means there's a lot of power there. Like that's a tool.
Yeah. Words have a history, a deterministic history, just like everything else. But I don't know. Linguistics, that's a whole nother topic I have a lot of opinions on. But there's a lot more things to say here on free will. Like just like one important thing that like most people don't think about is like we have tons of science, like twin studies, you know what I mean? We can see like twins, they got the same genetics, and we can measure like how much determinism there is. And like fraternal twins, they've got half the same genetics. So in science, we're measuring how much of this, what the causation, how much of the similarity is caused by genetics, how much is caused by environment. We're constantly measuring these things. Like determinism is just all over science. It's like you can't avoid determinism. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's why we need to embrace the determinism,
Right.
but get rid of that fatalism
I mean,
perspective.
It's so I mean, I kind of gravitate towards Bernardo Kastrup's idea of the working with the daimon, or however he pronounces it. It's kind of like you're guided by a causal purpose. Like your purpose is kind of laid out for you,
Uh-huh.
and you can align with that better or worse. And I think Schopenhauer got into this as well a bit.
Yeah.
Like you kind of feel when you're on track with your
Yeah.
with your destiny, and that like you are destined or predestined to do this one thing. And that's kind of like, here's your impact. However humble that might be, if it's just starting a community garden and
Yeah.
it's a really good community garden, and
Yeah.
you take value and self-esteem in that.
Right.
But you don't even have to take value and self-esteem because you see the impact from others and other people tell you, and that's the reinforcement of the superorganism, kind of telling itself like, yeah, we're doing this thing, or we're creating goodness where we can.
Yeah. I think like I really like
All right.
Jordan Peterson's critique of Nietzsche, where
Anything cool I miss?
Shit, I was typing because it was what was I gonna say? Okay, even if your words do not produce immediate results in others, it does not mean they do not elicit continued thought or factor into future reflection over time. So basically, in order for your words to change another in ways you believe are beneficial, and for them to have cognitive or emotional hooks. And then the next question was going to be, when does either soft or abrasive confrontation as separate strategies or different strategies. This is where I stopped. Work when does either a softer approach and abrasive approach work? Basically, I think that's a very important question. And I know, like Seth was telling me that Destiny and that one dude with the mustache had a video about this, or had a discussion about this, where the dude with the mustache. We watched a video of his, the one about the existential crisis iceberg or whatever. So like that guy in Destiny talked about the two different strategies, I guess, of like whether to be I mean, so these are my words: soft and abrasive confrontation. When are either of those more effective or not? You know, I think that's a very important question. Maybe you watch that video sometime. I don't know.
I shall.
Yeah, I didn't watch it, so we could make that a fucking video one of these days.
Hell yeah.
Nietzsche was basically saying, oh yeah, we should just create our own values and be like the Übermensch, right? We need to transcend our culture, transcend religion, and just make up our own values. I was like, that doesn't make sense. That's like a free will perspective. Like, I am just free to invent my values. Like, no, you come from evolution. Like, your values are baked into you by history. Like, thousands, millions of years.
I mean,
yeah,
but it's fucking morality. It's discovering the conditions under which we are prone to conform to like inferior values which do not work for yourself. You know, that it's discovering those that allows us to ascend to higher values, to the Übermensch, essentially. And I don't think we can ascend to the Übermensch alone anyways. I think it has to be society wide. So like that's where I go, you know, that's where my ideas concerning class or collective transcendence comes in. It requires a complete mapping of psychology, essentially, and integration into our behaviors and systems. So like at that point, an objective morality would be established, and the conditions for collective transcendence, you know, like of rising above our past and our primitive nature and like our petty conflicts, and you know, like that's flourishing for all, you know, and knowledge always does progress. That's the point I always make is knowledge always progresses, and thus wisdom does, and it gets integrated. And like there's going to be some critical point where this happens, to me. Like, I mean, it's going to take time, it's going to take education, it's going to take some egalitarian state that we arrive at, you know, like some Star Trek type fucking state, but it's going to happen. Just if we're still alive. That's the thing.
That is a key, right?
If we don't go fucking extinct.
Have like causally built, like, you like the taste of sugar. Like, you didn't invent that value system. You inherited that value system, right? Yeah. And I think we have moral taste buds. That goes to Jonathan Haidt's work. Like, you inherited these moral taste buds. You inherit a lot of these drives and this purpose. And so, like Jordan Peterson's approach is, instead of creating your values, you need to discover them. Like deep within you, there's a lot of values and purpose and morality. It's all baked into your structure, and your consciousness, it's too superficial. Like, your consciousness is the tip of the iceberg, and you've got 95% of your brain is unconscious, and then your body has all this unconscious wisdom. I think you have to drill down and you have to meditate on what your deep core values are. You have to go deeper inside yourself to find that innate purpose, right?
What do you think about uniqueness? Like, is it good to take value? And so if you really want to be an Übermensch, or like you want to have a special impact on the rest of the world, the way to arrive at that would be trying to find like the most unique way to perhaps play the trumpet or become a famous musician or a famous artist by trying to hone in on the best way to portray this particular image and speak to the human muse, or the human collective muse, if you will, and the feelings of mutual understanding, expressing things that we all can relate on. That has inherent value in it. And the way to arrive at that, I'm going to try to explore this as deep I can here. Bear with me. The way to arrive at that, one way to arrive at that could be calculative, or it could be a reductionist approach at that, in a way. So a lot of artists do that by accident, is what I'm getting at. Trying to, because you have to be like, I don't want it to sound like what this person did. I don't want this section to have this particular piece. And then some parts of it come to you just randomly when you're writing music or doing art. And so you have to take credit of that in some way, or you can. But what I'm getting at with like the whole calculating part is more like, if I really wanted to be super unique, and have a really unique approach as well, and unique impact. What I would do is try and indeed sift through all the ways that everybody has done things and do it exactly as uniquely as absolutely possible. And I can use AI to do that if I really wanted to, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does any of that make sense? Like what I'm getting at?
I
Like
think
there's,
so,
because
yeah.
how much of that do you want to take credit for?
Mhm.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of responsibility, we can distinguish between metaphysical responsibility and agentic causal responsibility. It's like in a metaphysical sense, like no one is responsible because we don't control our history, right? But in terms of agency, like, yeah, you are responsible. You are the agent who did that thing. Like if we draw the line of chains of causation, you are the causal link that produced that output. Yeah, I mean, so we don't have to completely get rid of like agency and responsibility. That's, to me, that's reasonable. But there's some interesting things. I think it's fascinating that you highlighted this unique impact, right? I've noticed that too. There's almost a drive within humans to provide a unique contribution to society.
Well, that was pretty fun. I didn't know Patrick went on his channel.
Yeah, they do a lot of stuff together. I
Do
think, or they have done a lot of stuff together. Yeah.
That was from 3 months. This guy hasn't put a video out in 3 months, so.
Damn. Well, I know he's been moving.
Okay, I'm just saying, like, it was like he was.
Apparently,
Doing,
so
like,
he said. I asked him where he was moving. He was like somewhere in Asia because I don't know. He wanted to be hush hush about it.
That's fine, I get it.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was doing like 2 videos
Take
a
me with
month,
you.
and now he's kind of stopped. So that's why I was wondering.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, I guess when I mean, he's done a lot of work. Like, look at. I mean, he does like. He puts a lot of detail into his videos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm more like that. Like this? Just talk. Let's just talk.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Well, I think he likes to do the presentation.
No,
Like,
know
I
he
get
does.
it. You know.
No,
Like,
I know. It's
gotta-
just different style or whatever you want to call it. No, I get it. Not saying nothing bad. I'm just saying this is not how I'd want to do it.
Yeah. No. Yep. Yeah, I prefer just the casual approach too, because like when you're more at ease and you're in your fucking person, you know, it's more authentic.
It is.
But then there's also the problem of being too casual, I guess, too. So
It's a fine line. The end of Europe. End of Europe.
man of peace.
Right. Why the right wing?
Yeah, dude. Everybody's talking about this shit, basically. You know, like it's the elephant in the room.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. I feel like is politics are probably a bigger deal now than ever before.
Yeah, this is probably the most important time since Civil War. Like, I would guess.
Yeah, I would say so. Like
I said, we're on like the
far as
precipice
conflict.
of a fucking Civil War, honestly. Like I said,
We
my
are.
girlfriend asked me the other day, she's like, what would happen if Trump got fucking shot in the face right now? I'm like, I told her, I'm like, it would probably be Civil War. Because nobody in the right would ever believe any story. Like, you know, like, there would be no
Purge
story
the
they get.
leftist. Every single leftist gets purged. Every single one. Watch, you know, like, fuck.
And not even that, like, he didn't even get shot. Dude, honestly, if Trump got a heart attack tomorrow and died, you know how many conspiracy theorist people would be like, oh, they fucking killed him, and there would be Civil War, like, or some kind of fucking huge thing.
Some big event, yeah.
I'm just saying, like, literally, he cannot die in office. If he does, shit's gonna hit the fan, because, like I said, there's no reasonable answer will ever suffice for what caused it.
Think your taxes are simple? You could file for free with H&R Block. More people qualify for H&R Block free online than TurboTax free edition.
Signalgate. This chick's from Minnesota. Someday I'd like to talk to her. She's
okay.
She's way bigger though, obviously.
The signal messages heard around the world wherein key U.S. intelligence advisors talked about highly sensitive military operations on a commercial messaging app and somehow accidentally added the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, and literally no one noticed until he brought it up, is the latest
That's
absolute
the story I'm talking about. You didn't know about this?
Yeah, no, I knew about it, but I
Okay.
forgot he was
They
from
were saying-
the Atlantic.
I know they
Yeah.
hate them. I know.
Blunder from the Trump administration that they are, of course, attempting to downplay as just another overblown piece of fake news being peddled by that nasty mainstream media. And while the leak demonstrates a shocking mishandling of sensitive intelligence information that likely broke civil and criminal laws, the Trump administration response weaponizes its decade-long propaganda.
Newsy. Very newsy.
This chick,
their
yeah.
presentation. Yeah.
No, yeah, she's a lawyer, I think, is what she does for real. And then she does this on the side.
Machine against the news media in a way that should be concerning for all of us. Meanwhile, Marjorie Taylor Greene is somewhere inside a House committee chamber screaming about drag queens on PBS. In an era where the politicians in charge want to operate in secrecy without pesky oversight from journalists they try to discredit at every turn, the watchdog function of our news outlets is more important than ever. Today, we're talking about the leak, the response, and how Trump is using every opportunity to erode our news media landscape. Let's get into it. Here's a major headline I found alarming recently. Bank of America this year on Morgan Chase. It's important to be is out there. Find my phone number. Let me know if all inside. Find out if any the ball on free. And that's why I said your 2 week tick, a major U.S. news organization, published an article titled "The Trump Administration Accidentally Texted Me Its War Plans," in which he detailed how Trump's national security advisor Michael Waltz accidentally added him to a private chat on the.
And this guy, this fucking guy kept being like,
Are they gonna do this guy? They're gonna. Is this guy gonna disappear?
No, it's even worse. He keeps trying to blame. He's like, oh, someone, we're gonna catch these hackers and we're gonna catch these people who did it. Like, bitch, you're the one who just fucking invited him. It wasn't a fucking hack. Nobody hacked you. No, you just invited him like a fucking retard. That's all that happened. Like,
cannot take responsibility.
No, like literally, he's just like, oh, it's not me.
Signal app, a popular app used for its ability to encrypt messages and make them more secure from prying eyes and hacking. The chat included other major intelligence names such as Vice President JD, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, and John Ratcliffe, the director of the CIA. At first, the journalist, Goldberg, assumed it was a spoof trying to entrap him, though he was impressed with the amount of security knowledge and lingo this AI bot seemed.
That's funny. He thought he was getting trapped. He's like, oh, they're sending me this. If I post it, then I'm going to jail because of Secret Service or secret, It's kind of funny.
That's
to possess. Then,
but have you seen this? Have you seen this yet? Where there's been leaked?
I haven't seen the text. No.
Here's the text right here.
Whether it's favorable, just confirm. Okay.
It gives you exactly what times all this shit's going down. Like, yeah, here's what time the drone
This is when the first bombs will
drop. Yep.
Jesus.
I'm just saying, and there's like 4 of these.
Extremely detailed messages came through outlining precise time.
When these people go, this isn't top secret. I'm like, what? This whole fucking plan?
Right.
Like, how are you telling me this is not top secret? Like, yeah, we just tell anybody our fucking war plans.
And targets of bombings against Houthi rebels in Yemen. When the bombs actually dropped, Goldberg realized this chat thread was legit and that he had been added by mistake, and nobody in the group apparently noticed. He initially published the story with brief excerpts from the chat.
That's what's so funny. No, they didn't even know till he published it like a week later or whatever, 4 days later.
Like, wouldn't you, dude? If I are you serious? Like, nobody, not a single person looks at this list and is like, all right, yep.
Well, that's what these people are saying. Like, because like in one of the messages, it would be like everyone was like, oh, Pete Higgs at DOD, this person, this Secretary of State, like. This one person never messaged and didn't say nothing the whole time. Like, and he's in this chat. And he didn't say one word the whole time. Like, that kind of like suspicious.
Dude, they're fucking retards. Like, pay attention. Like, use your brain.
It's too hard, man. Why would you use your brain?
Acknowledging that there were parts of information he received, apparently inadvertently, that could pose a risk to the safety of U.S. armed forces or intelligence personnel, so they weren't going to be published. Then, the denials started pouring in. The National Security Council admitted that the message thread appeared to be authentic, but at a Senate Intelligence Committee hearing yesterday, in which intelligence officials were grilled about this apparent security breach, they all repeatedly confirmed that there was no sensitive or confidential information shared in that text chain. John Ratcliffe and Tulsi Gabbard said on record that nothing classified was shared.
I know,
Trump
right?
himself said...
That's the whole point. They kept lying, saying, nothing classified, nothing classified. Like, I don't know. Look at that text and tell me that wasn't fucking classified or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Like, and again, the whole thing is if somebody would have hacked or this guy would have fucking leaked this out earlier, people would know about it, right? The whole.
What was it that Tulsi said? Like, something about like, oh, it wasn't classified, and then the next sentence was like,
I can't
about,
fucking. Because the guy was like, well, then just show us the text. She's like, I can't show you the text. I'm like, oh. Okay, so you can't show me the text because it's not classified, but it's not classified. Okay, all right.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
you can't
exactly.
have it both
She's
ways, guy.
Literally lying. Like
Yeah.
that's lying.
I know
right
it is.
in front of Congress. And then
I know.
what? Nothing's gonna happen? Nothing's gonna happen just because
Not one thing. Not one
because
fucking thing.
we can't prove lies. That's the whole fucking thing. Like, it's common sense. You would never fucking let your kid get away with some shit if they gave you some excuse like that.
Oh, I know.
You know, like there's got to be some fucking analogy that's just like that. You know, like.
It's fucking silly. I know.
But it wasn't
Like, let me
classified
smell your
information.
breath. You
This,
know, like,
despite
have you been drinking? Have you been drinking? No, but
I know.
I can't fucking. I'm not gonna breathe in your fucking face. You know, it's like refusing to take a breathalyzer. You know, like you fucking look wasted and you refuse to take a breathalyzer. Like, you kidding me? You're
Alright.
fucking drunk. Dude, it's fucking stupid. Humanity's fucking retarded because we can't seem to fucking get competent, intelligent people in power.
Right. I know, it's so funny. There's this girl named Chelsea Manning back that, well, now it's a girl. It was a dude. I can't remember his man name. but-
Bradley.
Yeah,
Bradley
that's what it was.
Manning.
But
Yeah.
there's a meme that says, like, reality winner, 5 years in prison for leaking classified information, still in jail. Like, you know, like, oh, if we can just have classified information, don't care, then why is this person in jail? Like, why are these people in jail for this thing that you guys just did?
Yep.
And it's not a big deal all of a sudden, you know, like, just silly.
Yep. Fucking
the fact that
excuses for me,
information
but not for thee.
For sure.
about actively happening military operations is generally considered confidential by default. And while it is possible for the Secretary of Defense or the President to declassify information, even retroactively, neither has done as much or even accepted responsibility or acknowledged that any of the information was even classified in the first place.
Right.
The messages included
That's the thing.
specific
They kept saying it's not. That's the whole thing. Like, it's one thing to fuck up. It's one thing when you kept lying for a day. You lied so much that the guy fucking had to just show the text. He's like, you know what? I'm sick of being called a liar by everybody here. Here's the fucking facts. Boom.
Yeah.
You know, like, it's you guys calling him a liar and a piece of shit that literally made him leak the information. That's just funny.
takeoff times for when U.S. armed forces would be initiating the bombing, sent approximately 2 hours before the attack was to occur. Had this gotten into the hands of a foreign government or even a person with social media who decided to share screenshots, that could have seriously jeopardized not just the mission, but the safety and lives of the armed forces carrying out the mission in Yemen. After multiple officials denied that anything confidential was shared in that chat, and after The Atlantic reached out to multiple officials within the government for comment, the magazine moved forward this morning and published the entire chat, screenshots and all. The only part that remained redacted was the name of an active intelligence officer. The most damning message appears to be one sent by Fox News host turned inept Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, in which he laid out minute by minute how the attacks were to go down. Response has been shock and dismay across the political spectrum, because somehow, despite the fact that this administration does something monumentally shocking and stupid every other day, it still somehow manages to outdo itself from time to time. Because even though it is true that Signal uses end-to-end encryption that makes it more secure than regular text messages, what is also true is that everyone in the US intelligence community from the top on down knows that Signal or any other commercial messaging app should never be used to communicate highly sensitive information. Because while Trump officials are focusing on denying that anything classified was shared, it is clear to anyone with two brain cells to rub together that this information was incredibly sensitive and clearly could have dramatically impacted US intelligence operations had it fallen into the wrong hands. And so while government officials do use Signal to communicate, it's only used for basic details like coordinating meetings or to tell someone to check other secure messaging systems for a new classified communication. It's not used to send highly sensitive information. And I know this because The Atlantic followed up on this as well. I've linked all my sources in the description. According to their reporting, typically intelligence and other government officials must use a, quote, specially designed space known as a sensitive compartmented information facility, or SCIF, I'm going to call it. Most cabinet level national security officials have one installed in their home or communicate only on approved government equipment. So government officials literally have a space installed in their home to do communications in. And so they clearly would know that there are expectations around communication security. Cell phones aren't even allowed inside a SCIF. There is no way these high-level officials weren't on notice that this type of information was completely inappropriate to be sent over an app like Signal. Plus, if they'd been using officially sanctioned methods of communication, the risk that someone without proper security clearance would have access to the message would be gone. Proper government-sanctioned secure messaging only allows those with proper security clearances to
He's
access
just
sensitive
like, dude,
information.
I'm gonna see what the fuck. I'm gonna fucking, you know, I'm gonna fucking ruin this guy's day. They're fucked, you know. Like, I don't know.
Well, like I said,
mean,
at first he thought it was a prank, so I guess it'd be like, oh wow, and then all this shit happened. Like I said, all this text started 31 minutes before the planes even took off. Like,
okay,
it's
so was
crazy.
he added like briefly before this
No, he was added just when
conversation
it
took
started.
place, or
No, he just must be in dude's phone. He must have fucking clicked, like, you know, invite. You know, I'm guessing he probably clicked the wrong name. You know, I'm guessing.
yeah, that's what I'm guessing too. Yeah,
And then, like I said, so like realistically, it's not that like the accidents happen, but it's like A, it's a monumental one, and B, Like I said, a guy sits in a conversation for 30 minutes and you don't fucking pay attention to who the fuck he is. Like he hasn't said nothing or nothing. You know, like he didn't sign in like when everyone else, like I said, when everyone's like, I'm from here, I'm from here, I'm from here, I'm from here. He didn't say nothing. All these things, like, oh, okay.
Same thing as fucking Hillary's fucking server and the emails and shit. It's literally, yeah.
It's
Like,
similar,
just,
but the difference is once they told her about it, she
you know,
she handed them in and stuff. Like I always say that mens rea is a big part of it. You got to be willingly doing it. And the worst thing is, again, they're willingly lying and covering it up, which means they literally have the intent. I don't know.
yeah,
This is how I think.
absolutely. Yep. Exactly. No, you're right. You're right. You're right.
There would not have been even the slightest opportunity for them to have accidentally added a random journalist to the chat. Not only that, they likely broke a number of laws in doing so. According to experts interviewed by The Atlantic, information about an active military operation would fit the law's definition of national defense information that should only be discussed with security protocols in place. Whether or not the information was technically classified doesn't matter because it was clearly sensitive, and an app like Signal is not approved for communicating any highly sensitive information.
Yep, that part's like Hillary. Hillary was doing it at home. She was using her personal server.
Yeah.
That was her problem that people got mad about because she was using her personal server, which means anybody can hack into it. So if someone would have hacked her house or whatever, we could have been fucked too.
Yeah.
But technically, nobody did though. So I mean, again, this did happen. One could have happened. This actually did happen. So it's a little bit different.
Because
Whether or not it's top secret. Additionally, the messages in the group chat were set to disappear after a certain amount of time, a security feature that's common in encrypted messaging apps. This runs into issues, however, because there are records laws that require messages, including texts about official acts, to be preserved, and intentionally destroying official records is against the law. On top of that, by transmitting highly sensitive defense information to a person not authorized to receive it, that is Jeffrey Goldberg, the Atlantic journalist, even by mistake, the group was potentially in violation of the Espionage Act, which criminalizes the unauthorized dissemination of national defense information. It's the same act Trump was charged under for storing classified documents in his Mar-a-Lago bathroom, allegedly. It is a broadly written statute that can apply really to any information shared with someone who was unauthorized to receive it, whether or not that information was technically confidential. What matters is whether the information could be used to the injury of the United States or to the benefit of a foreign nation. These messages would easily fall under that definition. So we have credible evidence, literal receipts, of top-level government officials using an unauthorized means of sending highly sensitive information that made it vulnerable to being accessed by really anyone. They could have misplaced their phone. It could have been hacked. Signal is encrypted, but it isn't completely bulletproof. And not only that, they were so lax with their security that they accidentally added a journalist to the highly sensitive chat and then also didn't even realize it for days, likely in violation of rudimentary laws protecting national defense information and in violation of laws criminalizing the unauthorized dissemination of that information to outsiders. In fact, a lawsuit has already been filed in D.C. by the nonprofit American Oversight, which accuses the Trump administration of violating federal records laws.
Who would have thought another fucking court case we're gonna have to deal with Trump? Literally, like I said, you know who makes the most money off Trump? Are lawyers. Lawyers love Trump. They make so much fucking money, man. Like everywhere he goes, there's fucking lawyers.
Sure.
Lawyers galore all the fucking time.
He's got actual lawyers chasing after him.
I know, man. I'm saying, you know how like the fucking what do they call them? The ambulance chasers. There's fucking lawyer chasers that just fucking follow Trump. Like I know he's gonna fuck up. Don't worry. It's just a matter of time. He's gonna fuck up. I promise you. Like
just shadowing them and they're like, lawyer here.
Right. Would you say, Mister?
On the scene.
All right. I'm just saying, man. It's legit.
Lawsuit has been assigned to none other than federal judge James Boasberg, the same one who ordered a return of the planes carrying immigrants from Venezuela to El Salvador, and who Trump and others in his administration have been threatening with impeachment. I do not envy that guy. In a fun quote unearthed by NBC News in the wake of that Signal chat heard around the world, Pete Hegseth, while hosting a Fox News show in 2016, harshly criticized Hillary Clinton's use of a private email server, saying, quote, any security professional, military, government, or otherwise would be fired on the spot for this type of conduct and criminally prosecuted for being so reckless with this kind of information. Interesting. And yet, I wasn't even sure if I wanted to talk about this today because it feels so run-of-the-mill at this point. Like, of course they're not following typical protocol to protect sensitive information. Of course they're not following the rules. Of course they care more about convenience and moving fast and breaking things than about official procedures that are put in place for a reason. The point of this entire administration is that the rules do not apply to them. They're willing to do anything and say anything to gain more power and control, unconcerned with who gets hurt in the process. And so now that they've been caught in the act and it's fucking embarrassing, they're doing everything they can to lie, to obfuscate, to downplay what happened, and most recently, to turn the blame around and place it on the shoulders of the journalist they inadvertently added to a highly sensitive national security discussion. Trump dismissed The Atlantic as, quote, going out of business and has called Jeffrey Goldberg a sleazebag. Hegseth called him a, quote, deceitful and highly discredited so-called journalist. Mike Waltz, the guy who accidentally added him to the chat in the first place, called Goldberg a loser who likely deliberately tricked someone into giving him access to the chat, which, like, that someone was you, Mike, so I'm unclear how you don't know how
That's
this
what I'm
happened.
saying.
And so
That's the whole point. It's like, dude, you did it. When he's like, someone hacked in here. No, no one hacked in. You fucking did it. Isn't it fucking weird? God damn, so fucking funny. Like, nope, it wasn't me, guys. Don't worry. Don't look here.
I think the real story in this entire debacle, because you know these high-level officials won't face any actual punishment for their mistake. You know Trump and his cronies will continue to lie about it and rewrite what happened forever. You know that no real change is going to come about as to how the Trump regime handles national security information. The real story, in my opinion, is that this redirection of the blame from the intelligence officials onto the journalists is a convenient consequence of Trump's decade-long push to discredit the media. The rampant spread of disinformation, the distrust of mainstream media, honestly on both sides of the aisle, means that when a reporter drops a bombshell like this, or even more heinous revelations that I'm sure will come in the future, Trump and his supporters can turn around and weaponize that distrust in the media that they've been cultivating. They can say, this guy's a journalist.
Yeah.
You know how journalists are. They're willing to say anything to get attention and add.
And that's what he says with
100%.
the law and shit. They're judges. They can't do this. Oh, they're this. They can't do this. Like, no, man.
Yeah.
Like, it's funny. Everybody knows what they can do except for you. Like, as in Trump. Like, you keep doing all these illegal ass fucking things, and you wonder why the courts keep fucking talking to you. And it's just like,
Yeah,
no, man,
exactly.
it's
Yeah,
you. That's
exactly, dude.
It's one of those things like, if a million things happen and you're the common thread, it's probably because you're probably the common thread, and something has to do with you. You know, right? Like I don't know, man. It's not that fucking.
It's
hard,
like
people.
it's like what Seth said about fucking ignorance, dude. Like they're ignorant of what makes them act, so they're ignorant. So you know, and he's ignorant of what makes them act as well. You know, so it's fucking. Just ignorance all around. Just straight up willful ignorance. He's just a fucking silver spoon fucking cocksucker. He's always gotten what he wants.
Yeah.
Don't trust him. He's lying. He's playing up a non-story to try to get clicks. He is desperate and pathetic. I'm the one you can trust. A great example of this rhetoric can be found in a social media post by White House Communications Director Stephen Chung, who commented on the Signal leak by saying, quote, at every turn, anti-Trump forces have tried to weaponize innocuous actions and turn them into faux outrage that fake news outlets can use to peddle misinformation.
That's so funny. How dare you, you fucking piece of shit. Lying. Just openly lying. And they get away with it.
Exactly.
It's just-
Mocking, and as long as he's confident, as long as he can mock, as long as he can say something that isn't responsibility, that doesn't show any sign of
It's all about
culpability.
every turn anti-Trump
just
force. It's
appearance.
always anti-Trump.
Just-
It's like, no, again, at what point do you go, maybe everybody's right? Like, you know, like, fuck, man. Everybody's saying this guy's a fucking constitutional threat and shit. There's a reason for it, right?
And it's because it's damnation for him. It's the loss of everything. To ever admit mistake, is to admit being defective. That's precisely what I think all this shit comes down to. Because the way our institutions view any single person, like in the corporate sphere or even with sexual shit, any of that. If you make a mistake, there's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with your biology. There's something wrong with just your essence. Instead of it having an informational cause, like a deterministic cause from, like experience, like I'm saying, knowledge, it's always a trait-based thing, an attribute.
Totally.
Don't let enemies of America get away with these lies. Which is truly written the way I imagine some poorly written screenplay would write clearly fascist propaganda. Like, it's so obviously batshit, it boggles the mind. The amount of brain rot someone would have to actually buy this. And yet, this all-out propaganda campaign to vilify journalists
And that's the point. They still
allows
do.
at least the half of the electorate that still trusts Trump to be lulled into a false sense that maybe things aren't so bad. Maybe every bad story that comes out about this administration is just being played up for clicks. Actually, yeah, everything is totally normal. I need to just ignore the reports and trust that Daddy Trump knows best. This, in turn, completely undermines the role that the media is meant to play in any robust democracy, that of watchdog. Watergate would never have been uncovered but for the work of journalists. Countless governmental missteps would have gone unnoticed because
That's the thing. People don't realize the journalists are actually very important to America. They're supposed to keep the people in power in check because they're supposed to catch their secrets and their bullshit. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
That
that is
that is
literally
the
the
function
idea of
of
it. Like, that,
journalism. Yep. Journalism is like I don't know, the fucking beating heart of our democracy or some
well, yeah,
shit
they're
like
supposed, like I
that,
said,
you know.
they're supposed to catch all the secret shit that's happening in DC. Like she's saying, like we wouldn't know about these things unless journalists fucking found out about them, right?
Yeah,
Like that's
exactly.
literally their
Yeah.
job. Is they're part of, they're like the unelected, unofficial one of the checks on our power. Like they talk shit about
Exactly.
the
100%.
legislation.
Yep.
They talk shit about the judges. They talk shit about everybody in the government. Doesn't matter.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why we have free speech.
Mhm.
And that's why free speech works,
You know.
because we can criticize the government and then government's forced to change.
Yeah.
But as soon as journalistic integrity is fucking compromised, then democracy is compromised, which is what
Well,
we're
yeah.
seeing.
The whole thing is you need to have an informed public to vote on things, and if your public's not informed, then obviously you're not going to have good choices being made politically,
Yep.
whatever you want to call it.
Exactly. Policies just fucking become a retard, fucking knee jerk. Like, this is bad. We're gonna ban this. Like, we're gonna stop these people.
I haven't looked
You
into
know.
it yet all the way, but like just in St. Francis, which is not that far away, their high school and whatever, they're banning a bunch of books there now. It's like, what? We're banning books now again? Like, what the fuck happened to us?
Yep. Because they're grooming the children.
Of course.
Apparently, with
Oh, they're grooming the children,
like
but
the
yet,
whole thing.
but yet they
the
can
whole reason
fucking
why
they can go see their priest that fucks them and does all that shit, but that's not grooming, right? Like, come on now, like.
Yeah.
That's always my thing. Like, you can pick and
Exactly.
choose when people are grooming and not grooming. Like,
Here's the whole thing: is pedophilia is like it transfers on, because like most pedophiles, were
Fuck.
abused
Yeah.
themselves,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
So
I know.
it's fucked up, man. That's so fucked up.
That's what gives me like a little, like when I see all the people like we should kill all pedophiles, which I get to an extent. Obviously, if it was like my kid, I'd be like, I get it to an extent, but also
Yeah.
I've gotten better at understanding. Like, dude, these people were probably fucked with. Like, you gotta have some kind of sympathy, maybe,
Oh,
or like empathy.
I don't
Whatever.
know how you fix them, but
I don't know.
I don't know. Put them to work. Like, I wish there was some way to just fix them. Like some therapy that worked.
I
Like
know.
that's so fucked up. It's like I don't know.
Well,
What
no. At
is
least you're
the-
being honest. You're saying if it actually worked. You're not saying like let's do it and see.
Yeah.
Or, it's like no. Like if we actually had something.
I had a conversation with a girl about this, but yeah, I get it. Yeah. No, yeah.
It's the same thing with like the gay conversion therapy. Like, you know what? Maybe if it actually worked and you actually had some studies that showed it, but it doesn't. All you're doing is harming the person and making them more confused or make them think they're worse or whatever, like. So stupid.
It's just about fucking a dude in the ass or whatever, getting it in the ass. Like, who gives a
Whatever.
fuck?
Again,
Let them
that's
do what
always
the
my
fuck
thing.
they want.
Yeah, I'm saying unless
I
they're-
think what does it come down to? But like fear of like this male not being manly, so he's gonna, I don't know, not be prepared to be. I don't know what the fuck it all comes. I mean, it's obviously there's like the disgust response or whatever to like this person doing
Again, I
something
think it comes
that
down
we
to they
wouldn't
just don't
do, that we
understand
find
because
disgusting.
they're not gay, so they don't
Yeah.
understand the idea of somebody wanting to fucking another
Right.
dude or chick or whatever. Like, ugh, that's so weird. Like to
Yeah,
you,
different
this
perspectives.
This person grew up this way. They think it's normal or whatever.
Always.
Like, yes, it is weird to you, but not to everybody, right? Like, and the thing is, you have the right to be weird. Like, why can't somebody be weird? They like. Nothing wrong against that. Nothing illegal. Nothing, like morally
Just
bad or anything.
making
Like
choices. You wouldn't. That's it. Like, we have to be allowed to fucking have our preferences and tolerate our preferences. Otherwise, where do you draw the line? Like, as soon as the ethic of fucking shitting on people for differences is, put into place, we're just gonna keep doing it. That's what happened with, fascism. It was the Jews, then it was the fucking, I don't know, disabled
communists,
people or
it
whatever,
was
so on and so
gypsies,
forth.
It was everybody. Yeah.
And it goes down to unloyal Germans, quote unquote.
Yep.
Like, who's gonna be left once the fucking causal chain has been completed?
That's like I said. That's why I go back to that poem, man. Like, yeah, when you're the last one there, and you think no, who's gonna protect you? Nobody's gonna protect you, bro. That's what you don't understand.
Yep, they're gonna be They're gonna be certain that there's something wrong with you. That you oppose the fucking ideology. You oppose the collective, the nation.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
I know, it's fucking crazy.
Journalists are the only ones with the time, like it's literally our job, to keep an eye on things while the rest of us toil away under capitalism. This is a crucial role. And while I think it's totally fine and dandy to have open debate and discussion about the articles being printed
100%.
by our mainstream media, about the way they frame things, about what
Sure, yeah, like that. Like, we can call them up for being propagandists and saying, like, you're telling half-truths, but to try to make them outlawed and say they don't have a spot in, like, America or whatever the fuck is silly.
Yeah.
We don't need no journalist. We got social. Oh, somebody was telling me, like, oh, we got social media now. We don't need journalists and shit like that. I was like, bro, how many fucking independent media people you think get paid money to lie to you? Like, you think it's just major companies? No, these, you know, like million sub people, like they got fucking advertisement people that pay them to tell them what to do and say, right? Like, come on now, it's not new, or it's not gonna just because it goes to the independent media people on like Twitter or whatever doesn't mean that there's not gonna be money involved to fucking sway thought processes or whatever, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of people think like that's what's gonna happen. It's so silly to me.
sorts of biases they may or may not have, but that doesn't mean they aren't still guided by professional ethics and levels of editing and fact-checking that make them an essential source of truth and oversight when it comes to politics and government. And that is really inconvenient when you're Trump or the people behind him pulling the strings, and you want to do things under cover of darkness where no one can sound the alarm that what you're doing is not normal or is flat out illegal. We would be none the wiser, but for the work of journalists, and Trump knows that. So the media will always be the enemy, and cracking down on them and forcing loyalty from media owners like Jeff Bezos is what he does to ensure his tactics and actions aren't called out for what they are. So to me, turning this story onto Jeffrey Goldberg's shoulders is just the latest in his long history of tactics he's used to crack down on journalists. And I think we're just seeing the beginning of it. Just since the start of his second administration, which was somehow only 2 months ago, he's already removed the Associated Press from the White House press pool, mad at them for refusing to change their official style guide to refer to the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America. He's admitted known Russian state-owned media into the Oval Office for his discussion with Zelensky that went south, and he's admitted known fringe right-wing content creators as press into official events. Time and again, he has shown his disdain for anyone in the press who doesn't bend to his wishes and has showered praise on those who create media favorable to him, whether or not it's accurate, no matter who's behind it, no matter how real or made up their credentials. And just today, a hearing titled Anti-American Airwaves, holding the heads of NPR and PBS accountable. Or
Yeah, he wants to get rid of funding for NPR and PBS, which is funny because like
Of course he does.
It's just funny because like you know how many kids fucking watch PBS to learn how to count and do reading and all that kind of shit when they're fucking 2 years old and stuff. You know, like there's a lot of people that probably got more education from PBS as kids than they did their whole time in high school and shit. You know.
Right. Yeah.
You know.
Definitely.
organized by Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene as part of the DOJ subcommittee, gave Republicans a chance to grill the chief executives from PBS and NPR in an attempt to prove that they're using federal dollars to spread radical left communist propaganda and groom children with LGBTQ programming. Namely,
I always tell people, like, isn't it weird that we've fucking been promised communists for 80 years and we don't have shit for it? What the fuck? I'm waiting for the communists to actually happen.
Yep.
He was really mad about a clip from a drag queen story hour that was posted on YouTube and never aired on PBS, nor was it in any way associated with either network. But of course, the truth in Marjorie Taylor Greene's world is subjective and open to interpretation. There were, of course, no actual revelations at this hearing other than the chief executive of NPR acknowledging that they should have more thoroughly covered the Hunter Biden laptop story during a time when she wasn't even in charge. Yesterday, Tuesday, Trump declared that the networks are a waste of money and he would love to defund them. This despite the fact that the funding bill he signed into law a couple weeks ago included $500 million for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which disperses funds to public radio stations across the country. The bill ensures public broadcasting will be funded at least through 2027. And this is funding that especially small stations depend on to continue operating. NPR itself, National Public Radio, receives less than 1% of its funding from the federal government, but it relies heavily on program fees that small and local stations pay to play NPR shows. And on average, those local radio stations receive about 10% of their funding from the Center for Public Broadcasting, a federally funded entity. Without that funding, small public stations would be hit the worst. For example, according to reporting from CNN, Hawaii Public Radio is 94% funded by the community, with only 6% of funding coming from the Center for Public Broadcasting, while KTOO Public Media in Alaska relies on 30% of its budget coming from the Center for Public Broadcasting. These are the local news stations that cover stories that
Ooh, so yeah. Think about that. So they're going to try to basically, they're going to be trying to force like hillbilly land Trump voters to only watch Trump media or like people pro them. You're trying to get rid of all the media that's around those people. It kind of sounds like.
Of course. Yeah, that's always what, yeah, 100%.
It's just crazy. Again,
There's
like we know these things are happening, and again, people
corruption.
act like it's normal.
literally corruption right there. Just corruption. Like it's intervention to maintain control. You know, that he's like weapon of freedom of speech, huh? Oh, because it's like what under Jesus Christ. What's the authority required for that? Like, is it just literally something he can just?
Yeah,
It's like this guy has the ability to do whatever the fuck he wants.
He's not supposed to, but he does because nobody fucking
Yeah.
knows the law. They think that's what I'm saying. People think that he can. It's like no, he's got to follow rules too. He's got regulations. Like he's not a dictator. He doesn't have unlimited amount of power. You know, that's basically what I argue with people all the time now. It's like no, I know you guys think that he has unlimited power, but he really fucking doesn't.
Here's the thing: is these people don't even have long-term goals. They
Nope.
don't like what is the world, like the image of the world. What is the great America they're trying to fucking reproduce? They don't even know.
I would say 1938 America, like when we're just all industrial. We're just building a war machine, and that's all we did. You know, like everybody's in the factories, everyone's working 24/7. You know, we can't have no gays, we can't have women have rights.
It's fucking
Like I
insane.
said, I would say like 1930s America. That would be what their like dream is.
Probably.
But again, you go back to that when blacks were segregated, and like it was great for who? For some people, yeah, but for a lot of people, it was not the best time in the world, man. I don't know what to fucking tell you. If you were black in the
because these
30s,
people have no values. They have no values beyond capitalism, the church, or God. All these conformist beliefs. Like everybody's the fucking same. Like everybody makes the same choices. Like why? Like it's fucking nuts to me. Like where's art? Where's passion? Where's love? Where's appreciating our common man? Like there's no room for any of that. It's all competition. It's all ego because that's all they have ever experienced.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
National organizations do not, that are critical for staying connected locally, but also for holding local government to account. And local governments often have a far greater impact on your day-to-day life than what's happening in Washington. So ensuring robust local journalism is really important, especially now when the feds are leaving us all high and dry. NPR has reported that 36% of its budget comes from corporate sponsors and 30% comes from program fees that local stations pay to air NPR shows. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting supports the system of local radio and TV stations, who then in turn support PBS and NPR by paying fees to use their shows. NPR and PBS are both transparent about who they receive funding from. I grew up on PBS shows from the 90s, and hearing that the show I was watching was being supported by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and viewers like you, thank you, has been seared into my brain. Anytime NPR covers a story related to a corporate sponsor, they disclose that. They have basic journalistic standards in place to ensure the integrity of their news reporting, something that the news media on the right does not. Today's hearing was political theater, so Marjorie Taylor Greene could continue pushing right-wing extremist propaganda that her constituents seem to love and that keeps her in Trump's good graces. But it's another instance, along with somehow turning the blame for a major national security slip-up on the journalist doing his job as a government watchdog, of Trump and his advisors spouting anti-journalist propaganda that is the cornerstone of any autocratic regime intent on getting away with doing whatever it wants. Journalists will always be the enemy of politicians trying to get away with things. So while Signalgate, as it's being dubbed, is concerning from a national security standpoint, I think the response to it from the Trump administration should be even more concerning as it relates to trust in news media and further degradation of the robust networks of journalists we all rely on, myself included, to get our news and to keep this government in check. So what do we do about it? Support local news. Subscribe to the digital edition of your local newspaper, or better yet, get the physical paper delivered. I did that for a while and it was honestly really nice, but I quit because of the overwhelming amount of physical paper that was piling up around my house because I have ADHD and cannot stay on top of it. To become a monthly sustaining member of your local public radio station. I just joined as a sustaining member of Minnesota Public Radio. For the first time, I've donated, but I've never been a sustaining member, monthly donations, despite the fact that I've been benefiting from their services for literally 20 years. Turning on NPR while I was getting ready for school was a mainstay in my house growing up. As an angsty teen, I was too cool for pop music, and I discovered a whole new world of local and alternative music by listening to The Current, which is NPR's music station. Like, truly, public radio...
Isn't it fun to listen to Minnesota chicks or anybody? Because we what she's talking about. I know The Current.
Right, exactly.
Like, I know what channel she's talking about because I'm from here.
Right.
This is funny. Doesn't happen a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It does such a service to the localities that it serves, and you take it for granted. But if it went away, we would all be worse off for it, relying nearly exclusively on corporate news that would almost certainly overlook local stories to the detriment of us all. You can even get involved in local news by writing letters to the editor or volunteering to help at fundraising and other events. At a time when journalists and journalism itself is under attack from forces that wish to be able to operate in the dark away from prying eyes, it's more important than ever that we very vocally and openly support public radio and local news organizations, because they truly are on the brink of extinction. And if you'd like to support my work, I recommend joining me over on Patreon, where I launched the Why America.
I'm pretty sure she's done, but yeah, I like her. Like I said, because she's a former lawyer, or I think she still is a lawyer.
Yeah, she's cool. She's pretty cool.
She usually just comes with the facts. I mean, she gives a little spin. I mean, everyone does a little spin. I don't mind spin, but show me the goods. Like, if you think or feel this
if you're
way,
not lying.
well, like I said, if you think or feel a certain way, that's fine. Just show me why you think or feel that, so I can at least know where you're coming from, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's not a lot of things. It's not that hard, people. All right, I got a little bit of time, and then I have to go to bed soon. My girlfriend's got surgery tomorrow morning. She has cancer. She got skin cancer.
What?
She got skin cancer.
Skin cancer.
She got
Okay,
skin
not real
cancer, so
cancer.
it's not the
I'm
worst.
just kidding.
They're cutting it off. They're cutting it all off tomorrow.
All over skin.
Yeah, she's a skeleton.
She's
I
gonna be.
always told this bitch I wanted a skinny bitch, and now she's fucking being it.
Hell yeah, dude.
Right. No, it's not. It shouldn't be too serious. Like I said, they caught it early and all that stuff. So.
What if Robert never died? Fuck yeah.
What? Oh yeah,
I don't know.
hell yeah, dude. We can watch that. I'm down with Game of Thrones.
But steel meets steel and bone meets dust. The stag still fights in war.
Let's explore the depths of it in the video. After his confrontation with Cersei in the Godswood, Ned is certain now more than ever that neither Joffrey nor his siblings are truly Robert's children. Yet he knows the evidence he has is circumstantial at best and would never definitively prove anything. There is only Renly, who Ned suspects has his ambitions, and Sir Barristan Selmy, but he is bound by his vows to the Kingsguard. He realizes that if he is to have a chance, he will need more help. Taking a deep breath, he orders Littlefinger to visit him in the Tower of the Hand. Although he has his doubts about the Master of Coin, he cannot afford to lose him either.
My Lord Hand, to what do I owe this pleasure?
Lord Baelish, I find that I am short on men, and I require your assistance.
Paranoid, are you, Lord Stark?
Do I have reason to be?
In this city? Certainly. I can find you these men. There are sellswords plenty looking for services after the recent tourney. I'm sure I can find a few trustworthy ones to give you enough time.
It's not just swords I need. I require learned men. Those trained in healing, advising, and discretion. A maester. He realizes that if Pycelle is Cersei's creature, he cannot be trusted for his treatment, or any treatment for that matter. He would need his maester in his household. Beyond that, he would need to ensure that none of their messages are interrupted.
I'm saying that Robert is out in the Kingswood hunting a boar, and I can provide you with more than a few mercenaries. I can put 100 swords in your hand.
Did you ever read the books or you just watch the show?
No, I didn't watch the show or the books.
Okay,
I want to.
No, oh, they're pretty good. Obviously, they're fucking awesome.
I kind of want to wait till if
They're
the
never.
the last book comes out.
Dog, he hasn't even came out the second to last book. That's the thing. Like,
he's just like, I'm fucking over it. Yep,
think
everybody
he
fucking
is.
hates it. Yep. I'm fucking done with this shit.
I kind of think
or
that's what
maybe
it
it's
is.
just-
Honestly,
Well, they should have never fucking tried to make the goddamn series that way before it was fucking done. Like,
I know.
it's his fucking fault.
It
He's
is
the one
his
that's
fault.
like-
I don't blame. I don't have much
It's like
sympathy
it's
for
like
him.
it took the fire out from under him. You know, like it's like, oh, they're doing it for me, or whatever. Or
That's
I don't
part
even
of
know.
it.
Like, or I got my money. I got my money.
I think his problem is I think he's like ADD or whatever the fuck I call it, because he started like 5
Yeah.
other projects. Like, dude, stop starting projects. Finish the one you already got going. Like, just do that.
It's like me though.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't really
Uh,
talk. I don't want to talk shit too much. 'Cause I get it to an extent, but it's like, fuck, man, it sucks as a fan. It's like, dude, Just finish one fucking story. He started like 4 more.
Sit
like
your
2
fat fucking ass down. You know, I don't know. I don't want to call him a fat fuck.
No, I know.
You know,
I get it.
He's,
But
he's fat, but you know, he's a good
he's
guy.
big boned. Just kidding.
He's what's the word for it?
He's big boned.
Portly.
Portly.
Or portly.
He's chunky.
No, he's yeah, I feel bad.
That's all right.
That
You know what?
Can't get it done.
I don't feel bad
get it
because
done.
at this point I think it's just like I said. I think he just got fucking too many things. He does so many goddamn things all the time.
I'm looking at his Wikipedia just to see what the fuck he's doing.
He's done like 3 fucking series since. He's done like 2 shows, a video game.
Oh yeah, he did Elden Ring.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Dark Winds. Yeah, dude, this guy needs to fucking get his shit together. Like fucking get some drugs.
Yeah,
go
right.
into the middle of the fucking woods. Nobody else. Fucking just do Game of Thrones. Come on, man.
It's not that hard, man. It's not that hard, man.
Get that shit over with.
Just free flow with your mind, baby. Just free flow. Just do a bunch of cocaine. That's what what's the name did. Stephen Hawking or Stephen King.
Maybe it's like it's to the point where it's like this is what everybody else wants. It's not what I want, you know.
It could be that. I have thought of that as being a possibility. I think that
Like when I don't want to do the
think
dishes
I
because
think
my
part of
mom
it
fucking
I think part of it
is
is
a
he
bitch
got
about it.
fame. I think he got famous. And once he got famous, he started doing like all these tours and all these things, and that kind of got him distracted. And once he got distracted, it just kept getting more distracted. Now he's full fledged. Like I don't know what to do. I mean, I can't get.
He probably doesn't even have like the gift, and you know, in a sense,
Well,
like
he
probably
must
just-
obviously because like I said, he writes movie or he's written shows. I mean, so like, he still writes. It's just the love of this story might be gone. Like this specific story
might be out of it.
Yeah, I'm saying just this one. Like I
this
know
dude
he's
is 76.
Yeah, he's old as fuck
Dude,
now.
He ain't gonna fucking have. I don't know.
Dog, it's taken him what 2011. It's been 14 years. He hasn't wrote the one book. So and he's still got to write a
Yeah.
whole nother book, dude. He ain't living 30 years. You know, like there's no way he finishes his book, both books.
Yeah, we're gonna have to have.
He does have like 2 co kind of authors now, where like they help him. They give him like all the small details that he forgets because he just writes. You know, like the big story that I remember. What they told him, like he tried to make a horse a fucking female. They're like, you know, in the first book you made him a male, so you can't really do that, right? Like, oh, I guess I didn't know. You know, like super nerds basically.
That's how I would be. Fucking forgetting shit.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. I don't fault him, but like I'm saying, he's got 2 super nerds, like something in Ilya. Ilya's a chick and there's a dude. There's 2 of them.
Okay.
So I'm guessing if anybody knows like anything about the story, like after this point, I'm guessing it's gonna be them 2. So hopefully somebody finishes a book if he dies or whatever. Like, hey. But suppose we'll find out.
And you can take the Red Keep. When Robert gets back, we can spin whatever tale we wish. We can claim that they attempted to assassinate you. I approached requesting help to ensure my safety, not take part in some coup. I will hear no more of this. I ask for additional guardsmen in Amesta. Nothing more. I trust you can see this done. Yes, Lord Hand.
Littlefinger bows stiffly before leaving. Once he is gone, Ned sinks back into his chair, but doesn't allow himself to rest. There is still more work to be done. He takes up a quill and parchment and begins writing to Stannis, telling him that he knows why he fled to Dragonstone, and that he shares Jon Arryn's suspicions. He urges Stannis to return to King's Landing to provide his support. Once
Were you a big Stannis fan? Yeah, that's how I am.
I mean,
he was cool,
it
but I
seemed
get
like-
I'm not the biggest. Like some people like
But
Stannis the man.
he fucking burned his daughter, and he fucking listened to this dumb bitch, and like it didn't even get him anywhere.
Right.
You know, like
he listened to Trump.
Like that was
he listened to Trump.
basically, yeah. Like
That's funny.
yeah.
Trump said, "You must kill your first child," and they're like, "Okay."
Right, exactly. They fucking would, dude. They 100% fucking would.
people love him obviously because he's really he's duty bound or whatever you want to fucking call it. He's fucking
Right.
there's a word
I
for it.
mean, he was more righteous or whatever, or integrity or something. I don't fucking know.
Yeah,
Like,
there's
he
a
had-
better word. I can't think of the word either, but I'm saying I know why
Um,
people like him like that. I guess I just didn't care. I mean, he was cool, but not that cool.
honorable, I guess. I don't
Yeah.
know.
He was like the closest to Ned Stark outside of him, I guess.
I don't remember exactly how he interacted with his daughter, but
No, he was good with
mean,
her. No, he loved. He was one of that was like his only soft spot. That was part of like
Okay.
the reason why people loved him too, because she had that grayscale and everyone fucking talked shit about her for calling her ugly and all this other shit. And he was all like, "You're my daughter. You're beautiful," and blah blah. You know, kind of that kind of shit.
yeah.
So people sympathize with that too.
Dude, I mean, John should have obviously ended up on the throne. Like, that should have been the way it
Yeah.
fucking happened.
Of course. If not, they could have done so many better things.
McQueen.
McQueen. I know.
They fucking ruined him,
I
dude.
don't want it.
They brought him back to life for what?
Nothing.
For
Honestly,
what?
to take back Winterfell. That was like the only reason.
Right, yeah. I
Like
suppose,
legitly,
yeah.
like the only thing they did with him was take back Winterfell.
Fuck,
Besides
dude.
that, yeah, his story sadly became done. Why? I don't know. Because they wanted it to be, I suppose.
Dude, I blame the fall of America on the
Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones failure. Yep.
Yeah.
That was what. I'm just kidding.
No, kinda.
I mean, there is an association. Like, that's what
So,
we
no,
believed in. We
you wanna-
believe in
you wanna
good
hear-
stories.
You want to hear my fucking? I always jokingly say the world died when Harambe died. Remember Harambe?
Oh, that's true.
That's
Yeah,
when all the
Harambe,
that's when
yeah.
racism became open again, and people were just like cool. They're like, "Hey, I can be racist. Yeah, just be racist, bro. It's funny."
Fucking so dumb, dude. Dude, the human race.
The
What a
human
trip.
race. It's a fickle bitch.
It's just.
It's crazy, some of it, man. Some of it is fucking nuts.
We have either a real fascist or an accidental fascist regime in fucking
Coming
office.
into power, yeah. Well, like I said, I don't think they are an accident. I'm talking about the people that follow them. That's the only people that I'm not sure
Yeah.
if they're legit
Well, you don't think
fucking Nazi
they are.
people or fucking just I'm following, and all of a sudden they're gonna wake up one day and be like, "Am I the bad guy?" You're like, "Yeah." Remember how we've been telling you you're the bad guy for like 10 years? Yeah, you're the bad guy.
Yep. The whole time. Just because.
To own the libs,
Yeah.
like I said.
Propaganda. Yeah. I own the libs. Like, you tell me I'm stupid. I'm not stupid. You're stupid.
Right? Like, you know that we have more education on our side. What does that mean? You think you're smarter than us? Well, kinda. Not necessarily all
Yeah.
the way, but most of us. You know, like
I mean,
on-
you gotta
on
be
the
so
numbers-
delicate with your words with these people because they're like children.
Yes.
They're like fucking children,
They
but
are.
they don't know it. It's so sad because
So-
they can't fucking sort through anything on their own.
Oh god. It's just stupid, honestly. It's not even sad to me. It's just retarded. It's just stupid. Like,
We
how
should
and
just
why
start
did
being
this happen?
Pretend Christians now. We should just start like
Yeah.
make them
I should start-
experience the ultimate cognitive dissonance.
I should just grift to the right and try to pull people that way, and then switch them to the left at the
Yeah.
end. Like, it's so easy
Exactly.
to grift. It's so easy to lie.
Right. That's all you gotta do is grift the right back.
It's not even that. Like, honestly, it's so easy. All you gotta do is go, "What news organization is that?" Yeah, I don't trust them. Oh, I can't win an argument because everybody I say you don't trust. So it's gonna be really hard for
Or
me
you're
to
gonna
win.
link me a thing on this or that to try to fucking,
Yeah.
make me understand what you're saying. Oh, it's Wikipedia. Like, you trust Wikipedia? Like, dude, it's that fucking bitch. I swear
I
to
know.
God.
I know.
Like,
I hear it all the time. I'm well aware.
fucking retarded.
The thing is, like I told, like
That's why I think they are a narcissist because
Mhm.
you can't fucking correct them on anything because
the thing is,
to
like,
do
so
so
like
is
they're
to
like
shatter
she's
their
like partially
pride.
right to extent. Like, obviously it's Wikipedia. It's but I always tell people Wikipedia is where you start. It's not where you end. Like
Yeah,
you go
you
there
get
to read like the
concepts.
beginning idea of it, then you go, huh, and then you read more about it and fucking learn and go on from there. It's
Yeah.
like no, if you just use
But it's
Wikipedia as
curated
your
and
end
has
all be all,
references.
then yeah, it's a problem. But if you
Yeah,
use it the
of
way you're
course.
supposed to, or it's like okay, Let me get the nuance, and then let me figure out after that. Boom. Yeah, people are stupid as fuck, man. She was a chick, like I said, I was trying to ask her about whatever fallacy it was, and she couldn't fucking learn it. And then, like, I did the same thing. I showed her a fucking Wikipedia. She's like, oh, it's on Wikipedia. I'm like, bitch, it's the same thing. Like, whatever fallacy,
Exactly,
whatever
it is the
fallacy it
same
was,
thing.
like, it's like, okay, then just Google it in general, and you'll find out it's the answer or whatever. You know, like, I don't know what to tell you. It's not
just
that hard.
There's always something. There's always something.
I know, it's fucking ridiculous. Is it ridiculous?
The letter is completed. Ned has his guardsmen send it instead of a raven. Until he has his maester, he cannot trust Pycelle with any of his letters. Once he is gone, Ned leans back and tries to get some rest. For the next few days, he tries to pretend as if nothing had happened until he receives a discreet message from Littlefinger, who meets with him in one of the secret tunnels of the Red Keep. Ned is surprised by these tunnels and marvels at the sight.
These are just one of many tunnels that run across the castle, and one of the only ones I know of. Knowledge like this makes it harder for a man to sleep at night. Fortunately for you, I have a remedy that might help you sleep a bit easier.
From the shadows, nearly 20 men step forward. All of them are fierce and weathered, dressed in well-worn mail and bristling with weapons, swords, dirks, axes, and spears. Sellswords. The last of them, though, is not a warrior. Instead, a small man in gray robes, with several chains looping around his neck.
I called in more than one favor to get these men here. I hope you use them wisely.
Thank you, Lord Baelish. This kindness won't be forgotten. Eddard immediately takes the maester and most of the sellswords into his service, dressing them in his house's armor and adding them to his guard. The other 7 are scattered across the city gates and tasked with monitoring them for any signs of the king. However, Ned suspects that Littlefinger has these men under his payroll and assigns one of his guards for each sellsword. But as Eddard continues his duties, reports grow grimmer and grimmer. He receives word first that a group of brigands have been raiding the Riverlands and are rumored to be Gregor Clegane. Although he sends Beric Dondarrion to deal with him, part of him remains worried and wonders if this is a prelude to a larger invasion. After Catelyn's capture of Tyrion, it would be perfectly realistic to believe that Tywin Lannister would retaliate. Part of him wishes to mobilize a larger response, but until he has more proof of who these attackers are, he cannot risk escalating the conflict.
Right, it was like a payoff for Tyrion, basically. I don't even remember exactly how that all went up, other than you found.
So this is where the book and show differ. This is a big difference. So in the show, Jaime sets him free and tells him something about his dad, and then he goes up and kills Shay and his dad. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
In the books, Jaime tells him the truth about how the whore that he married in the beginning of his life actually loved him, and that he lied because his dad told him to lie.
Right. Yeah.
And so that's what makes him fucking want to kill his dad and Jaime
Oh,
after that. So like so it's funny because in the show, at the end, Tyrion loves Jaime, like they're still friends and shit. But like in the books, he hates him. He's like, you fucking ruined my whole life, and takes it to heart and shit, So, that's why I wish the books would ever come out, which they're never going to, but it's going to be so good. There's so many good plot points still going on. And then, like, what's his name? Euron Greyjoy in the books is badass. In the show, he's a fucking fool.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Finger in the bum.
I think I remember seeing that.
The finger in the bum.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy. It's so stupid. I'm saying they made him so bad in the show, and I don't know why. He's such a good character in the books. He's literally like the last great evil before like the White Walkers.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I remember the episode where like he just happened to come up on,
Balon.
Them on the fucking
the bridge,
the sea or whatever, like
Oh, you talking about when he killed the chicks?
With the dragons and shit.
Yeah, yeah.
No, when he just
the dragon,
happened to
when he killed the
ambush them on
dragon.
the-
Okay, yeah, I know you're talking about. Yeah, that was stupid too. That was
Like,
stupid.
he just comes out of fucking nowhere and ambushes them.
And he no-scoped him too. Just kidding.
Right.
Yeah.
Fucking dumb.
Someday I'll have you listen to his chapter from the next book, because I'm guessing George R. R. Martin's at least like 3/4 of the way done, because he's released some like sample chapters and shit, dude. But like Euron's chapter, the first chapter of the next book, is so fucking good. It's like
Okay.
one of the best writings you'll ever see. Like legitly, it's so fucking good. And it's all
Okay,
about
yeah.
Euron basically fucking. He has a brother named Damphair, whatever, and he fucking has him in prison, and he fucking forces basically. I call it. It's LSD. Basically, forces tripping on him, and looks into the future and sees all this crazy shit, and it's just fucking crazy. Oh my god.
Okay.
It's so fucking. It's so good. It's a show good.
Yeah, dude. Good writing, man. Fuck. Like, I get some people's points with, like, the whole, I don't know, like, people call it DEI now. Like, because I guess Disney has a bunch of DEI hires or whatever the fuck. I don't know. But look at the Snow White story, right? Like, it's first of all a rehash, and then it's, got, I guess, a different race for the actor. She's like a Latina.
She's like off-white. But yeah, I got it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like barely even different.
I know.
I don't know. But I don't know if the fucking writing sucks because they just care about the
political
wokeness
messaging,
of
whatever
the
you wanna call it.
representation or what. I don't know. It's hard to say. Like,
dude, I don't
if they-
know
if
honestly
they-
either, dude. Like, I just don't know. I feel like a lot of people.
There's got to be good movies out there, but like the only things that are getting exposure.
I feel like the good
are
movies don't care about the politics. They just make a good movie instead of trying to like add politics stuff to the movies per se.
Right.
Or, like,
shit. We gotta fucking
like you can still have a message, but you don't have to like. I suppose like force it on, I guess, or something. I don't know. It's like a fine line.
We're constantly rehashing the same shit.
Well, now we
Like-
are. Yeah, it's just.
But there are good movies, obviously, that we're not paying attention to. But these movies get so much detail, or not detail, attention.
Playtime, yeah,
so,
attention, yeah.
So that's why we have this impression that art is falling, but it probably isn't.
Well, like I
it's
said, the
what's-
reason why it's falling is because there's a billion shows that suck for every like 3-4 that are good. So that's the problem.
Video games kind of suck, but I don't know. Like, I get the appeal of like Elden Ring. Like that was obviously a great game, but it wasn't like my style, gameplay wise.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Everything's going into production quality and not like systems design.
Or again, even with video games, how about you have people
Yeah.
write good stories and make me care about the characters, and then the game will probably be better. The games are always better when you actually care about the characters or whoever,
Yeah. Like, see, I'm not even big on narratives for video games. I could be, but
It depends on the
I
game.
don't
So
know.
like, if I'm playing Final Fantasy, I want a story. If I'm playing like a beat up mashup game or whatever, no, I don't give a fuck. Or like even like Call of Duty. Like if I play Call of Duty, I don't care about the story like that. But so I
Yeah,
guess
like
it kind of depends on the game.
innovative gameplay, innovative game design. Fucking do it. Make good games. Don't just fucking make fucking. It's like reskins of the same shit again and again.
Yep. I mean, that's kind of how I feel with like a lot of open world games and shit. It's all the same. Like, some of them are fucking really awesome. So like, obviously the few that are really awesome fucking lift up the scale of like what it could be or whatever. But in general, a lot of them are just repeated fucking games.
Yeah.
All right, fuck it. Euron sample. We'll listen to this for a minute. You'll listen to this story. It's great.
I have to finish this paper. I'm swamped. No one told me college would be so...
The Forsaken. It was always midnight in the belly of the beast. The mutes had robbed him of his robe and shoes and breechclout. He wore hair and chains and scabs. Salt water sloshed about his legs whenever the tide came in, rising as high as his genitals, only to ebb again when the tide receded.
As high as
His
his
feet had grown
genitals.
huge and
Hey,
soft
man.
and puffy, shapeless things as big as hams. He knew that he was in some dungeon, but not where or for how long. There had been another dungeon before this one. In between, there had been the ship, the Silence. The night they moved him, he had seen the moon floating on a black wine sea with a leering face that reminded him of Euron. Rats moved in the darkness, swimming through the water. They would bite him as he slept until he woke and drove them off with shouts and thrashings. The only light in this wet world came from the lanterns that the visitors brought with them, and it came so seldom that it began to hurt his eyes. A nameless, sour-faced man brought his food, salt beef as hard as wooden shingles,
8 years ago.
bread crawling with weevils,
Yeah.
slimy.
So I'm saying, dude, this how long he's been working on this fucking book. He released this chapter 8 years ago. This is supposed to be like one of the first 10 chapters of the book if he ever comes out with it. It's just one of those. It's funny.
Stinking fish. Aaron gobbled it down and hoped for more, though oft as not he retched the meal up after. The man who brought the food was dark, dour, mute. His tongue was gone, Aaron did not doubt. The light would leave when the mute did, and once again his world would become a damp darkness smelling of grime and mold and feces. Sometimes Euron came himself. Aaron would wake from sleep to find his brother standing over him, lantern in hand. Once, aboard the Silence, he hung the lantern from a post and poured them cups of wine. "Drink with me, brother," he said. That night he wore a shirt of iron scales and a cloak of blood-red silk. His eye patch was red leather, his lips blue. "Why am I here?" Aaron croaked at him. His lips were crusty with scabs, his voice hard. "Where are we sailing?" "South, for conquest, plunder, dragons." Madness. "My place is on the islands. Your place is where I want you. I am your king." "What do you want of me?" "What can you offer me that I have not had before?" Euron smiled. "I left the islands in the hands of old Eric Ironmaker and sealed his loyalty with the hand of our sweet Aisha. I would not have you preaching against his rule, so I took you with us. Release me. The god commands it. Drink with me. Your king commands it."
Right.
Euron grabbed a handful of the priest's tangled black hair, pulled his head back, and lifted the wine cup to his lips. But what flowed into his mouth was not wine. It was thick and viscous, with a taste that seemed to change with every swallow. Now bitter, now sour, now sweet. When Aaron tried to spit it out, his brother tightened his grip and forced more down his throat. "That's it, priest. Gulp it down. The wine of the warlocks, sweeter than your seawater, and with more truth in it than all the gods of earth. I curse you."
That's
Aaron.
funny. He's basically saying LSD will give you more truth than all your gods combined. That's what this is basically feeding his brother fucking LSD. He's like, here, you're going to trip the fuck out soon. Watch out.
Aaron said when the cup was empty. Liquor dripped from down his chin into his long black beard. "If I had the tongue of every man who cursed me, I could make a cloak of them." Aaron hawked and spat. The spittle struck his brother's cheek and hung there, blue-black, glistening. Euron flicked it off his face with a forefinger and licked the finger clean. "Your god will come for you tonight. Some god, at least."
Some god will.
And when the damp hair slept, sagging in his chains, he heard the creak of a rusted iron hinge. "Yuri!" he cried. There was no hinge here, no door, no Yuri. His brother Uragon was long dead, yet there he stood. One arm was black and swollen, stinking with maggots, but he was still Yuri, still a boy, no older than the day he died. "You know what waits below the sea, brother?" "The drowned god," Aaron said. "The watery halls." Yuri shook his head. "Worms.
Worms.
Worms await you, Aaron." When he laughed, his face sloughed off, and the priest saw that it was not Yuri, but Euron, the smiling eye hidden. He showed the eye now, dark and terrible. Clad head to heel in scale as dark as onyx, he sat upon a mound of blackened skulls, as dwarves capered around his feet and a forest burned behind him. "The bleeding star bespoke the end," he said to Aaron. "These are the last days, when the world shall be broken and remade. A new god shall be born from the graves and charnel pits." Then Euron lifted a great horn to his lips and blew, and dragons and krakens and sphinxes came at his command and bowed before him. "Kneel, brother," the crow's eye commanded. "I am."
Did you hear what he just said, though? Basically, that's what I'm saying. So he's going to be the last evil. He fucking has this horn. It's called the dragon horn. So basically, when Daenerys comes to fucking Westeros, he's going to blow this bitch and take control over a dragon.
Oh, okay.
Like, that's his plan.
Damn.
And he's talking about krakens, which we haven't seen in the books. So that's what we're hoping for in this next book, because there's this big armada coming in to fucking take his armada out, because, he's evil, from King's Landing, and he's like, "Oh, don't worry, guys, I'm gonna win with Krakens." So he's gonna fucking blow this horn. Krakens are probably gonna come out and fucking demolish the fucking other side. You know, like he can control monsters basically.
Dude, so much better than the fucking show.
Oh, I know. That's what I'm saying. They made him such a bitch. I'm like,
moron.
Like this guy's one of the best characters ever, and they ruined him.
He's just a fucking annoying asshole.
Yeah, in the show he's an annoying asshole, but in this dude, he's like. So the theory behind it is, he was supposed to be Bran Stark. Like the Three-Eyed Crow took him and wanted to make him the Three-Eyed Crow, but they kind of looked inside him, saw he was evil and all this stuff, and he's like, I can't trust you to fucking have this power. So then he got rid of him, and that's what made him hate everybody and be like, well, fuck everybody else. Then I'm gonna fucking be evil, and become evil.
Damn.
I know, right? It's such a better story.
Way better, yeah.
Your
Fuck.
king.
All right.
I am your god. Worship me, and I will raise you up to be my priest. Never. No godless man may sit the sea stone chair. Why would I want that hard black rock? Brother, look again and see where I am seated. Aeron Damphair looked. The mound of skulls was gone. Now it was metal underneath the crow's eye. A great, tall, twisted seat of razor-sharp iron, barbs and blades and broken swords, all dripping blood. Impaled upon the longer spikes were the bodies of the gods. The maiden was there, and the father and the mother, the warrior and crone and smith, even the stranger. They hung side by side with all manner of queer foreign gods. The great shepherd and the black goat, three-headed Trios and the pale child Becalon, the lord of light and the butterfly god of Nath. And there, swollen and green, half devoured by crabs, the drowned god festered with the rest, seawater still dripping from his hair. Then Euron Crowseye laughed again, and the priest woke screaming in the bowels of silence as piss ran down his leg. It was only a dream, a vision born of foul black wine. The king's moot was the last thing Damphair remembered clearly. As the captains lifted Euron onto their shoulders to hail him as their king, the priest had slipped off to find their brother, Victarion. Euron's blasphemies will bring down the drowned god's wrath upon us all, he warned. But Victarion insisted stubbornly that the god had raised their brother up and that God must cast him down. He will not act, the priest had realized then. It must be me. The king's moot had chosen Euron Crowseye, but the king's moot was made of men, and men were weak and foolish things, too easily swayed by gold and lies. I summoned them here, to Naga's bones in the Grey King's Hall. I called them all together to choose a righteous king, but in their drunken folly they have sinned. It was for him to undo what they had done. The captains and the kings raised Euron up, but the common folk shall tear him down, he promised Victarion. I shall go to Great Wick, to Harlaw, to Orkmont, to Pike itself. Every town and village shall my words be heard. No godless man may sit the sea stone chair. At departing from his brother, he'd sought solace in the sea. A few of his drowned men made to follow him, but Aeron sent them off with a few sharp words. He wanted no company but God. Down where the long ships had been beached along the stony strand, he found a black salt wave searching and foaming white where they broke upon a snarled rock, half buried in the sand. The water had been icy cold as he waded in, yet Aeron did not flinch from his god's caress. Waves smashed against his chest, one after another, staggering him, but he pushed on, deeper and deeper until the waters were breaking over his head. The taste of salt upon his lips was sweeter than any wine. Mingled with the distant roar of song and celebration coming up from the beach, he'd heard the faint creak of long ships settling on the strand. He heard the keening of wind and now winds. He heard the pounding of the waves, the hammer of his god calling him to battle. And there and then, the drowned god had come to him once more, his voice welling up from the depths of the sea. Aeron, my good and faithful servant, you must tell the Ironborn that the Crowseye is no true king, that the sea stone chair by rights belongs to...
I can't tell you.
Not Victarion. Victarion had offered himself to the captains and kings, but they had spurned him. Not Aisha. In his heart, Aeron had always loved Aisha, best of all his brother Balon's children. The drowned god had blessed her with a warrior spirit and the wisdom of a king, but he had cursed her with a woman's body. No woman had ever ruled the Iron Islands.
Just like Trump right now. We can't let women be in the military. That's stupid. Even though she could do it all, we still don't like her. That's
Yep.
so funny.
She should never
Russia
have made a
doesn't
claim.
have women in the military. They don't put their women in harm's way.
As they're losing the war. Yes, they don't do that. It's so funny. It is funny.
Are they losing the war? I don't even know what the fuck's going on with that.
So they're losing the war because, like I said, they're going bankrupt. This war has gone on way too
Right.
long. So even
They
right now,
killed so many fucking people
they're
and-
trying to do a ceasefire, or Trump's always trying to do the ceasefire. But what's the name? Putin said he won't do a ceasefire unless Europe unfreezes their like $4 billion they have money or whatever it is. They stole a bunch of money from them, basically.
Oh, that's funny.
In Europe,
4 billion, just 4 billion.
No, I think it's like 40 billion. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm like, yeah,
Okay.
4 billion. It's probably like 40 billion plus. Either way, it's a lot of money, and they put it, they froze it. Like, oh, as long as there's Russians in Ukraine, you're not getting this money. So it's on you now. And now Russia is
Yep,
trying to get the money back, and I don't think Europe's going to do it. So it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, because obviously their thinking is that he's going to use that money for the war machine, right?
Correct.
That's
Yep.
because every single time they broke our ceasefire, he fucking
Yep.
breaks it. And who's going to hold him responsible? Not fucking Trump.
No, that's
Buddy.
why. I know. I get it. Like I said, I know.
Yeah, I know. I'm
guess.
yelling just because.
I know. I'm saying, like, I get it. Fuck, who knows, man? Hopefully,
Fucking dumb.
Hopefully, Marsan from France eventually.
Ugh.
Just gotta give them a little while to build up their shit, but they're working on it.
I wonder, man. I really, really hope nukes don't fly for no fucking good reason.
Oh my god, I know.
It's fucking retards.
It's silly. Like I said, it's only gonna be Putin. Putin will throw the first
Yeah.
one. Nobody else throwing the first one.
Yeah.
People throw
Nobody.
retaliatory ones, but they're not gonna throw the first one.
Yep.
So,
Trump don't care
should've-
because he ain't over there. It ain't his fucking soil.
That's what
You
he
know,
says.
it's
We got a big blue ocean. We got a big blue
Yeah.
ocean.
Spoken for Victarion added her own strength to his. It was not too late, Aeron had decided as he shivered in the sea. If Victarion took Aisha for his wife, they could rule together, king and queen. In ancient days, each isle had its salt king and its rock king. Let the old way return. Aeron Damphair had struggled back to shore, full of fierce resolve. He would bring down Euron, not with sword or axe, but with the power of his faith. Padding lightly across the stones,
luck.
his hair plastered black and dank across his brow and cheeks, and he stopped for a moment to push it back out of his eyes. That was where they took him. The mutes who had been watching him, waiting for him, stalking him through strand and spray. A hand clapped down across his mouth, and something hard cracked against the back of his skull. The next time he had opened his eyes, the Damphair found himself fettered in the darkness. Then came the fever and the taste of blood in his mouth as he twisted in the chains, deep in the bowels of silence. A weaker man might have wept, but Aeron Damphair prayed. Waking, sleeping, even in his fever dreams, he prayed. My God is testing me. I must be strong.
Isn't it funny that this is how religious people are legitly like, oh, all these horrible things are happening. I must pray for God. Like, he's testing me. Like, that's their thought process. Like, literally, that's literally how it is, too. It's funny. It's just like reading about a real person now.
I feel like in a way it helps people like persevere, you know, and like look at events as like positive, you know, like instead of it being like, oh, woe is me, the idea is something good lies behind this fucking these trials and tribulations. I mean,
Some of it, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, it's one thing. It's,
I mean,
it's,
it obviously doesn't make it true.
No, I know they're trying to make purpose out of something that they can't fathom. Like honestly, like,
Yeah, exactly.
If you had an infant die at like 3 weeks old of cancer, what the fuck, you know, like that's hard to comprehend. Like, why the fuck did this happen? Well, it's God's plan.
Yep.
Okay. I guess it was out of my control. I can't do nothing.
God
about it.
wanted them in heaven.
Yeah, or whatever. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, there's reasons. There's positives, I guess, to
Yeah.
it. I mean, I guess is what I'm getting at.
Mm-hmm.
I must be true.
Helps people move on.
Mm-hmm.
Once, in the dungeon before this one, a woman brought his food in place of Euron's mute. A young thing, buxom and pretty. She dressed in the finery of a Greenland lady. In the lantern light, she was the loveliest thing Aeron had ever seen. Woman, he said, I'm a man of God. I command you, set me free. Oh, I couldn't do that, she said. I have food for you, porridge and honey. She sat beside him on a stool and spooned it into his mouth for him. What is this place? He asked between spoonfuls. My lord father's castle on Oakenshield. The Shield Islands, 1,000 leagues from home. And who are you, child? Thalia Flowers, Lord Hewitt's natural daughter. I am to be King Euron's salt wife. You and I will be kin then. Aeron Damphair raised his eyes to hers. His scabbed lips were crusted with wet porridge. Woman. His chains clinked when he moved. Run. He will hurt you. He will kill you. She laughed. Silly, he won't. I'm his love, his lady. He gives me gifts, so many gifts. Silks and furs and jewels. Rags and rocks, he calls them. The crow's eye puts no value in such things. That was one of the things that drew men to his service. Most captains kept the lion's share of their plunder, but Euron took almost nothing for himself. He gives me any gown I want. The girl was prattling happily. My sisters used
You
to
inherited an old...
table, but Euron made them serve the whole hall naked. Why should he do that except for love of me? She put a hand on her belly and smoothed down the fabric of her gown. I'm going to give him sons. So many sons. He has sons. Baseborn boys and mongrels, Euron says. My sons will come before them, he has sworn. Sworn by your own drowned god. Aeron would have wept for her. Tears of blood, he thought. You must bear a message to my brother. Not Euron, but Victarion, Lord Captain of the Iron Fleet. Do you know the man I mean? Thalia sat back from him. Yes, she said, but I couldn't bring him any messages. He's gone. Gone? That was the cruelest blow of all. Gone where? East, she said. With all his ships. He's to bring the Dragon Queen to Westeros. I'm to be Euron's salt wife, but he must have a rock wife too. A queen to rule all Westeros at his side. They say she's the most beautiful woman in the world, and she has dragons. The two of us will be as close as sisters. Aeron Damphair hardly heard her. Victarion is gone, half a world away or dead. Surely the drowned god was testing him. This was a lesson for him. Do not put your trust in men. Only my faith can save me now. That night, when the tide came rushing back into the prison cell, he prayed that he would rise all night, enough to end his torment. I have been your true and leal servant, he prayed, twisting in his chains. Now snatch me from my brother's hand, and take me down beneath the waves, to be seated at your side. But no deliverance came. Only the mutes, to undo his chains and drag him roughly up a long stone stair to where the silence floated on a cold, black sea. And a few days later, as her hull shuddered in the grip of some storm, the crow's eye came below again, lantern in hand. This time, his other hand held a dagger. Still praying, priest. Your god has forsaken you. You're wrong. It was me who taught you how to pray, little brother. Have you forgotten? I would visit your bedchamber at night when I had too much to drink. You shared a room with Uragon high up in the sea tower. I could hear you praying from outside the door. I always wondered, were you praying that I would choose you? Or that I would pass you by? Euron pressed the...
Dude, he was fucking his brothers. As a kid. Like, that's fucked up. Like, he's just talking about how... He's like, I taught you how to pray. When I come home drunk and fucking... You and your brother would sit in the room and I'd fucking... You guys would pray to see if I was coming, who I'd touch or whatever. Like, fucking crazy, right? So this guy's evil. Dude. Like, I'm saying, this guy is evil.
Euron, yeah.
He's fucking horrible.
Knife to Aeron's
fucking
throat. Pray to me. Beg me to end your torment, and I will. Not even you would dare, said the Damphair. I am your brother. No man is more accursed than the kinslayer. And yet I wear a crown and you rot in chains. How is it that your drowned god allows that when I've killed 3 brothers? Aeron could only gape at him. 3? Well, if you count half-brothers. Do you remember little Robin? Wretched creature. Do you remember that big head of his, how soft it was? All he could do was mule and shit. He was my second. Harlon was my first. All I had to do was pinch his nose shut. The grayscale had turned his mouth to stone so he could not cry out, but his eyes grew frantic as he died. They begged me. When the life went out of him, I went out and pissed into the sea, waiting for the god to strike me down. None did. Oh, and Balon was the third, but you knew that. I could not do the deed myself, but it was my hand that pushed him off the bridge. The crow's eye pressed the dagger in a little deeper, and Aaron felt blood trickling down his neck. If your drowned god did not smite me for killing 3 brothers, why should he bestir himself for the 4th? Because you are his priest? He stepped back and sheathed his dagger. No, I'll not kill you tonight. A holy man with holy blood. I may have need of that blood later. For now, you are condemned to live. A holy man with holy blood, Aaron thought, when his brother had climbed back onto the deck. He mocks me, and he mocks the god. Kinslayer, blasphemer, demon in human skin. That night he prayed for his brother's death. It was in the second dungeon that the other holy men began to appear to share his torments. 3 wore the robes of Septons of the Greenlands, and 1 the red raiment of a priest of Relor. The last was hardly recognizable as a man. Both his hands had been burned down to the bone, and his face was a charred and blackened horror, where 2 blind eyes moved sightlessly above the cracked cheeks dripping pus. He was dead within hours of being shackled to the wall, but the mutes left his body there to ripen for 3 days afterwards. Last were 2 warlocks of the east, with flesh as white as mushrooms, and lips the purplish blue of a bad bruise. All so gaunt and starved that only skin and bones remained. One had lost his legs. The mutes hung him from a rafter. "Bree!" he cried as he swung back and forth. "Bree! Bree!" Perhaps that was the name of the demon that he worships. The drowned god protects me, the priest told himself. He is stronger than the false gods these others worship, stronger than their black sorceries. The drowned god will set me free. In his saner moments, Aaron questioned why the Crow's Eye was collecting priests, but he did not think that he would like the answer. Victarion was gone, and with him, hope. Aaron's drowned men likely thought the Damp Hair was hiding on Old Wick, or Great Wick, or Pike, and wondered when he would emerge to speak against this godless king. Uragon haunted his fever dreams. "You're dead, Yuri," Aaron thought. "Sleep now, child, and trouble me no more. Soon I shall come to join you." Whenever Aaron prayed, the legless warlock made queer noises, and his companion babbled wildly in his queer Eastern tongue, though whether they were cursing or pleading, the priest could not say. The Septons made soft noises from time to time as well, but not in words that he could understand. Aaron suspected that their tongues had been cut out. When Euron came again, his hair was swept straight back from his brow, and his lips were so blue that they were almost black. He had put aside his driftwood crown. In its place, he wore an iron crown, whose points were made from the teeth of sharks. "That which is dead cannot die," said Aaron fiercely. "For he who has tasted death once need never fear again. He was drowned, but he came forth stronger than before, with steel and fire." "Will you do the same, brother?" Euron asked. "I think not. I think if I drowned you, you'll stay drowned. All gods are lies, but yours is a pale white thing in the likeness of a man, his limbs broken and swollen, and his hair flipping in the water, while fish nibble at his face. What fool would worship that?" "He's your god as well," insisted the Damp Hair. "And when you die, he will judge you harshly, Crow's Eye. You will spend eternity as a sea slug, crawling on your belly, eating shit. If you do not fear to kill your own blood, slit my throat and be done with me. I'm weary of your mad boastings. Kill my own little brother. Blood of my blood, born of the loins of Quelon Greyjoy? And who would share my triumphs? Victory is sweeter with a loved one by your side. Your victories are hollow. You cannot hold the shields. Why should I want to hold them?" His brother's smiling eye glittered in the lantern light, blue and bold and full of malice. "The shields have served my purpose. I took them with one hand and gave them away with the other. The great king is open-handed, brother. It is up to the new lords to hold them now. The glory of winning these rocks will be mine forever. When they are lost, the defeat will belong to the 4 fools who so eagerly accepted my gifts." He moved closer. "The ships are raiding up the Mander and all along the coast, even to the Arbor and the Red Wine Straits. The old way, brother. Madness. Release me," Aaron Damphair commanded in his sternest voice, "or risk the wrath of God." Euron produced a carved stone bottle and a wine cup. "You have a thirsty look about you," he said as he poured. "You need a drink, a taste of the evening shade." "No," Aaron turned his face away. "No, I said." "And I said yes." Aaron pulled his head back by the hair and forced the vile liquor into his mouth again. Though Aaron clamped his mouth shut, twisting his head from side to side, he fought as best he could, but in the end, he had to choke or swallow. The dreams were even worse the second time. He saw the long ships of the Ironborn adrift and burning on a boiling blood-red sea. He saw his brother on the Iron Throne again, but Euron was no longer human. He seemed more squid than man, a monster fathered by a kraken of the deep, his face a mass of writhing tentacles. Beside him stood a shadow in woman's form, long and tall and terrible, her hands alive with pale white fire. Dwarves capered for their amusement, male and female, naked and misshapen, locked in carnal embrace, biting and tearing at each other as Euron and his mate laughed and laughed and laughed. Aeron dreamed of drowning too. Not of the bliss that would surely follow down in the drowned god's watery halls, but of the terror that even the faithful feel as the water fills their mouth and nose and lungs, and they cannot draw a breath. 3 times the damp hair woke, and 3 times it proved no true waking, but only another chapter in a dream. But at last, there came a day when the door of the dungeon swung open, and a mute came splashing through with no food in his hands. Instead, he had a ring of keys in one hand and a lantern in the other. The light was too bright to look upon, and Aeron was afraid of what it meant. Bright and terrible. Something has changed. Something has happened. "Bring them," said a half-familiar voice from the hapless gloom. "Be quick about it. You know how he gets." Oh, I do. I've known since I was a boy. One septon made a frightened noise as the mute undid his chains, a half-choked sound that might have been some attempt at speech. The legless warlock stared down at the black water, his lips moving silently in prayer. When the mute came for Aeron, he tried to struggle, but the strength had gone from his limbs, and one blow was all it took to quiet him. His wrist was unshackled, then the other. "Free," he told himself. "I'm free." But when he tried to take a step, his weakened legs folded under him. Not one of the prisoners was fit enough to walk. In the end, the mutes had to summon more of their kind. 2 of them grasped Aeron by the arms and dragged him up a spiral stair. His feet banged off the steps as they ascended, sending stabbing pains up his leg. He bit his lips to keep from crying out. The priest could hear the warlocks just behind them. The septons brought up the rear, sobbing and gasping. With every turn of the stair, the steps grew brighter, until finally a window appeared in the left-hand wall. It was only a slit in the stone, a bare hand's breadth across, but that was wide enough to admit a shaft of sunlight. So golden, the damp hair thought. So beautiful. When they pulled him up the steps through the light, he felt its warmth upon his face, and tears rolled down his cheeks. "The sea. I can smell the sea. The drowned god has not abandoned me. The sea will make me whole again. That which is dead can never die, but rises again harder and stronger." "Take me to the water," he commanded, as if he were still back on the Iron Islands, surrounded by his drowned men. But the mutes were his brother's creatures, and they paid him no heed. They dragged him up more steps, down a torchlit gallery, and into a bleak stone hall where a dozen bodies were hanging from the rafters, turning and swaying. A dozen of Euron's captains were gathered in the hall, drinking wine beneath the corpses. Left-hand Lucas Codd sat in the place of honor, wearing a heavy silken tapestry as a cloak. Beside him was the Red Oarsman, and further down Pinch-Face John Meyer, Stonehand, and Rogan Saltbeard. "Who are these dead?" Aeron commanded. His tongue was so thick the words came out in a rusty whisper. "Who are these dead?" Aeron commanded. His tongue was so thick the words came out in a rusty whisper, faint as a mouse breaking wind. "The lord that held this castle with his kin." The voice belonged to Torwald Browntooth, one of his brother's captains, a creature near as vile as the Crow's Eye himself. "Pigs," said another vile creature, the one they called the Red Oarsman. "This was their isle, a rock, just off the arbor. They dared oink threats at us. Redwine, oink. Hightower, oink. Tyrell, oink, oink, oink. So we sent them squealing down to hell." The arbor. Not since the drowned god had blessed him with a second life had Aeron Damphair ventured so far from the Iron Islands. "This is not my place. I do not belong here. I should be with my drowned men, preaching against the Crow's Eye." "Have your gods been good to you in the dark?" asked left-hand Lucas Codd. One of the warlocks snarled some answer in his ugly eastern tongue. "I curse you all," Aeron said. "Your curses have no power here, priest," said left-hand Lucas Codd. "The Crow's Eye has fed your drowned god well, and he has grown fat with sacrifice. Words are wind, but blood is power. We have given thousands to the sea, and he has given us victories." "Count yourself blessed, Damphair," said Stonehand. We are going back to the sea. The red wine fleet creeps toward us. The winds have been against them rounding dawn, but they're finally near enough to have emboldened the old women in Old Town. So now Leighton Hightower's sons move down the Whispering Sound in hopes of catching us in the rear. You know what it's like to be caught in the rear, don't you? Said the red oarsman, laughing. Take them to the ships.
Just a good old-fashioned rape joke. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Is that somebody? You know what it's like to get caught in the rear, don't you, mate? Oh, man. Telling you, this guy's a fucker, man. I'm telling you, like, that's what I'm saying. The difference between the book and him, the book and the show, man, is so different.
Was he around? Okay.
Basically, dude, he's like Ramsey on crack, dude. I'm telling you, like, you think Ramsey's bad in the show, dude? He's pretty mundane compared to this guy, dude. This guy's fucking.
Yeah, he's got a lot of power, and yeah, like he's got his fucking, brother captured and shit. Like this guy has got like unlimited power, basically.
Kind of, dude. He's about to fight. So Valerian Steel, right, in the show, right? Like the
yeah.
So the theory was he went to Valeria, and everyone thought it was bullshit. And at the end of this chapter, you're about to get to right now, he's about to have a whole fucking armor suit made out of Valeria Steel.
Oh, okay.
He's like, dude. He's like, even when these things were made back, like 1,000 years ago, it would cost you a kingdom to have one, because it's impenetrable. You can't die.
That's sick.
It's sick.
Love it.
Torwald Browntooth
It's so
commanded.
crazy.
And so Aaron Damphair returned to the salt sea. A dozen longships were drawn up at the wharf below the castle, and twice as many beached along the strand. Familiar banners streamed from their masts: the Greyjoy Kraken, the Bloody Moon of Winch, the war horn of the Good Brothers. But from their sterns flew a flag the priest had never seen before, a red eye with a black pupil beneath an iron crown supported by 2 crows. Beyond them, a host of merchant ships floated on a tranquil turquoise sea. Cogs, carracks, fishing boats, even a great cog, a swollen sow of a ship as big as the Leviathan. Prizes of war, the Damphair knew. Euron Crowseye stood upon the deck of Silence, clad in a suit of black scale armor like nothing Aaron had ever seen before. Dark as smoke it was, but Euron wore it as easily as if it was the thinnest silk. The scales were edged in red gold, and gleamed and shimmered when they moved. Patterns could be seen within the metal, whorls and glyphs and arcane symbols folded into the steel. Valyrian steel, the Damphair knew. His armor is Valyrian steel. In all the 7 kingdoms, no man owned a suit of Valyrian steel. Such things had been known 400 years ago, in the days before the Doom, but even then, they would have cost a kingdom. Euron did not lie. He has been to Valyria. No wonder he was mad. Your Grace, said Torwald Browntooth, I have the priests. What do you want done with them? Bind them to the prows, Euron commanded. My brother on the Silence. Take one for yourself. Let them dice for the others, one to a ship. Let them feel the spray, the kiss.
So
of the
sad that
drowned
this shit never
god,
made it into
wet
the show,
and salty.
like.
Oh, I know.
This time, the mutes did not drag him
This
below.
is so true.
Instead, they
With-
lashed
with
him to the
fucking
prow of the
retard
Silence,
shit.
beside her figurehead, a naked maiden, slim and strong, with outstretched arms and wind-blown hair, but no mouth below her nose. They bound Aaron Damphair tight with strips of leather that would shrink when wet, clad only in his beard and breeches.
Probably gonna take AI to
The crow's eye
finish
spoke a
Yeah, maybe.
Game of Thrones.
Probably. Right. AI, like I said, with the.
They'll be able to do it. Like
Yeah, we'll be able to.
not now, but like
No, like in a decade
eventually.
or 20 years. So yeah.
Yeah, like if they can just like reproduce George's mind, like
Yeah. We'll find out.
command. A black sail was raised. Lines were cast off, and the Silence backed away from shore to the slow beat of the oarmaster's drum, her oars rising and dipping and rising again, churning the water. Above them, the castle was burning, flames licking from the open windows. When they were well out to sea, Euron returned to him. Brother, he said, you look forlorn. I have a gift for you. He beckoned, and 2 of his bastard sons dragged the woman forward and bound her to the prow on the other side of the figurehead. Naked as the mouthless maiden, her smooth belly just beginning to swell with the child she was carrying, her cheeks red with tears. She did not struggle as the boys tightened her bonds. Her hair hung down in front of her face, but Aaron knew her all the same. Valia Flowers, he called. Have courage, girl. All this will be over soon, and we will feast together in the drowned god's watery halls. The girl raised up her head.
I cleaned
but
up, I
made
did
no
dishes
answer.
and swept
She has no
the
tongue
floors
to answer with.
upstairs, so I
The
mean, I've
Damphair
worked
knew.
on some. Plus
He
I'm off
licked his
tomorrow now,
lips
so I can do
and
something tomorrow.
tasted salt.
And there you go.
I didn't pay super good attention, but
It's still dope. Even the parts you paid attention to was dope. That's all you need to know.
yeah, dude, the fucking Valyrian steel fucking armor, like the glyphs and all that shit.
Oh, dude, there's
You
so
know, the
much.
scene and
I'm just
yeah,
saying.
he was actually he went to Valyria, so it's like Valyria. It's like where is Valyria supposed to be? Is there?
It's below like Slaver's Bay, where Daenerys is. If you go straight down
Oh,
south,
okay.
but it's supposed to be cursed, so nobody goes there. Like apparently everyone that's ever gone there has died, so no, everyone just stopped going there.
Oh, okay.
And that's the thing. Like everyone thought he was lying. He's like, oh, bitch. He's like, I go there all the time. I fucking around. You know, everyone's like, yeah, right, dude. You're just talking shit. But then he comes out with this thing, and everyone's like, Jesus Christ, he probably did. You know, like he really did probably go there and shit. You know, like,
Dude, like who would fight him with that fucking steel fucking
I don't know
suit? You know, like
yeah, I don't know.
Imagine him having to fight the fucking what's his face, the Night King or whatever.
Oh
you
no,
know? Like I don't
no,
know.
he's gonna try. Like I said, I think he's the last evil before the Night King. So I'm thinking like John or someone's gonna have to kill him somehow, some way. Well, maybe with his Valyrian steel. Maybe Valyrian steel goes through Valyrian. I don't fucking know. You know, like.
Oh yeah.
I'm just saying, like.
It would have to. Yeah, that makes sense.
That or somehow you knock off his helmet or something, then you can fucking slice it. I don't know. You know, I don't know, man. Drowning. You know, I guess it would be ironic if he drowned to death because he's part of the drowned god people. So.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
You know,
knock
like
his ass in the water. Well, I mean, the steel isn't heavy though. I guess.
No, I know. No, just the symbolism of.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just saying, like, I'm just
Exactly.
trying to think, like, how could he die? Like, this is probably the 3 ways I can think of right now. Either way. All right. Well, I gotta go. I gotta get up
All right,
in the
man.
morning. I love you, brother.
Yep, I love you too, man. Take
right.
it easy.
You too.
Fucking
Peace
enjoy
out.
it. Yep.
It's okay, babe. It's okay, babe. I love you.